You're listening to Exposed, written by Bey Deckard and read by Dan Callie. Chapter 1. Tears in the Rain. I stared out at the Parliament buildings down a little way across the river, trying to decide what to do with my evening. It was drizzling, but only barely, and the rain stippled my cheeks, fresh and cool. After a few moments of silent contemplation, there came a soft scuffling noise to my right, and I heard a shallow cough. Startled, I squinted into the gloom that fell between the street lamps and saw that someone was sitting there on a bench. "Oh, I didn't mean to disturb you," he said. A shy voice, youngish, English. No, the accent not quite English. "I'm sorry." "That's all right. I didn't see you there. Thought I was alone." "Sorry." It was nearly a whisper this time, with a slight hoarseness at the end of the word, as if the young man was upset, maybe even crying. Usually I would have left it well alone and gone off on my way. I'm not one to get involved, but something about the catch in his voice impelled me to take a couple of steps closer. I could see him better now. Dressed in dark clothes, hood pulled up against the rain, hands tucked into the front pocket of his sweatshirt. Everything about him screamed, "Leave me alone." The rounded back, the high shoulders. He looked up at me, his eyes big in his fine-boned face, lips set in a thin line. There was something very familiar about him, but I couldn't place it. "You okay?" I murmured, not wanting to spook him. I ventured a smile. The hooded apparition on the bench blinked at me, and then looked out at the water. I could see that his face was wet, rain or tears. When he didn't offer a reply, I decided that minding my own business might be the best thing after all. However, I couldn't move from my spot. The line of his jaw, the slope of his nose. I let out a quiet exhale, astonished. Just a few days ago, I'd been waxing poetic about his striking, wide-eyed gaze on the glossy cover of some American music rag as I hunched over Jenny's paper-deluged desk, waiting for her to sign off on the banner images for the site. "He looks like a fucking angel and sings like he gives the devil head," I'd said, my finger tracing the contour of his bottom lip. Looking down at the tense, miserable-looking young man on the bench, I felt only one thing. Sympathy. "I'll leave you alone, Amir," I said, keeping my voice quiet and letting him know that I knew who he was. I didn't want to be that asshole who pesters the famous, but I couldn't help but add. "But, you all right? If you need someone to talk to." He turned to me, dark brows low over those big sky-blue eyes. Not as impressive as his magazine photo shoots, of course. Hell, I can make anyone look good with a little Photoshop. But still handsome. No, handsome is the wrong word for Amir Hughes. Ethereal. Innocent. I'd even used the word pretty to describe him in the past. But as he held my gaze steady, I struck that from the list. Not pretty. Too fierce. Too raw. I almost turned away then, just to escape the smothering weight of his silence when he let his shoulders sag in weary defeat. "No, I'm not all right," Amir muttered, and turned away again, eyes on the lights across the Thames. He pulled a slender hand out of his kangaroo pocket and swiped his cheek before returning the hand to its mate. Sighing, he seemed to shrink further in on himself for a moment, but he glanced at me again, and my gut told me he was waiting for me to say something, anything to take the reins of the conversation, and this triggered that reflex in me, the one that yearned to control and contain. Gods be damned who I was talking to. "You need a break," I ventured. "Somewhere out of the spotlight, eh?" Amir stared at me, his expression a promising mix of wary and hopeful. The innocence wasn't feigned. This was a boy with a mountain's worth of responsibility on his back. He laughed quietly. "Yeah, a fucking break." The white hand came out to rub at his forehead. I thought I saw it tremble. The muscles bunched in his square jaw and his nostrils flared. His composure was on the verge of cracking, so I decided to propose something completely audacious. "Come," I said, my tone firm but kind. "I've got a penthouse room at the county hall, 5 minutes away. Come have a beer." The hand dropped away from his face as he stared at me in disbelief. "I know, I'm a stranger, but what I'm offering is a chance to sit down and just be yourself. No obligations, no expectations. The view of the river is really nice from my room, and I have a cold six-pack in the fridge." "You're not bloody serious." "I am." I stepped even closer and held out my hand. He frowned at it. "My name's Gregory. Greg, if you'd like." After a long pause, Amir finally clasped my hand. His fingers were soft and warm, his grip firm. "There," I said with a nod. I released his hand, and he furrowed his brow at me, staring at me unblinking. Now we're no longer strangers. Amir let out a short laugh and looked at me like I was insane. It might have been my imagination, but I thought he looked a bit flushed. "I can't decide if you're taking the piss or not," he muttered, and then glanced over his shoulder at the two young ladies who were walking slowly towards us, blonde heads together under an orange umbrella, faces lit from the bluish cast of the cell phone they were peering at. The one on the left giggled, and Amir tugged at his hood to cast his features into deeper shadow. His eyes darted back to me, his desire to escape being recognized obvious. The timing of their appearance couldn't have been better. "You should take me up on the invitation," I continued, shrugging. "One beer if you want, or drink the whole six-pack. Doesn't matter to me. I can order up more. Beer, whiskey, champagne, whatever. Stay long enough to sit in silence with someone who doesn't give a shit if you're the king of the moon, or get shit-faced, stay half the night, and tell me all your darkest secrets. You can trust me." Amir gave another laugh and shook his head, his forehead wrinkled in doubt, so I dug into my front pocket and tossed my wallet at him. He caught it easily, but just held it up between thumb and forefinger. "You want to pay me to hang out with you?" "No, I'm just giving you my wallet to hang on to as insurance," I replied, chuckling. "I give you my passport, but I'm not in the habit of carrying it around with me everywhere I go." "You're crazy." "And I've made you smile at least 3 times now." Amir stared at me for a second, devoid of expression, but I knew as soon as he opened my wallet and gave the cards in there a cursory look that he'd come with me. Chapter 2. Some Confessions. Amir stood near the doorway, his body half turned away from me as if to make sure that he could bolt if I turned out to be a psycho. I watched him take in the room for a moment before I pulled off my damp jacket and threw it over one of the chairs. Carefully nonchalant, I walked over to the minibar and crouched to peer inside. Tucked amongst the hotel's sampling of beers and small, overpriced bottles of wine were the 6 Brewdog Punk IPAs I'd ordered up earlier. I took out 2 and, smiling reassuringly, held out a can to Amir. He had to cross the room to get it, and I knew this made him nervous, but he shook his head and sighed as he accepted the beer. "I know I'm paranoid," he said, his brows quirked up in apology. A perfect comma-shaped dimple appeared in each of his cheeks as he grinned shyly. "Fuck, I hate being like this. You seem like a decent bloke, and here I am wondering if you're going to tie me up like that lady in Misery. Force me to rewrite Fuckhouse Blues so that it's not half so offensive." I chuckled. "Nah, it's great the way it is." I pointed to the sliding glass doors. "Come, let's go sit on the balcony. The rain's finally let up, so we'll be dry." After wiping off the outdoor chairs, Amir and I sat on either side of the low table and cracked our beers almost in unison. I lofted mine towards him, and he touched the side of his can to it. "Yechida," he said. Yucky day to you too," I said in return. "What the hell is that?" A grin flashed across his face. "Fuck off, it's Welsh," Amir replied good-naturedly, and took a sip of his beer, Then he frowned and peered at the can. Not a fan of IPAs? He replied, but took another sip. After a moment, he stretched out his legs to rest his wet sneakers against the balcony railing. Across the river, the city lights were bright and fuzzy from the misty fog. When I didn't say anything for a few long minutes, he gave me a sidelong glance. You were serious? About? Just about hanging out and having a beer. That's it. That's it. I shrugged. A ripple of emotion changed his expression, just for a second, and I wished he hadn't suppressed it as quickly as he did. It was gorgeous, the way he looked pained and pleased at the same time. He cleared his throat, played with the tab on his can, then pushed his hood back. His thick, dark brown hair was mashed down in places, and I could see that he had a cowlick that never made it into his promotional pictures. It's just that, you know. He shook his head, focusing on something very far away, something only he could see. People. I knew what he was getting at. Everyone wants something from you. Yeah. And you're tired of that. Yeah. It's okay. I don't want anything from you. Amir wanted to believe me. It was like a tangible force between us, but he really had no reason to. I hadn't given him one. We drank our beers in silence. Finally, he spoke up again. So, Greg, what is it that brings you to London? He asked, his tone blandly conversational. I was given the opportunity to go to Generate London. It's a sort of conference for web designers and developers, and I took it. Work-related, but I extended the stay a few days for a mini vacation. Where do you work? He looked over, and I met his curious gaze with a smile. A web services agency. You know, banner ads, content migration, SEO, project management for small to medium websites, CMS implementation, yada yada. We're sort of a jack-of-all-trades solution for companies who are too cheap or too small to have their own web department. Amir nodded. And what do you do there? I'm in creative, I replied. Boring stuff. Mostly Facebook ads these days. I jiggled my empty beer can and lifted an eyebrow at him. Another? Sure. Why not? When I got back outside with the beers, I sighed, put my wallet down on the table between the patio chairs. So, I started, and narrowed my eyes at him. What's worse, the fans who love you or the fans that hate you? After choking out the ghost of a laugh, Amir wiped a hand over his mouth and pulled the tab on his can. God knows. I loved the attention at first, but it's all come so fast, yeah? He said, and gulped down some beer. I watched his Adam's apple bob in his thin neck, thinking about how something so delicate could host a voice so rich and full of passion and fury. Amir didn't even have a radio-safe version of his runaway hit Fuckhouse Blues yet, but it was hard to go anywhere online without seeing it mentioned. They called him the love child of David Bowie and Nivek Ogre, and I could definitely get behind the comparison. He looked over at me, eyes huge. I didn't count on it. I didn't think anyone would give a shit about my naff songs, and then I'm having to tell my mum not to answer the phone or open the door to strangers. Well, obviously you've struck a chord with people for now, I pointed out. But maybe you're just a one-hit wonder. The laugh that burst out of Amir was just as enthralling as his singing voice, and I found myself smiling wide. Yeah, he agreed, his eyes crinkled in amusement. One can hope. Then he sobered and looked away almost angrily. What is it? I kept my voice soft. I didn't expect the hate, he admitted after a while, his words choked sounding as they had been earlier. Being called a monster, it fucks me up, to be honest. He met my eyes again. I'm a good guy, I am. A nice guy. She wrote a song from a serial killer's perspective. It was metaphorical. I know that. It was a great song, in my opinion. It was all about the glorifying of belief over fact. and the tearing down of that willful ignorance, all set to a pounding, body-rocking beat, and raw, heart-clenching vocals. Visceral, intelligent, and woefully misunderstood. I'd recently stumbled upon a graphic of the song's lyrics superimposed on the body of a battered woman, denouncing Amir as a dangerous misogynist. "Sometimes I wish I'd never written it," he confessed, closing his eyes. The beer can made a hollow, metallic, crinkling sound as his fingers tightened around it. But I couldn't not. Art, especially subversive or transgressive art, can really rile people up, especially when they don't get it. I should know. I only realized how naturally smooth Amir's pale brow was when it creased at my words. He opened his eyes again, and they were glassy. "I thought you just made stupid adverts," he said, trying to sound teasing and familiar, though he had to clear his throat before talking. "I do," I admitted, "but I'm also a photographer." "Yeah? What'd you photograph?" For a split second, I contemplated lying to him. The seed of an idea had planted itself the second he'd agreed to come up to my hotel room, and, Jesus Christ, I didn't want to scare him off by being something he wanted to escape, but I couldn't bring myself to lie. "Nudes," I answered casually. "Mostly men." "Oh." His eyes darted away from mine. The tension felt like a solid wall of ice for a moment, and I wondered if I should have lied after all. His dark brows pinched together over his eyes, and his lips thinned, like he was having some internal debate, but his expression softened after a few seconds. Amir finished his beer and sat staring down at the can. "Another?" I asked. When his eyes met mine, they were full of conflict. "I don't know if I should," he said quietly. His cheeks were flushed. "Why?" I was honestly curious. "I've been drinking a lot. Too much. Almost every night I go to bed half-minced, just to get over this fucking ball of stress I'm carrying about. I'm not dealing well. I'm not dealing at all. Fuck." He bared his teeth and focused on a spot over the balcony, knuckling one eye. "I'm being daft. I should go." "No, you're not. And it's up to you," I said. I balanced my empty beer can on my knee. "You can go, or you can stay. And I won't judge you if you have another beer, or another 10, or none. I don't care." Amir bowed his head and shut his eyes. "Do you have anyone at all to talk to?" I asked. "No," he replied after a long sigh. "Not me mum, not me friends. I'm seeing a therapist, but she's not very good, and I can't bring myself to ask for another. Twat." I knew the last was aimed at himself. Well, that's no good. I know. I waited, just watching him from the corner of my eye, trying to project a sense of trustworthiness and quiet concern. I wanted him to stay, but he had to be the one to decide on his own. I wouldn't. I couldn't push him into it. Finally, he spoke up again. "How do I know you won't sell anything I'm telling you to some tabloid website?" "I wouldn't," I replied. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" "You don't." I turned to look at him and I shrugged, smiling, before getting to my feet. "If you want to make me swear on a Bible, I think there's one in the nightstand. But I have to warn you, I don't believe in God. If you want me to sign something, I will. If you want to leave, I'll bid you farewell and good luck. It's up to you. I want you to trust me." Amir stared up at me, and I could clearly see he desperately yearned to take me at my word. His eyes were slightly wet, and I had to turn away before he saw the effect he had on me. I wanted to see tears roll down those smooth cheeks. I wanted to see that high forehead creased with pain, with pleasure. I wanted to coax sighs and moans from between those soft-looking lips. I wanted to make him laugh so hard his sides ached. I wanted to kiss him and tell him everything would be all right. I wanted to put him over my knee and spank him until he sobbed and begged me to stop. I wanted to pamper and protect him and give him anything he wanted. I wanted to see bruises and welts on that pale skin. I wanted to hurt him, and I wanted to heal him. Letting out a slow breath, I suppressed the torment of desire that bled like an ulcer in my chest. My step was unsteady for a moment, but I covered by reaching for the phone. "If you do want to stay," I said, my voice betraying none of my affliction, "I'm ordering up some whiskey. Do you have a preference?" "No." I barely heard him. "But I'll stay for a bit yet." I smiled as I dialed room service and convinced them to sell me a full bottle of whiskey from the bar. When they said they had a relatively inexpensive bottle of Penderyn single malt, I ordered it, wondering whether my young guest would be amused by me getting Welsh whiskey. Then I frowned. Maybe it would make him uncomfortable. Maybe he'd think I was trying too hard to impress him. I nearly reached for the phone again to pick something a little less particular, but caught myself. Would he even notice? Why was I overthinking this? I laughed under my breath and glanced at the mirror above the desk. I looked downright giddy. Running a hand through my hair to tame it a bit, I turned back to the balcony where Amir was hurriedly trying to put something back into my wallet. From the high flush in his cheeks and his sheepish grin, I gathered he'd seen one of my business cards. Whoops. On one side is my info and business logo, but on the other was one of my favorite pieces. A young man wearing nothing but a leather open-mouth gag, lying on a pile of black satin, positioned so that only a tantalizing suggestion of his cock showed. His eyes are closed in the picture, and he looks serene, like he'd resigned himself to whatever the onlooker desired. "Sorry, I was just—" Amir thrust my wallet towards me, his eyes averted. "I was curious." "That's all right," I replied and sat down. I'd actually forgotten they were in there. You can look through it again if you want. I gave you my wallet to hold after all. Amir laughed a bit hoarsely and then sobered, frowning out at the city in a sort of tense silence. The whiskey came a few minutes later, and when I offered him a glass, he nodded. "So, you're gay?" he asked after a while, still looking away from me. "I am?" "I'm not." "That's fine," I replied. It was a little cold and damp on the balcony, but the whiskey warmed me and took the edge off the disappointment over what I'd already assumed about him. "But—" Amir rubbed a hand over his mouth again, his forehead creasing deeper as he inspected the skyline. "But?" I prompted. "But I don't know that I'm straight." "Ah." I nodded and peered at the giant Ferris wheel's lights through the amber in my glass, suppressing a smile. "That's fine, too. But you sound a little confused." "Yeah, maybe. It's complicated." "Oh?" was my reply with a little nod, nonchalant, unaffected, politely curious, completely devoid of the excitement that was filling me up the longer he stayed. "Greg, if I can trust you— No, wait, what I meant was, can I ask you anything and you'll answer it honestly?" "Of course." "Did you ask me back to your hotel room so that you could get me drunk and have sex with me?" "No." I shook my head firmly, meeting his eyes. "Why did you ask me here?" I mulled over the question, trying to pick out the right words and distill my answer down to the exact truth. "Well, I wanted to be a source of comfort. I felt sympathy for you and wanted to help. The only selfishness in my invitation was that I wanted to look at you a little longer. You have my word, Amir." My answer widened his eyes a touch. "So you find me attractive?" "I do. Of course I do." Amir gave me a wry grin, then shook his head, turning back to the view. He blew a little air out between his lips and took a big sip of his whiskey. I saw the muscles roll in his jaw, followed by another flush to his cheeks. "Is there something you want to ask me?" I murmured. my heart pounding so loud I was afraid it would drown out his answer. As Amir nodded, his expression slowly hardened. When he looked at me again, his gaze was level. "Do you want to photograph me?" It was issued like a challenge. I couldn't quite scrub the hoarseness out of my voice when I replied. "Yes." Eyes locked with mine, Amir ground his teeth again. He looked terrified. Desire stabbed me hard in the gut again, and for a moment, I couldn't breathe. I didn't dare hope. "This is a bad idea. What are you doing?" cried my conscience. But that old taskmaster Desire silenced it. "Would you like me to photograph you?" I asked in a perfectly calm voice. I watched Amir swallow, lick his lips, glance away and back again. "If you do, I can assure you that you'll get the only copies. I won't even keep any myself if you don't want me to. We'll only go as far as you want to, and I'll never tell a soul about it. You have my word." "I don't know what your word is worth." I scrambled around in my thoughts, still trying to come up with a way that he could trust me. We were so close to doing this together. I don't know what was driving it, but I was now sure that he wanted me to take pictures of him. Did it even have anything to do with an interest in me, or had the picture on my business card simply excited him? I didn't care. I just knew I didn't want to miss the opportunity. Before I could answer, he surprised me by leaning forward, close enough that I could see the striations in his clear blue eyes, even in the dark. "I don't know why, but I do trust you," he confessed. "What it is if you fuck me over, I've only myself to blame, yeah? That's one way of looking at it. Okay, let's do this before I lose my nerve. What do I do?" Chapter 3. Naked Trust. The light wasn't great in the hotel room, but it would have to do, and I set up my travel tripod because no matter how steady my hands were, the pictures would be a blur if I held the camera myself. It was a shame, because the composition would be so static. I preferred circling my models to get every angle. Amir sat on the edge of the bed, his arms crossed as he watched me quietly. He'd shed his hoodie and socks and wore only his black jeans and a threadbare blue t-shirt with the silhouette of a bicycle on it. His arms were very pale and more muscular than his slender frame suggested. I frowned while fiddling with my Nikon, trying to rid myself of the uncustomary nervousness I felt. Normally, when the camera was in my hands, I was cool-headed and professional. Was it because Amir was famous? Or was there something different about him? I remembered the catch in his voice that had drawn me to him earlier, out by the river's edge. "Don't be an idiot." "Ready?" I asked with a reassuring smile. Amir just nodded, but I saw his fingers tighten on his bicep. "Amir, I want you to relax," I started in a low, calming voice as I peered through the viewfinder at him. "This is all about trust. The moment you're uncomfortable, the moment you feel like you want to stop, you tell me and we'll stop. I promise that. I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to. Okay?" I like to ask questions while I work, because it brings out interesting body language and facial expressions that aren't rehearsed. "May I ask you questions? Again, if I ask anything you don't want to answer, just tell me, all right?" "Okay." I could feel my confidence returning now. I'd done this so many times. "Can you please turn your face towards the window?" When Amir had done so, I snapped a few profile shots of him, and then asked, "Do you write your own songs?" I knew the answer, but Amir looked so tense that I decided to start off easy. "Yes?" "Do your lyrics come from real experiences?" I asked, thinking about Slipshod, a song about being rejected over and over again by the same woman. He said, frowning deep. Click went the shutter. "Some? Most, yeah." "Is it hard to pour your own experiences into your work?" Amir nodded. Can you answer me verbally? The light is low in here, so I want to avoid blurring. There's also something beautiful that happens when someone is forced to answer something out loud, instead of relying on gesture, something I crave. I also had to be sure that he really wanted this. Oh, he replied. Sorry. Yes, it's odd. You feel exposed, and you hope that people won't read too much into your work. He grinned and turned his eyes towards me. Click. Amir looked away. Exposed? Like being naked? I asked. Can you please look towards the door? Amir quickly obeyed and started to nod, but then remembered my request and cleared his throat. Yes, naked. Can you uncross your arms? Put your hands on your knees. He complied immediately, and I pushed away the sad little pulse of longing that swelled inside me at how obedient he was. Click. What about being up on stage? Does that also make you feel naked? Yes, Amir whispered. He closed his eyes for a moment, and I captured that too. Click. Would you take your shirt off for me? Speaking of feeling naked. There was only a moment's hesitation before he pulled his t-shirt up over his head. He patted down his hair, gave me a shy smile, and then fell back into the previous pose. Click, click, click. He was so pale he was a ghostly blue against the soft gold of the duvet and the warm cream tones of the cloth headboard. Almost hairless, his chest was well defined with small nipples, and his abs were outlined in shadows that shifted with his breathing. Just above his belt, the lean flesh covering his flat belly was creased over a few times from his slouched posture, and the fine line of dark hair that led down from his navel made my breath hitch quietly. That's good, thank you, I said, ever the professional. Could you put one hand behind your neck and look at me? When he turned and posed, I asked, Do you have a girlfriend? No, not at the moment. Click. Why not? This gave him pause, and I zoomed in to take a few pictures of his expression, shame and sadness, the face of someone who had a lot of experience with loneliness. God damn it. Click. I haven't met the right person yet, he replied carefully. I lifted my eyes from the camera to meet his for a second, curious. There was a story there. Do you feel people just want you for your fame? Yes. He dropped his eyes to his lap. I took a picture then, his face full of conflict, the muscles of his arm defined, dark underarm hair, curved ribs, smooth, pale, unblemished skin. He was gorgeous. Tonight, earlier on the bench, were you crying? Amir's gaze flicked to the camera lens. Click. Yes. A whispered confession. Are my questions making you uncomfortable? Pause. Yes, but it's okay. All right. I stood and adjusted the legs on my tripod so the camera was higher, and moved closer to Amir. Can you lie back on the bed? He started to scoot back, but I shook my head. No, right where you are. Just lie there, legs hanging off the bed. Oh, okay. He stared at the ceiling. Click. Can you put a hand on your stomach? Click. Are you glad you came with me to my hotel room? Amir's mouth opened, but he didn't answer right away. I don't know yet, he finally whispered. Am I making you uncomfortable? I repeated. A little. Do you want me to stop? I don't want to stop. No. Click. Click. Do you trust me? Yes, he said. My pulse soared, and I had to tamp down on my eagerness. I find you beautiful. How does that make you feel? With a tiny, choked laugh, Amir covered his eyes for a moment. Click. I don't know. If you want to stop, we'll stop. No, it's okay. How does it make you feel to know that I find you beautiful? Strange, he replied. Nervous. He lifted his hand away from his face and put it back on his belly carefully. Excited? Chick-click, chick-click. I captured the struggle in his expression. Yes. He said it so faintly that I almost didn't hear him. Slide further up on the bed so you're fully on it. I waited until he'd done so, and then I moved the camera a bit closer and to the side. I'm going to ask you some more personal questions. Again, answer only if you want to. Okay. Have you ever kissed a man? No. Chick-click. I wondered if the camera would capture the blush that crept up his neck to his cheeks. Have you ever thought about kissing a man? Yes. Again, it was little more than a whisper. Can you slide your hand beneath the waistband of your jeans, just up to your knuckles, and turn your head to look at me? Chick-click. The look on his face was gorgeous. He wanted to obey, but he was so shy it probably felt impossible. However, a few breaths later, he moved his hand down like I had asked him and let out a sigh. Chick-click. I thought I could see him tremble. I shifted away from the viewfinder so I could look at him in the eye. You look incredibly sexy right now. Thank you. He gave me an embarrassed smile. Chick-click. How do you feel? Nervous? Still trust me? I want to. You shouldn't. You don't know me. Can you turn over onto your belly? I want you to keep looking at me. The muscles clenched in Amir's square jaw as he contemplated my request. He was wary. There was no mistaking the growing bulge at the front of his jeans. Hiding it would obviously be a relief to him. He turned over and stared at me watchfully. Spread your legs a little. You can put an arm under your head if it's more comfortable. Okay. Chick-click, chick-click. I want you to undo your jeans and slide them down a bit. Are you comfortable with that? He squeezed his eyes shut, and I used the opportunity to quickly adjust the discomfort in my shorts. I've not got any pants on. I was confused for a second, before realizing he meant underwear. The question stands. Are you comfortable pulling your jeans down? I asked again. Yes. Amir wiggled on the bed, submitting to my request. The boy looked like he'd never gotten any sun. His backside was as pale and hairless as his chest, and just as pleasingly muscular. I wanted to sink my teeth into a cheek. My cock was a stiff rod jammed between my belly and my belt. I exhaled slowly and concentrated. Chick-click, chick-click. Open your eyes and look at me. Amir's blue eyes opened wide, and he looked pleadingly at me, but it wasn't to stop. I clenched my teeth. Prudence suggested that I end this before I did something stupid, but I couldn't help myself. Have you ever played with yourself in front of anyone? I asked. No, he choked, more blood rushing to his face in dark blotches. So lovely. Chick-click. Have you ever wanted to play with yourself in front of anyone? I don't know. Are my questions too much? No, it's okay. If I asked you to touch yourself right now, would you do it for me? God, I nearly groaned at the gorgeousness of the distress on his face as he stared at me. Chick-click. Do you want to touch your cock? I asked, my voice low and intimate. Chick-click. He nodded, but his eyes conveyed something that made me break out in a sweat. Make me say it. I winced at the fury of want that throbbed in my groin and all the way up to my chest. Do you want to touch yourself, Amir? You need to say it. It took him probably 10 long seconds to reply. Yes. The color was high in his cheeks, and he looked like he was either going to burst into tears or begin humping the mattress. I want you to show me. Slide your jeans the rest of the way down, then turn onto your back. Jerkily, Amir obeyed, kicking off his jeans. When he went up on his knees briefly, I was presented with a gorgeous view of his lightly furred holum balls, his dick hanging stiff between his thighs. Cha-click. He flipped over onto his back and wrapped a hand around his shaft. His eyes were closed and there was a deep furrow between his dark brows. I let out a sigh, my heart beating so fast it was getting hard to breathe. I watched him for a moment, just mesmerized by his slick pink cockhead emerging from the delicate pale foreskin as he stroked himself. Amir's reservations were completely gone. "Fuck, you're sexy," I rasped, not daring to touch myself even through my jeans. I was so turned on I was in pain, but I was still in control. Cha-click, cha-click. Look at me. His eyes slid open, and he looked dazed, his pupils blown out to hell. "Now what you're gonna do is keep stroking that gorgeous cock until you're just about to come, and then stop. Okay?" "Yeah," he panted. There was a sheen of perspiration on his abs as they flexed with his movements. After a few more strokes, his knuckles turned white, and he gritted his teeth, squeezing his eyes shut. "Are you close?" "Yes." "Stay just like that until you feel you can continue without climaxing. I want you to stop again when you're close." Cha-click. What he gave me amounted to a whimper, but he did as he was told. I counted silently in my head, snapping shot after shot. His hand was red, the veins and tendons prominent. The head of his cock had taken on a plum hue. As I watched, a clear bead rose up and stayed there at the tip, quivering and refracting light. Then Amir took a deep breath and started stroking himself, but it wasn't long before he stopped jerking off with a gasp, taking his hand off his cock entirely. "Good." Cha-click. "Exactly like that. Now get yourself under control and continue. But I don't want you to come." He made another sound, like a groan of pain, and resumed stroking his cock with a fervor. This time, he only managed a few seconds before he had to stop again. "You're doing good," I said, breathless. I tried to capture it all. His feet were slender and neat, and his toes were curled. The muscles of his spread thighs were generous, and as they flexed with his subtle movements, the shadows deepened and joined. I knew if I placed my hand on his leg, I would feel him shaking from tension. He had well-defined furrows running up to his hips from each side of his trim thatch of pubic hair, and I could see he was leaking all over his flat, heaving belly. The camera caught the glint of it from the bedside lamp. He had one arm behind his head, and I watched a drip of perspiration slide down his side to the duvet. I wanted to bury my face in the dark hair under his arm, smell him, lick him, suck on one of those tiny pink nipples, slide my cock inside that virgin ass. "As soon as you're able, resume. Don't come." I said it through clenched teeth. I was beside myself with lust. When Amir stopped, he let go of his cock, but he was too late and cried out as his shaft bobbed and sent a volley of white into the air. He grabbed his cock and pumped his fist, the tendons in his neck in stark relief as he gasped and made delicious, formless sounds of pleasure. Cha-click, cha-click, cha-click. The pictures would be a blurred mess, but I didn't care. Breathing heavily, Amir stopped moving and lay there, his eyes on the ceiling. He'd gotten some cum on his neck. I was dying to join him on the bed so I could dip my tongue into the pearly puddle in the hollow of his throat. Instead, I straightened and turned off my camera. "Thank you," I said. That was great. He disobeyed, but I couldn't do anything about it. Next time, he'll do better. But there will be no next time. Control yourself, you idiot. I unscrewed the bolt holding the camera to the tripod and started undoing the clips on the legs so I could collapse it. I could feel his eyes on me, and when I glanced over, he looked confused. "That's all?" he asked quietly. He was disappointed. It was clear as day. He'd expected me to do something with him, to be with him somehow. I kept the bland expression on my face. My balls ached, and there was a matching pain in my chest that had everything and nothing to do with sex. I'd expected the confusion, but for some reason I hadn't expected the disappointment. I am an idiot in the end. "Yes, Amir, that's all. If you want to stay and have another beer, more whiskey, you're very welcome," I replied. "We can talk until dawn if you want. You can stay the night, but I don't touch my models, and they don't touch me." Amir slowly sat up and looked around for something to clean up with. He wouldn't meet my eye. He grabbed the box of tissues and wiped himself hastily. "I'll just go," he mumbled. A wrinkle marred his forehead. I wanted to take him into my arms and apologize and tell him it was me, not him. Yeah, that lame old excuse. But it was true. How could I explain that I was celibate, for now and always, because I had hurt someone and I couldn't trust myself not to do it again, that I never want to repeat the mistakes I've made with Travis? Never. "I'm sorry," I said, hating myself for encouraging what had happened, for letting him down, for being a manipulative, shameless bastard. I let things get too far. Amir's blue eyes flicked to me, his jaw set. He looked angry. "God damn it. I am so sorry. You're so beautiful and talented, and I've taken advantage of you." My own one-handed orgasm was off the table now. I didn't deserve it. I wrinkled my brow at him, a heavy feeling in my chest, and I opened a compartment in my Nikon and pulled out the memory card. Holding it out to him, I said, "Take it. It's yours in good faith. Take it as an apology for all of this." Amir stared at the little blue card in my hand with its rainbow stripe, his fingers quickly doing up his jeans. After he pulled his t-shirt over his head and jammed his feet back into his skate shoes, he grabbed the SDHC card from my hand and bounced it on his palm once before shoving it deep into one of the front pockets of his jeans. Without a word, he picked his hoodie off the floor and headed out the door. Feeling dirty and ashamed, and horribly lonely, I lay down on the bed and pressed my face to the spot where he had lain. I closed my eyes and stroked my hand over the quilted material, imagining the smoothness beneath my fingers was Amir's skin. Then, I wept. Chapter 4. Unexpected Digits. 3 pixels to the right, 4 pixels up, nudge, nudge, nudge. Run an action to add vibrancy and sharpen the image. Sit back and frown. Discard the last few steps. Sigh. I shifted my cursor up to the top of my screen. The bar that slid down showed it was only just past 10 a.m. I'd only been at this for about half an hour, but it felt like 3 times as long. There was no way I could make the ad for a new type of 3D projector any sexier. Not with the shitty promo.mov they'd sent me to work with. I had taken a few stills, but the video compression was so high that the images all had artifacts, and even once I'd spliced 3 of them together, it looked wrong. Bunch of fucking jokers. How hard is it to get someone with a halfway decent camera to take pictures of this thing against a white background? Hell, whatever background. "Hey, Greg," Tam said, coming over to lean on the low desk divider of my cubicle. I hit Save As and added a 6 to the file name. "What's up?" I asked, glancing up at my manager. Tam wrinkled her forehead at me and gave me her best mother-hen look. As best as a 30-year-old with a peacock blue mohawk and winged eyeliner could look mothering anyhow. Despite the 10 years I had on her, and our work relationship, I considered Tamara one of my closest friends. "There's someone looking for you, honey bunny." She rested her chin on her hands. "The other Greg just sent me an email telling me that some British dude left a message on his phone this morning, thinking it was you. Did you make friends with someone in London last month?" My heart stopped beating. It just sputtered to a halt, and I had to cough to start it back up again. It couldn't be. No, I didn't. I didn't give anyone my number. The woman replacing Sylvie said he called the main line and she transferred him to Greg in ad sales because he said he was looking for an ad guy. I was speechless. Did he say who he was? What did the message say? Oh, God. What if it was Amir? You'll have to ask Greg. Okay. It couldn't be Amir, could it? Tam looked at me expectantly. Well, aren't you going to ask him? Do you want me to ask him? I will, in a few minutes. Did something happen? Tam lowered her voice a touch, concern replacing the teasing good humor in her expression. She was one of the few people who knew something about Travis. You look spooked. Nothing really happened. It wasn't anything like that. I lied, dropping my gaze back to the ad piece I was fiddling with. I smoothed out my expression and shrugged nonchalantly. I think it's just the hotel guy. I talked to him about updating the site for the hotel, that kind of thing. Uh-huh, replied Tam, sounding unconvinced. Well, if it isn't the hotel guy, you'll fill me in later? I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. I gave her a weak smile. Mario's, I said, naming our favorite place to have lunch. They have sort of shitty pizza, but their beer selection is great. Mario's. I watched Tam walk away, then picked up my handset, took a deep breath and dialed other Greg's extension. After 2 rings, he picked up. Red Wrangler Solutions, Greg Tomaldi speaking. Hey, this is Greg, in creative. Oh, yeah, your boyfriend called looking for you, he said, not bothering to hide the contempt in his voice. I heard a laugh in the background. Once, during an office party with an open bar, he'd gone off on this drunken, homophobic rant about some guy at his gym. Candidly, he told me that he wasn't a fan of the gays. In return, I uncharacteristically outed myself by coolly replying that we weren't a fan of him either. Since that night, I rarely saw him except in the lunch nook, and even that was too much. Just tell me what he said and where I can reach him, I muttered. Other Greg cleared his throat, and I could hear voices teasing him. The sales team was a real boys' club, a bunch of posturing asswipes that were all about tits and testosterone. I didn't listen to the message. Did he leave a number? Look, I didn't listen to it. Ask the ditz in reception. She's the one who transferred him over. Now, I'm busy. The line clicked and I was left gripping the phone like I wanted to crush it. After a few calming breaths, I dialed reception, hoping that Sylvie's replacement knew how to bring up the call logs on her phone. I sat in the stairwell, a yellow sticky note with a number in one hand, my iPhone in the other. The number was local with an extension. It couldn't be Amir. Maybe it hadn't even been for me. I cursed other Greg's blatant bullshit again. Why had he said the caller was my boyfriend if he hadn't listened to the message? I played out a little fantasy about fitting Greg in a humbler and forcing him to lick my boots. Shaking my head, I quickly dialed, rested my head back on the concrete wall, and closed my eyes. Hello? In such a small word, the accent had an unmistakable Welsh flavor, even if I hadn't recognized the voice the second I heard it. I let out a slow breath and sat up. This is Greg. You called looking for me. Oh, yeah, shite, Amir said. The line was quiet for a long pause, and I was afraid he'd hung up. Amir? Sorry, Amir. I wasn't expecting you to ring back. He spoke quietly, his tone guarded. What did you want? What were you calling me for? How did you find me? It all sounded too confrontational. I went with, I'm glad you called me. How did you know where to call? I took a chance. Your laptop bag had the company logo on it. I figured. Amir let out a sigh. I looked at the photos you took. I swallowed. Yeah? Amir sighed again, sounding a little frustrated. Did you fancy a drink? I couldn't help the tiny bark of laughter that came out. What? Really? Yes, really. You owe me an explanation, Greg. I've not been sleeping well. So, you tracked me down and hopped on a plane? No, nothing like that. It was serendipity. I'm just in Montreal for some publicity thing. I'm sat in a room right now at, Le Devoir. I've some interviews to do about the upcoming tour. When? One in about an hour. There's another early on. No, I said, interrupting him with another laugh. When do you want to meet for drinks? Where? He sounded relieved as he read out the address of a bar that I knew well. It was only about 10 minutes on foot from my office, and it was dark and had booths at the back. I could understand why he picked it. When I hung up, I just stared at my phone, wondering what I had agreed to. He wanted an explanation. What was I going to tell him? Tam stared at me, her brows high and her mouth open like a cartoon character. She shook her head like she was coming out of a trance. Emir? I nodded and took a sip of my Creamore. Emir the singer? Another nod. Emir of Fuckhouse Blues? That Emir? Yes. Wow. Yeah. She picked a green pepper off her pizza and popped it in her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. You're shitting me. I'm not, I swear, I said, laughing. You just happened to run into Emir of Fuckhouse Blues Emir while out on a nighttime stroll and invited him back to your hotel. And he went? Yes. Was he high? I shook my head. I loved Tam to bits, but there were things I wouldn't tell her. Like that Emir had been crying, or about the photo shoot. I'd keep it to the bare bones of the story, but I needed her advice. I was having second thoughts about meeting up with him. Were you high? Maybe you imagined the whole thing. I wasn't. I wiped the corner of my mouth, and Tam leaned forward to pluck away a bit of napkin that stuck to my stubble. Thanks. He's what, 22? 23? 22, yes. And you're turning 43 in April? Yes. And he went to your hotel room? Jesus, Tam. Yes. Okay. Okay. Shit. It's just that when I said that you had to stop beating yourself up over what happened with Travis and find someone new to connect with, I didn't mean a 20-year-old rock star is all. I chuckled and shrugged. You old hound dog, you, she teased. Did he have bodyguards with him? No. It's less crazy being famous in the UK, I think. Look at how many stars take public transit there. So what happened? Not much. We fooled around a bit, I replied, blurring the truth. But I put an end to it, and he left. Pissed off at me because I didn't give him a good reason. No kidding. What did you say to end it? You didn't go on about Travis, did you? No. I just told him that I couldn't go further, I said, catching the waitress's eye to order another beer. And he left. Anyway, as he called for me earlier, he wants to meet for drinks tonight. So he obviously wasn't that pissed off. Shit, I didn't even know he was gay. He's not. At least he doesn't think so. Oh, fuck. You're going to keep this to yourself, right? I said, belatedly. I hadn't even thought about the fact that I was outing him to someone, and I felt even more like shit. Thankfully, Tam was trustworthy. Of course, mum's the word, promise. So he's either confused or he's bi. Or just curious? I don't know. But he wants to see you again. He made a good impression. I don't No. Honey bunny, you're not telling me everything. No, I confessed, but it's complicated. All that Tam knew about Travis and me was that we'd been in some kind of dominant, submissive relationship, and that I had gone too far one night and put him in the hospital. She didn't know the extent of the abuse he'd suffered at my hands, and she never would. To her credit, she hadn't pushed me for details, though maybe if she knew the whole story, she wouldn't constantly be telling me that mistakes happen and that I should get myself out there again. Just because he hadn't pressed charges didn't mean that he forgave me. I was still waiting for the axe to fall. How can I give you advice if you don't give me more to go on? Tam asked, exasperated. I rubbed my jaw, accepted the beer from the waitress with a smile, and took a big gulp. I licked the foam from my top lip. I don't want to hurt him, I said. So? Be upfront about what you like. Maybe he likes that too. It's all based on trust, no? Travis trusted me. From what you've told me about Travis is that he told you one thing and thought another. How could he trust you with? She made a vague gesture. Whatever you guys were up to and he wasn't telling you the truth. It's all right. I can take it. I like pain. Hurt me. I love you. I winced at the memory of Travis, pale and almost lifeless, being lifted into the back of the ambulance. Sure, he had lied, but I should have picked up on it. My fault. Do you even want to see Amir? Tam asked, her grey eyes narrow. I didn't even have to think about it. Yes. Then, just go, Greg. It might be a bad idea. He's young, he's wildly famous, and he doesn't even know if he's even into men. But this is the first time in the 3 years I've known you that you've even talked about a guy. Yeah. Maybe he just wants you to Photoshop him a little so he doesn't look so odd. She teased and tore off a bite of pizza. He doesn't look odd. He does. He's like see-through pale. Hey, I happen to think he's gorgeous. I grinned. Suit yourself. She smiled back and tilted her head. So, you gonna meet him? I am, I said, cementing my decision. Amira was right. I owed him an explanation. Maybe once he heard it, he'd sleep better knowing the truth. Chapter 5. Coming Clean. I approached the lone figure waiting at the rear of the bar. I could only see his back and his hoodie was pulled up. The bartender ducked under the bar and stood in my path, brow beetled. I'm sorry these booths are reserved, he said, obviously thrilled to have someone famous in his bar. I wondered if Amir had asked him to screen the clientele or whether he'd taken it upon himself to make sure that the honored guest wasn't bothered. He's expecting me, I said, feeling like I was in a gangster movie all of a sudden. At the sound of my voice, Amir turned, and I saw he wore dark glasses. It's okay, Jace, he said. Thanks, mate. Jace gave me a nod, looking a little sheepish. Just being careful. Can I get you something to drink, sir? Whiskey, neat. Something top shelf. Amir answered for me. I'm buying. I scooted onto the bench opposite him and unzipped my jacket. He touched the rim of his shades and peered at me over the top of them. Too much? He asked of his eyewear with a grin. Sort of. I was nervous, and I hate being nervous. Looking to do something with my hands, I leaned back against the padded booth and shoved them into my jacket pockets. He slid the glasses off and tucked them into the kangaroo pocket of his black sweatshirt. Neither of us spoke until after the bartender had placed my drink in front of me and retreated to his place at the bar. Greg, I'm glad you came, Amir started, frowning as he picked at the label on his beer bottle. He didn't look at me. I need to understand what happened with us that night. I left your room and I went home and took a long shower because I thought I felt dirty. But it wasn't that. I felt used, embarrassed, but... His eyes lifted to mine. Thinking about what happened, I got more confused. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something, placing it very carefully on the table surface between us. It was the memory card from my camera. I should never have let it go the way it did, I said, staring at the little rectangle of blue plastic. Go on, take it, Amir said. Insurance against me. I frowned, confused. What? Why? You don't trust me. When I continued to stare at him, discomfited, he shrugged. That night, and right now, you act like you've a big bloody secret that you can't share with anyone. I'm asking you to share it with me. He tapped the memory card and slid it closer to me. If I ever tell another living soul, you can plaster my cock across the web. Why? Was all that I could come up with. I looked through the photos, and I felt good, remembering how you'd been with me, telling me what to do, not letting me. He glanced over at Jace. You know. The memory of him whimpering and squirming on the bed was seared in my mind. Something that the camera would have never properly caught, even if the lights had been at their brightest. The sound of him. I swallowed. I did research online to figure out why I liked doing what she said. Oh? Yeah? I watched him nip his bottom lip with his teeth, and I was filled with an overwhelming desire to taste his mouth, crush him against me. This boy who went to the internet to figure out why he let a near stranger take control of him. Oh, Christ. He liked to obey. He nodded slowly, then leaned in and lowered his voice, looking up at me, his eyes wide. I've never orgasmed like it before. Never felt aroused like that before. And you know what I saw when I looked at those photos? I saw trust. Total trust. I winced from the pain that flared up in my chest. Tell me everything, he murmured. I want to know you, Greg. I want to understand. Do you trust me? Did I? Fuck, I wanted to. I pushed the memory card back towards him, but I nodded. Use your words, Amir said, his gaze intense. Oh, how the tables turn. I want to trust you, but I don't need insurance. I just need... I let out a slow breath. I don't even know. I have all evening, and my hotel room is close if you want to talk there instead. No, I said hurriedly, and then smiled at my reaction. Hang on, I'll just ask Jace to turn up the music for a bit, for a little more privacy. I shifted my ass along the bench and left the booth, my heart lodged somewhere between my sternum and my throat, and asked the bartender to turn up the stereo before heading to the bathroom. Staring at myself in the mirror, I ran a hand through my hair, more gray than brown these days, and tried to muss it up in a sexy kind of way, but then finger-combed it back into place with a wry grin. Everyone told me I was good-looking, but did Amir think so too, or was he just attracted to the idea of being with me? You don't deserve this. I splashed some water on my face, straightened my shirt, and went back out to the booth where I saw that we'd acquired a whole bottle of Bruglatic Black Art 4. I whistled and poured myself a glass. I'm glad you're buying, I said. Amir's face split into a wide grin, making him look even younger than he was. Yeki day, I tried. Yekita, Amir replied, chuckling. We both drank, then I took a deep breath, trying to figure out what to say. Amir sat soberly waiting for me to start. So, I like control, I said in a quiet voice, watching the candle on the table for a moment before meeting his eyes. He just looked as if I'd confirmed something he already knew about me. I like making my partners obey, and I enjoy making them suffer, physical, psychological, from light spanking to knife play, suffocation, restraints, degradation. I get off, both physically and emotionally, on knowing that I'm making someone feel utterly helpless, humiliated, and, well, afraid. I laughed, staring down at my glass. Wow, You have no idea how hard it is for me to say this out loud. It makes me weird and tense and nervous, and I closed my eyes. Fuck, do I hate feeling like this? It's probably why I like what I like. You mean, why you forced me to say things out loud, knowing that I was almost pissing myself with embarrassment? When I looked up, Amir was grinning, and there was a flush in his cheeks. I nodded and then shrugged. Well, that's half of it, but this isn't freaking you out? Amir leaned forward again, his blue eyes full of mischief. You wouldn't believe how hard I am right now, he whispered. Huh? Was all that I could manage. My heart was beating a mile a minute, and my hands felt clammy. Well, I sounded like an idiot. I suddenly had a million questions for him. What had he tried? What did he want to try? But the questions had to wait until I was finished explaining myself to him. Still, the thought of him sitting there with a stiff dick because of what I had said made me wish that we were on the same side of the table. I smiled, shook my head, then sobered. Hang on, I continued, pouring myself another finger of whiskey. Okay, so about 6 years ago, I started seeing someone who said he was into being disciplined, but that he wasn't very experienced with being submissive and wanted to learn more. We didn't even live in the same city at the time. It was entirely an online relationship for a while. Maybe 5 months, I think, until we met in person. But we messaged every day and talked on the phone for hours, and he did seem to like what I made him do. He sent pictures and, it's hard talking about this, but the gist is that we really connected. I winced and scratched at my cheek, not able to summon up the dreaded L word. And physically? Well, let's just say I was over the moon. I thought I'd found my match. Travis, that's his name. Said he got a transfer and moved here eventually, and we got a place together. But then things started to get a little weird. I found out through a mutual friend that he hadn't gotten a transfer at all, but that he'd been fired. But that was okay with me. I mean, I make a decent salary, and I figured he'd be too embarrassed to tell me. I confronted him, and he said pretty much that, but also that he'd be willing to do anything to be with me, which should have been the first warning sign, but I was just touched at the time. Amir nodded, his expression a little guarded. Anyway, he started really pushing the boundaries of our play, and I was just so into it that it didn't occur to me to question it. I don't know why. I'm an idiot. I took a deep breath. I thought we were perfect together. He was my sub almost 24/7. Warning bells should have gone off when I realized he hadn't used his safe word once that summer. Not once. I should have asked more questions. I should have sat him down to discuss things more often. I should have said more. But I'm lousy at communication, and I was just happy that he seemed to really enjoy everything we did. Then one day I came home early to surprise him, and he wasn't there, which was really strange, because he was to always ask me before going out. He said he liked having me control whether or not he could leave, eat, wear clothing, etc. It sounded outrageous when I said it out loud, but Amir just looked fascinated. Where was he? Well, when he got home, he said he'd been shopping, but he didn't have any bags with him when he came in. Then he started crying and apologizing, and that night I was particularly rough with him because I thought that was what he wanted, to be punished severely for having gone out. When he did it again a few weeks later, the same thing happened, crying, apologies, and I had his ass so black and blue he couldn't sit for a day. Then my sister called me one day to say that she'd seen someone who looked like Travis coming out of a meeting at the community center near her house, one of those abuse survivor therapy groups. But when I confronted him, all I got was half answers about learning how to act like a real abuse victim, which was odd, granted, but anyway. After that, again, crying, apologies, and punishment. It became so routine that I barely noticed it happening. Things got busier at work when we took on a huge project. I was so distracted, and I just failed to spot all the warning signs. Fuck, I'm such an idiot. I just sat there, trying to rally myself for the last bit. Horrified and ashamed of what I'd done, I'd never told anyone the full story. I'd spent so much time bottling everything up that saying the words out loud to Amir felt almost impossible. Just get on with it. Tell him the truth. So, what happened? Murmured Amir. You can tell me. To my amazement and grief, he reached for my hand, but I pulled away, clasping my hands under the table to stop them from shaking. The last night we spent together, he seemed to do everything imaginable to get himself punished. He burned supper. He broke a glass. He just kept crying, and I dragged him to bed, and he started fighting me when I tried to penetrate him. But this is something we did all the time. Rape play. It was our thing. I closed my eyes again, remembering how I'd had to wrap my hands around his throat to subdue him. But he didn't say a safe word, and he didn't use his hand signal to stop me. No, he just kept fighting me and fighting, and I covered my face. Well, I finished and got off of him, and he kissed me and said thank you like he was supposed to, and then he went and locked himself in the bathroom. He was in there for a really, really long time, and it was like I was waking out of a dream all of a sudden. When was the last time I'd taken care of him afterwards? He was always pushing me away, saying he didn't need or want it, that he was fine. But how many times had he locked himself in the bathroom lately? I used a coat hanger to get the door open, and I found him on the floor with an empty bottle of pills. He nearly died, because of me, because I was too much of an idiot to see what was going on. But what was going on? Amir's hand was still on the table, palm up in front of me, inviting me to take it. I'm confused. He was convinced that if he said no to me by using his safe word, I would dump him. He had no job, no real friends of his own, nothing. So he had to go along with everything I wanted. But that's not your fault. You never said that, did you? No, but I should have noticed what was going on, and I didn't. He was going to abuse therapy because I was abusing him. You understand? I should have checked in with him more, talked more, anything, because every time I took him by force, it wasn't play. I was raping him. I raped a man over and over and over again. Greg, but that doesn't make sense. Something doesn't sound right. There has to be more to it. I can't believe you're at fault. My hands were trembling, and I could barely swallow. I felt dizzy and sick and so full of shame for what had happened that I thought I would break into tears. You don't even know me. You don't know all that happened, I muttered. Did he give you any indication that he didn't want what was happening? No, but did he tell you he wanted it? It's all right. I can take it. I like pain. Hurt me. I love you. Yes, but you couldn't have known he was lying. You're not a bloody mind reader, Greg. Do you still talk to him? No. After he was discharged from the hospital, he packed up and went back to Toronto. Did you actually talk to the doctors when he was in hospital? Why? To verify that he'd actually tried to kill himself. Amir replied, looking pensive. He did. They pumped his stomach. What are you saying? It seems fairly twisted. He's wrong in the head, you know, Amir said quietly. It's rather obvious to me. That's still no excuse for what I did, I muttered, pressing the back of my hand to my mouth for a moment, my anxiety giving way to nausea. I should have seen it, and nothing can change what I did. I'm sorry you feel that way, he said, and I just nodded, not knowing how to reply. We sat in silence for a few minutes, me staring at his hand on the table, him still as a stone. Kurt Cobain sang the last of Heart-Shaped Box, and the throbbing bass of Fuckhouse Blues took over. It broke the moment, and I lifted my eyes to Amir. Do you want me to switch it? Shouted Jace from the bar, looking a bit embarrassed, and Amir shook his head without turning away from me. So, that's your secret. That's why you don't touch your models and they don't touch you, he said, cocking up one eyebrow in disbelief. Because you don't trust yourself. Or anyone else. Yes, I was negligent. I don't want to make a mistake like that ever again. How long ago was this? 5 years in October. 5 years is a bloody long time, Amir said, wrinkling his forehead. There's been no one since? No one. I'm celibate. How long are you going to keep punishing yourself? I wasn't planning on stopping. Jesus. Amir sat back and crossed his arms. I suddenly felt like I was the younger one, the way he stared at me with a cynical smirk on his face. I should go, I said, but I didn't want to. You should definitely stay, he replied, and I was glad. We sat there quietly for a long time, not touching our drinks. When the sick feeling in the pit of my stomach had subsided a bit, I frowned at him. All right, what now? Amir reached across the table, like he wanted to shake hands. Confused, I took it. I'm Amir Morgan Hughes. Pleased to meet you, he said. I let out a chuckle and shook, remembering the first time we'd done this. His hand felt good in mine. Gregory Faraday, no middle name. Pleasure's all mine. There, a fresh start. A start of what, though? You wanted to help me the night we met? I was feeling desperate and low, and you cheered me up. And though it took me a bit to come around to it, you helped me discover something interesting about myself. Amir grinned before continuing in a serious voice. Now, I'm not depressed, nor prone to it generally, and I haven't any deep issues. I'm honest to a fault, and not afraid to speak up when I don't like something. Amir, let me finish. You made me feel bloody amazing. Looking over the photos made me want to do it all over again, and I feel good right here. He tapped his chest, about you being the one to show me what else I might like. I frowned, shaking my head. I trust you, he insisted. I don't trust me. It was only then that I realized our hands were still clasped when he gave me a small, reassuring squeeze. I glanced over at the bartender, and he hastily looked away. You're not being prudent with your image, Mr. Rockstar, I said in a low voice. Who cares? I don't. Let him talk. You're young enough to be my son, I pointed out. So? I'll call you Daddy from now on. He said it with such a serene smile that it went straight to my dick. I am a dirty old man. I ground my teeth together, but then I had to laugh. Yeah, right. However, my grin faded slowly when I realized that he wasn't entirely joking. I blinked. Well, what sorts of sites were you researching, young man? Amir just kept smiling and sat back in his seat, sliding his hand out of mine. Right away, I missed his touch. So? He asked. Are you going to trust me? He cocked an eyebrow at me. I furrowed my brow and looked down into my whiskey as if I would find guidance at the bottom of the glass. And to my complete surprise, I did. Someone had scratched, why not, into the wood surface of the table, and it sat exactly in the middle of the circle of amber. I'm willing to try. It was the best I could do. Later that night, I stood in the shower, eyes closed, stroking my dick slowly. I had one hand resting on the cool tiles in front of me, my fingers running along the smooth surface, pretending first that it was Amir's stomach, then his cheek. I leaned forward until my forehead rested against the tile, shifting the grip on my cock so I could tease the head of it as I jerked off. 5 years was a hell of a long time without feeling the intimate touch of another human being. Fuck, I was lonely. I fanned my hand out, so my fingertips rested just barely on the ceramic surface, and I thought about how I didn't need to be lonely anymore. Not with Amir. I grimaced, thinking back to that night in London, remembering the way his thighs had trembled, the pink cockhead gone dusky and slick, the muscles bunching in his jaw, the soft, keening sound he'd made with the first spurt of calm. Gasping, I braced myself against the wall as I came, my legs like noodles, fist moving like a blur until I was done. Cheek pressed against the tiles, I waited to catch my breath, and then washed up quickly. When I got out of the shower, I scrubbed my hair with a clean towel, then wrapped the towel around my hips. The mirror was steamed over, so I swiped a hand across it to see my face. To be honest, I looked a bit haggard, and my eyes were wild. I looked scared and old, too old to be messing around with a kid half my age, one who had almost no experience in anything but writing provocative lyrics and bathing in the limelight, one who lived 5,000+ kilometers away, and who blushed when he said the word cock out loud. I shook my head at my fading reflection, the steam reclaiming the mirror's surface, and went to the bedroom where I lay down on top of the comforter. I grabbed my phone and saw there was a message waiting for me. Smiling, I swiped to unlock my screen. It was from Amir. All it said was, "I'm glad you agreed to meet me." I quickly typed out a reply. "Me too." "What are you doing?" "Just showered." "You? What do you think?" Winky face. My thumb just hovered above the little keyboard, my brows high. He couldn't be, could he? "Show me," I typed. I waited, heart thumping like the bass line in Amir's music. When the picture popped up on my screen, I laughed in amazement. It was a slightly blurry shot of Amir from the neck down, naked with his hand wrapped around his shaft. Gorgeous. Another picture appeared. This time it was a close-up of his cockhead, even grainier, with a shiny smear of pre-cum across it. Despite the fact that I'd just taken care of myself in the shower, the pictures put a little life back into my dick, and I lifted the towel off me. "That's a pretty picture." I grinned. "Can you take a video?" "Sure." I ran my fingers along the bottom of my cock, trying to coax it harder, and waited. Chapter 6. What about Kutch? I blinked and shook my head, pulling my headphones away from my ears, and stared up into Jenny's annoyed green eyes. "I'm sorry, what?" "I was working through, something," I said, hastily tapping the volume down button on my keyboard a few times, just in case Amir's groans could be heard from where Jenny was standing. "I asked that I be copied on all emails going to Libertech. Why am I just hearing now that we've agreed to a whole new set of specs? Who approved that? Why wasn't I in the loop?" I glanced at my monitor and brought up mail. "I'm sure that I frowned when I saw that I'd neglected to CC Jenny on the last 3 emails. "Shit, I'm sorry. I just hit reply all, thinking you were already in on this." Jenny just let out a long sigh, stared at the ceiling for the count of 5 or so, and then shook her head at me. "I can't believe they're making us redo this. Are they aware that they're going to have to pay for these changes?" You'd have to ask Tamara, but I think so." "God, what a fucking waste of our time. I'm going to have to figure out a way to push back on the redesign for Spitz and Belafonte. Ugh." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "I'm sorry," I said again. As director of creative, Jenny had the dubious honor of dealing directly with one of our largest, most difficult clients. A cadre of old white men in suits who always called Jenny sweetheart when they had meetings at Web Wrangler HQ. The type that had only recently started dropping faggot and colored from their vocabulary. "It's fine, Greg. I'll figure something out. I know you weren't intentionally keeping this crap to yourself," Jenny said, laughing. Then she sighed again. "Thank God it's Friday. I swear I'm not going to leave the couch for the whole weekend." I grinned. I had a hard time imagining Jenny just loafing, watching TV. She and I were about the same age, but she looked much younger and moved about twice the speed of a normal human being. The .mp3 Amir had sent of himself jerking off started over again, and I could hear it coming ever so softly from the headphones around my neck. My smile got wider. "You look like the cat that ate the canary," she said with a chuckle. "Plans this weekend? Is that what's got you distracted?" I shrugged, trying to act nonchalant, but I was buzzing from excitement. Amir had extended his stay by a few days and would be coming over after I got off work. We hadn't so much as touched yet, nothing more than the handshake/hand-holding of the other night. And maybe we wouldn't ever, but maybe we would. "All right, just email me the latest mock-up before you leave tonight. But can you do a half-half with their new font request? I want to show them how fucking stupid it'll look if they decide to go with it." "Sure thing." "Great, thanks. And have a good weekend if I don't actually see you. 'Kay?" "You too." I turned back to my monitor, lifted the cups of my headphones back over my ears, and let out a slow exhale at the sound of Amir's whispered, "Oh, fuck, I'm gonna come." Grinning, I set to work finishing the mock-up of Libertech's revamped website. What am I doing? Why did I agree to this? I thought desperately, pacing back and forth in my living room. I stopped to straighten a framed photograph on the far wall, a stark black and white close-up of a young man's hand, fingers slightly curled in towards the antique key sitting nestled in his palm. I'd won a photography contest and a spot in a glossy coffee table book with the picture, and I was pretty proud of it, but not as proud as I was of the rest of the series that was nowhere near as innocent as this one. Those held honored spots on my bedroom walls. I checked my phone for messages, took a sip of rum, and resumed pacing. What made Amir different? Why was I willing to let him into my space when I'd rebuffed all the others? The cynical side of me wondered if I was a little starstruck, that by linking my name to Amir's, I might be able to gain a bit of fame of my own. Maybe make connections that I wouldn't have otherwise, quit my job at Web Wrangler and concentrate on photography. Hell, did Amir need a full-time photographer? One that knew his facial expressions intimately, one that knew exactly what he looked like when he was in the throes of pleasure, the passion of pain. Already, I was envisioning a beautiful portrait shot of him, bare-chested and arms bent back, his skin starkly white against the dark backdrop of twisted branches. Smoky makeup around his eyes so they stood out, streaked tear tracks down his cheeks. The knock startled me, and I stood gaping stupidly at the door for a moment before I jogged over to open it. Amir, in his customary hoodie and jeans, stood on the other side, his dark glasses pushed low on his nose, a soft black guitar case slung over his shoulder, and his hands shoved deep in his pants pockets. He smiled up at me, and I noticed he was a little flushed. "Come in," I said, taking a step back. Then I stuck my head out the door, looking to either side to see if he'd been seen before closing it. Amir stood stiffly in the entrance to my living room, his shoulders high and posture tense. "I'm so glad you could make it," I said, regretting instantly how stupid and formal that sounded. "Did you have a hard time finding it?" "No," he replied, pushing back his hood. He took off his glasses, but just held on to them as he looked around at my living room. "Would you like a drink?" I asked, thinking it might help. God, why did it have to be so awkward? At the bar, he'd been almost cocky, teasing me, and same when we were messaging. Was it because of me? Was I being weird? "Yeah, sure." I went over to the bar and poured him a couple of fingers of the dark rum I was drinking. Handing it to Amir, I took a sip of my own. We stood there in silence for a few breaths, just staring at each other. Do you want to sit?" Otherwise, it felt like we were at a function, standing there, drinking. "Sure." He lifted his guitar case off his shoulder and leaned it against the wall before sitting down on the small love seat. Unfortunately, that made for an awkward choice. Did I sit next to him and potentially crowd him? Or did I take a seat on the longer couch opposite by myself? He smiled at me shyly, and I smiled back, deciding to sit down across from him. So, how are you? I asked, as if I hadn't just been texting with him an hour earlier. Good, good. Amir looked miserable and uncomfortable, and I nodded at him as if he'd said something fascinating. His posture was guarded and his jaw set, reminding me of the night we met. A flash went off in my brain. Is it because you're at my house? Is it making you nervous? Amir gave a small nod, then hitched up an apologetic shoulder. I think so. I don't know. Should we have gone out instead? I'd been so excited all afternoon that he was coming over, but now that he was in my living room, it felt like he was a million miles away. No, it's okay. He frowned and looked down at his hands. The silence was killing me. This was a mistake, I said, disappointment like a ball of lead in my gut. I stood. I shouldn't have. I'm just a little afraid, he said in a small voice. I straightened in surprise, staring at him. His blue eyes lifted to mine, and I felt the switch get flicked on in my brain. He wasn't kidding. He looked terrified, and for a moment, the greedy monster that lives deep inside my psyche was beside itself with delight. But it's a tightrope I walk. I think a lot of sadists do. I love to see real fear in my partners, but they have to have agreed to it. And even though Amir and I had talked about things he'd like to try, this was not consent. I did the first thing that came to mind and went over to sit down next to him on the love seat, putting my arm around his shoulders. With a deep sigh, he leaned into my side, his cowlick tickling my bottom lip. I was charmed and surprised by how comfortable he felt touching me. Why are you afraid? I asked gently, squeezing his shoulder. Because I don't know how to act, and this is incredibly real all of a sudden. I'm really here with you, not sending you pictures and you're you, and the things you say you like. And I'm all shaking, I don't know how to say what I want, and... Shh, I said softly. It's okay. Just breathe. We're not going to do anything you don't want to do. I closed my eyes, thinking. I've always been a bit of a loner when it comes to finding people with the same tastes as I do. I'm not into clubbing, nor do I belong to any kind of BDSM group, online or otherwise, and my relationships and what they consist of have always evolved organically. I'd done things that would probably make some by-the-book lifestylers go into paroxysms of moral outrage over my bad BDSM practices, and I wouldn't blame them. But honestly, everything's been above board concerning consent. That all ended with Travis. After him, I spent months agonizing over every encounter I'd had before him, analyzing every session and scene for signs of abuse. I'd even called a few of my past lovers and partners and grilled them on our play, making an ass of myself by asking over and over, "But you wanted that, right? Right?" First things first, I said to Amir, is to come up with safe words. Okay. I thought of one the other night. Whiskey. I nodded and let myself breathe in his scent. Shampoo, rum warmed by his mouth, deodorant, laundry detergent, and beneath that a soft musk, just a shadow of what he had smelled like, naked and straining on my bed in London. Whiskey. All right. Anytime I make you uncomfortable and you want me to stop, pause, talk about what we're doing, you say whiskey. What about if you're not in a position to speak? I felt him tense, then chuckle. I thought I could feel his skin heat up beneath his clothes. Oh, yeah. Well, how about this? He pulled away and held up 2 fingers. He grinned at the rude gesture, but I shook my head quickly. It was too close to what Travis had used. Amir, seeing my tense expression, instantly sobered. He crossed his 2 first fingers. This? I smiled. That works. Now pick another safe word. For what? His brow wrinkled in confusion, and I imagined pressing my lips to it. The lead in my belly had turned to butterflies, and I pulled away from him slowly. reaching for my glass of rum to cover my nerves. So that I know you want me to keep going, a way of letting me know that you're enjoying yourself. I'd never used a safe word like that before, but it made good sense to me in that moment. Oh, right. I saw something like that online. His eyes unfocused as he thought. Then he grinned. What about Kutch? Kutch, I said, rhyming it with Butch. Yeah, it means, well, cuddle? Hug? Okay then. Whiskey for stop, Kutch for go. I frowned into his eyes. Promise me that you'll use them. This won't go a step further without your absolute promise. I promise, Greg, he replied solemnly. You can trust me. I nodded, and then drank some more rum. My safe word is fracture. Why do you need a word? In case I get uncomfortable with how things are going, or if I want to check in on how you're doing. Ah. We stared at each other. I was excited and nervous, and I could see he felt the same. All I needed to do was to instigate. I had an idea. Why don't I get my camera out? Amir looked relieved, and I smiled. I pointed the way to my bedroom and hung back a few steps, wanting to see Amir's reaction when he saw the decor. I wasn't disappointed. He came to a startled halt, eyes wide and mouth ajar. Slowly he turned around, taking in the dozen explicit black-and-white photographs in their gold Baroque frames on the walls, the custom wrought-iron bed frame full of metal rings in the headboard and posts, and with a built-in locking stockade in the footboard, and the steel puppy cage that sat next to the bed. He laughed a little shakily, rubbing the top of his head, and I saw the white flash of his belly as his sweatshirt lifted. He didn't look to have a t-shirt on underneath. Fracture? I asked, praying that he wasn't spooked, while simultaneously enjoying just how nervous he looked. It's fine, he assured me. He shook his head and whistled low. Wow. Yeah, I'm all right. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so much. Amir gestured to the bed. I was going to get rid of it all, but it's a good place to photograph my models. I just sleep here. None of this has been used for actual play in a very long time, I said, running my hand over the black leather bondage horse. We could stay in the living room if you want. Amir's brows met over his nose and his blue eyes darted away from mine to land on a portrait of David, one of my favorite models, naked and locked into a variant of the scavenger's daughter. Ankle, wrist, and neck cuffs attached to a restraint bar that keeps the wearer hunched and immobile. In the picture, David's eyes are wide and staring directly into the camera, and he had a tear trickling down his cheek. A matching tear slid along the underside of his rock-hard cock. Is that something you want to do to me? Asked Amir in a halting voice. Yes, but I won't. I admonished myself silently. Despite the fantasy of the build-up, I wasn't committing to anything happening beyond a little show-and-tell photo shoot like we'd done before. Amir, can you take off your shirt and go sit on the bed? With a nod at me over his shoulder, he tugged off his sweatshirt as he approached the king-sized bed and sat down, his hands in his lap. He watched me quietly as I set up 2 soft boxes for lighting and pulled down the shade. Camera in hand, I took a few test shots, adjusting the settings until I was happy with the results. I'd chosen the same big black satin sheet as I'd used for the photo on my business card and draped it over the bed covers. With the shiny black material in the background, Amir's skin had the soft matte look of bisque porcelain. It was beautiful. Ready? Amir nodded again. I'm going to ask you questions like last time. You can tell me to stop at any time by saying whiskey, and only whiskey. I'll take words like no and please stop as an invitation to continue. Do you understand? Another nod, but Amir's lips had thinned. and he looked nervous. "Strip naked and lie down in the center of the bed," I said, getting down to business. Hurriedly, Amir moved to obey, his face flushed as he divested himself of jeans and socks. I saw that once again he wasn't wearing underwear. With a grin, I snapped a picture of him crawling onto the slippery sheet on the bed. "Get on your back. I want to see your cock," I said, purposefully not being as delicate with him as I'd been the first time. He rolled over onto his back, his eyes locked on mine. This was a very different atmosphere than in the hotel. Neither of us were even near tipsy. I wanted him alert and aware, and the direct way I was speaking was having the desired effect. Amir's chest rose and fell quickly, his nostrils slightly flared. He was semi-erect. Whether from being aroused or frightened, I couldn't tell, but either was good for me. I got closer to the bed, taking my time framing my shots. "Wrap your hand around your shaft, and don't stop looking at me," I said. Obediently, Amir took himself in hand, his expression hopeful. "Stroke it only enough to get yourself fully hard, then stop." The lighting was so much better than in my hotel room. I didn't worry about the picture being blurred. When he'd stopped, I put a knee onto the bed, looming over him. He kept staring into the camera. "How often do you masturbate?" I asked. His brow furrowed, and there was that lovely pink in his cheeks as he thought to himself. After a pause, he answered, "Once a day at least." "Like this, on your back?" "Sometimes." "Do you watch porn?" Yes, but not always." Click. "Keep looking at me." "Sorry." He licked his bottom lip. Click. "What was the last porn video you watched? And when did you watch it?" This morning. It was two blokes." Click. "Oh?" He nodded, a shy smile on his face. I got a bit closer. God, he was gorgeous. I wanted to reach out and touch him, but I kept back. "But what do you normally watch?" I don't know. The usual, like girl and guy. Sometimes two guys and one girl." "What are they doing to her?" His chest rose and fell a few times, his eyes on the camera. "Doubling up, both." He winced and gestured sideways with two fingers. "Shagging her." "You like that?" "Yeah." "What else?" Amir was blushing furiously, and his hand had tightened around his shaft. He shrugged. I guess I really like watching anal, especially if he's really, well hung." I snapped a few more shots, pausing to give him a little break, and then, curious, went in with, "Have you thought about me while masturbating?" I could see the effort that it took him to keep from looking away. Lips pressed together, he nodded again. Click. "Have you thought about my cock in your ass?" He simply stared at me, his blue eyes huge. Click. "Answer the question. Have you thought about my cock in your ass?" "Yes." "Yes, what?" "Oh, God." He whispered and closed his eyes, his brow wrinkled. "Yes. I've thought about your cock in my ass. Not gonna lie to you, but the idea bloody scares me." "Have you ever put anything in your ass while masturbating?" This time a nice flush went up his neck to meet with the blooms in his cheeks. Click. "Amir, answer the question." No, I haven't." Click. I got off the bed and went to the big chest of drawers across the room, chose one of my favorite starter toys and a bottle of lube. I gave them to him and took up my camera again. My heart was pounding and my hands were shaky. I've done this many times before with models, but Amir was different. The color had fled his face, and his jaw tensed as he looked at the narrow, flexible piece of black silicone, holding it at the base. The shaft was a series of small bulges, with the one at the very end curved to one side. "That is a prostate massager. Put some lube on it. As much as you'd like." Hastily, he leaned up on an elbow and did as he was told. I could see the vein in his neck throbbing, and he was red-cheeked again. He accidentally dripped some lube on the sheet and swore. "Sorry," he said in a hoarse voice. "Lay back, knees up and open. I want a good view when you fuck yourself with it." I chuckled softly at the chagrin on his face, and I adjusted myself, my cock like a hot bar of iron in my shorts. His eyes followed the motion of my hand, and he froze in place, looking almost comically shocked. "Fracture?" I asked. "Greg, I don't know if I can do this. I thought I could, but I'm just—" But he didn't say whiskey. "Don't know if you can do what, Amir? Put it in your ass? Don't be ridiculous. It's small. Here, I'll give you a choice. You do it yourself, or I'm going to hold you down and use something quite a bit bigger to break you in." Amir blanched. Click. His eyes darted to the camera like he'd forgotten I was taking pictures. Click. It was an empty threat, of course, but I liked the reaction I got out of him. "Are you going to make me repeat myself?" No, just a minute." He licked his lips and drew a few quick breaths. "Just a minute." Then, slowly, almost gingerly, he lay back and brought his knees up. His cock rolled limp across the short thatch of dark pubic hair, the beautiful pink head of it hidden once more in its pale shroud. I brought everything into narrow focus on my viewfinder, turning his lower body into a strange pale landscape, and then captured the white-knuckled grip he had on the back of one thigh as he maneuvered the toy clumsily into place. "It goes the other way around," I said, "to reach your prostate." "Oh, okay. I didn't know that." He turned it around. "Don't you know where your prostate is?" "No. Never had need of it." I chuckled and shook my head. "All right, go on. And don't look away. I want to see your face when it goes in." Amir stared at me, wide-eyed, the tendons in his neck rigid as he pressed the toy against his pucker. Click. Then he winced as he breached himself and let out a low, keening sound, lips closed and jaw clenched. He stopped with a gasp as the first bulb passed, and then panted quietly. I was absolutely beside myself just watching him. "Keep going." Click. The second black silicon bulb followed the first, and again he stopped. "How does that feel?" I asked, kneeling on the bed. "Do you like it?" "No, I don't," he whispered. I could see his hand was shaking. "May I take it out?" "I'm afraid not." Click. Click. Grimacing, he lay there, just holding the toy in place while I captured different angles. "All right. Now you're going to fuck yourself with it. Touch your cock if you want, but you're going to come with that toy in your ass." Okay." I could see that he was getting stiff again as he was getting used to the feel of something inside him. He reached for the lube and awkwardly applied more to the toy and then some on his shaft. The inside of his thigh twitched as he started rubbing along his length gently, and then, frowning, started to pull the toy out a little and push it back with a hesitant hand. More Emir. The muscles bunched in his jaw as he ground his teeth together, and he began to fuck himself a bit faster and deeper with the toy, his cock held tight in the other hand. Just like that. Click. That's a good boy. My words caused his eyes to widen, and I smiled. Do you like being a good boy, Amir? Yes, he said, real low and hoarse. Kuch, Daddy. I think my heart may have stopped. Breathless, I gently lay the camera down on the bed out of the way, and I crawled a little closer, kneeling right between his feet. He locked eyes on me, his brow furrowed and hair damp. "You're being such a good boy, showing me how well you can obey, even though the toy doesn't feel nice. Do you want to know what that does to me? It makes my dick hard watching you fuck your ass." "Good, Daddy," he breathed. Then his expression went vague, his eyes unfocused, and he let out a soft groan. He shifted his grip on the toy and fucked himself faster, the other hand still on his cock. And I realized that he probably just found the right spot for the curved head of the massager. His cock dribbled onto his belly, and I had to fist my hands against my thighs to keep myself from reaching for him, to taste him, touch him. I was dying to pull out my own dick, but I didn't. I couldn't. That's it. Just like that. That feels good, doesn't it? "Yes, Daddy," he panted. "Are you getting close?" "Yes, Daddy." Last time, he disobeyed and climaxed even though I expressly forbade it. I'm sorry, Daddy," Amir said, his blue eyes searching mine, his pupils huge and breathing uneven. Please, may I come? May I come, Daddy?" I'd never been a stickler for titles like Master or Sir, because they didn't really do that much for me. But Amir calling me Daddy in his beautiful accent was making me astonishingly horny and filling me with a sort of debauched glee. "Fuck, I want you," I murmured. I considered making him stop and edging him until he was in tears, but I was already tempting myself beyond what was prudent. "Yes, you may, my good boy. Come for your daddy." Amir gasped, one hand thrusting the toy harder, his other squeezing and stroking his shaft, and then he let out a raw cry, and an impressive amount of cum came spurting out of him, thick and milky white, landing on his taut belly and heaving chest. "Oh, oh, oh." There was a strangled little moan, and it slowly died out as he stopped straining and stroking. He lay there, cheek against the satin, eyes closed and grinning from ear to ear. Despite the devil in my shorts making me desperate and uncomfortable, I let out a hoarse laugh at his self-satisfaction. "Can I?" he asked, cracking an eye open. I nodded and watched him pull the toy out of his ass, my heart battering itself to pieces in my chest. I took it from him, mumbled something about the bathroom, and fled. Behind the locked door, I threw the toy in the sink, pulled out my dick and jerked off quickly into the toilet. It couldn't have taken more than 10 seconds. Afterwards, I cleaned everything up, splashed water in my face to compose myself, and went to the kitchen to grab a cold bottle of water from the fridge. When I got back to my bedroom, Amir was sitting up, cleaning himself off with some tissues. I sat down on the edge of the bed and watched him, aware that he was avoiding eye contact. "Hey," I said gently, holding out the water. Amir accepted it with a nod, his face pale. "You okay?" "To be honest, I feel weird and a bit ashamed," he replied at length, lifting his eyes to mine for a second. "Why? Was it okay that I called you that?" "Jesus," I laughed. "Definitely." "I feel like a pervert," Amir confessed with a tiny smile. He took a sip of water. "You didn't touch me." The way he said it made me sigh. Evidently, I was good at disappointing him. "Stay the night," I said, surprising myself. "Please. It would make me happy." And it really would. "Yeah?" That seemed to perk him up a bit, but then he looked around, his dark brows low over his eyes. "Sleep together, you mean?" Faltering, I stared at his profile and watched the way the planes of his face shifted in the light as he swallowed. He turned to me, his expression guarded. "Yes," I said softly, capitulating. Sliding off the bed, I motioned for him to do the same, and then gathered up the satin material, revealing the colorful maroon and yellow Indian throw I used as a duvet cover. "Are you tired now?" It wasn't that late, but it felt weird to leave the bedroom. "Yeah, exhausted," he admitted, giving me a wry grin. "Drained?" I laughed and folded down the top edge of the duvet. I pointed to the left side of the bed. "That'll be your side. Want to go wash up? I'll find you a pair of boxers to wear." "Oh, okay." I rifled through my top drawer while he used the washroom, then handed him a pair of black shorts. They were slightly too big on him and hung low, making the V of his pelvis terribly alluring. I shook my head at him, an ache in my chest. "Do you know how gorgeous you are?" Amir laughed self-consciously, ducking his head to scratch the back of his neck. "You're not so bad yourself, you know." He peeked up at me. "You going to sleep in all that?" "I suppose not," I said, smiling. I stripped down to my shorts, uncomfortably aware of how much more in shape and younger he was in comparison. My chest was even more salt and pepper than my head, and I felt weirdly flabby and loose-skinned next to his white marble perfection. I clicked off the overhead bedroom light, unplugged the light banks and dismantled the stands, storing them carefully in the closet, then turned to the bed where Amir had already slipped between the sheets. Feeling silly and nervous, I climbed in next to him. We lay there in the low light of the bedside lamp, facing each other. After a moment, he smiled and felt out for my hand. Clasping it lightly, he whispered, "I didn't say whiskey, Greg. I enjoyed it completely." Good." I squeezed his hand. "Me too." I found myself alone a few hours later and heard the sound of soft music coming from the living room. Confused and groggy, I went to go see what was going on and found Amir sitting on the couch, playing his guitar quietly and singing along under his breath. When he saw me, he stopped. "Sorry, I woke you." I waved it off. "What are you doing?" I sat down on the couch next to him and yawned. "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd work on the new song I'm writing." "Can I hear?" He gave me what could only be described as a little boy smile, shy and dimpled. "Sure, but it's in Welsh." "That's fine." With a deep breath, he began to strum again, and when he started to sing, it was slow and melancholy, completely different from the throbbing electronic maelstrom he was known for. Though I didn't understand a word, it touched something inside me and made me feel softly emotional. When he'd finished, he gave me another timid smile. "What's it about?" I asked. About being lonely. But it's not done, and I'm afraid I'm stuck. I don't know how to finish it." "Why?" I don't feel lonely right now." "Oh." I wasn't sure quite what to say, and just sat there twisting and rolling the tassel of a cushion between my fingers for a few seconds. "Can you play it again? It's lovely, even if I'm finished." "Sure." He began to play the sad song again, but this time I moved closer to watch his fingers over his shoulder. Then, because I couldn't resist the emotional little plea of the music, I leaned forward and skimmed my lips along the curve of his shoulder, feather soft, not quite kissing, and he stopped playing. "Greg, I need to tell you something." His voice was low and rough, like he was having a hard time speaking. "What is it?" I sat up, my pulse skipping with worry. "I'm a virgin." He almost whispered it, and it took me a second before I gave a small laugh. "I know that. No, I mean, I'm an all-around virgin, I am, not just, like, with men." I blinked a few times, staring at him in shock. "Oh, no. No, 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 no." "Yeah, I thought you'd react like that," Amir said a bit ruefully. He picked out a few notes on the guitar, his brow deeply furrowed. "But why?" He chuckled, looking embarrassed. I don't know. Just didn't happen. Jesus. Amir, you should have told me. I know, and that's why I'm telling you now. You realize that I just can't do this. Why not? We're both adults. It's not like you're going to break me or anything. I think I know what I'm doing, despite the virgin thing. And besides, you were willing to do things with me before, even though I'd never been with a man. How's this any different? Shit. Because you don't know what you want. You're just a kid, I retorted, my agitation making my tone harsh. A kid? I'm no bloody kid, Greg. His eyes were wide with hurt. I know what I want. I was torn between kissing him right then and there, just to make things all better again for him, and telling him to leave and forget about me. I did neither. Just stood and stalked back to the bedroom. After a few minutes, I heard his soft tread on the hard wood. I know what I want, Amir repeated, not getting any closer. I took a deep breath, shaking my head against the pillow, and let out a long sigh. Come, I conceded. Amir slid between the sheets and curled up on his side, his breath warm against the side of my neck. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Go to sleep, I muttered, but when he laid a hand on my chest, I covered it with my own. Chapter 7. Feels like dying. It had only been a week since I put Amir on a plane back home, waiting until he was in the air to send him a cowardly message about how it was better this way, us breaking off all contact. And it was better. The kid could easily find someone else to take care of his needs, someone who wasn't afraid of himself. If anything, my brief fling with Amir taught me, if it was a fling, considering I didn't let it go any further after Amir's confession, was that I lost my nerve entirely for anything but superficial connections. It was sort of depressing. I swiveled back and forth in my chair, staring at the mock-up I was working on, when my playlist hit a track that I was sure I'd deleted. The sound of Amir's whispered, "Here's something you might like," had me sitting up and hastily mashing the skip button on my keyboard, before he gave the throaty little chuckle and soft groan that preceded his recorded jerk-off session. Damn. I found the track, deleted it, then emptied the trash, and was instantly overcome by a surprising pang of regret. It was the last thing of his I'd had, unknowingly sure, but now it was gone. I took my glasses off, rubbed my eyes, and sighed. I thought again about the SD card and the black silicone toy I tucked in with Amir's luggage when he wasn't looking. I wondered what he'd made of that, especially after my shitty message. I didn't even know if his cell service would tell him that I'd blocked his number, or if he just thought I sat there, not answering. After a second, I pulled off my headphones and grabbed my Spider-Man mug, heading for the kitchen. As I poured myself the fourth or fifth black eye of the day, I heard a familiar, swelling beat coming from the direction of reception. It wasn't Fuckhouse Blues. It was the second track on the LP, something called Traffic Intransigent, and I didn't even like it. But I suddenly couldn't move because of Amir's voice, raw and ragged and full of emotion. My heart started to pound hard, and I broke out in a sweat and started gasping because I couldn't draw a deep enough breath. The edges of my vision sparkled and then dimmed, and I was left clutching the counter. My mug smashed to pieces and hot coffee running in rivulets along the wide cracks in the 100-year-old wood floors as I fought to stop myself from keeling over. Dizzy and hot, I thought I was going to pass out, and my chest felt like it was being squeezed in a vice. 42 years old, and I was dying of a heart attack. Hands clutched my shoulder, my arm, and someone managed to maneuver me onto one of the chairs in the eating area. I heard someone say they had dialed 911. Someone else put a wet cloth on my forehead. My t-shirt was completely soaked through with sweat, and I struggled to breathe, my lungs on fire as I wheezed and wheezed. "Give him some room. Move, move! Oh my God, is he having a heart attack? Go turn off the music and lower the blinds." "Why?" "Just do it. Greg, honey bunny, you're gonna have to relax." The last was Tam. Just the sound of her slightly husky, perfectly calm voice in my ear gave me some hope that I would make it out of this alive. "Hold my hand. Here." I gurgled, not really able to form words, and clutched her cool, long-fingered hand like it was a life preserver. She stroked down my back, over and over again, and hummed a quiet little repetitive tune. "Ambulance," I choked out. "They're coming. It's all right. It's okay. You're going to be fine, Greg. I think you're just having a panic attack." "No, I'm dying." "You might feel like that right now. I know. It's okay, love. Just breathe and hold on to my hand. The paramedics will be here any minute." She turned the cloth over on my forehead, and I realized I had my head down on the table. My vision was clearing a little. "Do you have any pain in your arm? Any tingling? Numbness?" I remembered then that Tam had taken the company's first aid course. Crushing my eyes closed, I thought about the pain in my chest. No arm pain. I shook my head, but that didn't mean it definitely wasn't a heart attack. Tam just kept rubbing my back and singing softly, helping me get from one breath to another. "Here they come," she finally said. I opened my eyes, and one of the young men assured me that they would take care of me. But I couldn't make myself let go of Tam's hand, and so the three of them had to settle me into the small corner meeting room, where they stood murmuring to each other for a moment, while I sat in one of the low, comfortable chairs. I still wasn't convinced that I wasn't dying, but it seemed to me that the pain was lessening, and my breathing wasn't quite so labored. The olive-skinned paramedic crouched in front of me, checking my pulse. "When did the pain start? This morning? Yesterday? Just now?" Now. Just now." "What were you doing when it started?" Coffee. Nothing strenuous." He put on the blood pressure cuff and took a reading. I shook my head. "Have you ever had a panic attack before?" Is this what it is?" "You need an EKG and maybe some blood taken to be 100% sure. But I bet good money that yes, this is just a panic attack, Greg." He smiled at me. The paramedic was a handsome kid, with eyes the color of milk chocolate and a dimple in his chin, and his friendly tone worked wonders on me. I was already drawing breath a little easier. "Have you been under a lot of stress? Been feeling depressed?" I frowned at him, rubbing my chest. My hands were shaking, but my heart was slowing. "I don't know, maybe." I looked over the paramedic's head to where Tam was standing with her arms crossed, one eyebrow cocked at me. "Probably," I conceded. "Did something emotional or stressful trigger you?" I thought about the song on the radio. I was quickly going from anxious to incredibly embarrassed about having gone into a full-scale panic over hearing Amir's voice. Obviously, my subconscious was trying to tell me something. It was calling bullshit over my show of detachment. I suppose something did. Yes. Tam nodded at me, and I sighed. "I know it feels like you're dying. Panic attacks are no laughing matter. But I think you'll be fine in just a little while. You can probably expect to have some soreness in your chest afterwards, and a headache. And you'll feel tired. Really tired." I nodded. "Now, if you want to go to the hospital, just to be on the safe side, we'll take you. Do you want to go?" I thought about it for a sec and shook my head. "Okay, but Greg, promise me that if it happens again or you start feeling pain in your arm, or even if you just want reassurance, go to the hospital." "I will. Promise." The young man then gave my shoulder a reassuring squeeze and helped his partner pack up before leaving. Tam followed them, but told me to stay put. After a few minutes, she came back into the small office wearing a coat and handed me my jacket and messenger bag. Come on. I don't want to go to the hospital and sit there for 3 hours, Tam. I'll be fine. I rubbed my face. God, I feel stupid. I'm taking you home, Greg. You're on leave for the rest of the week. I don't even want you checking your work email. But what about the mock-up for Mary Lou will work on it. But I'm feeling, no, you're going home. But what about Jenny? She's waiting for... Jesus, I'm on it, Greg. Now get up. Let's go. She held out her hand, and I let her help me to my feet. I threw on my jacket and scarf, and gratefully accepted her offer of her shoulder to lean on when my step was a bit unsteady. Passing by the kitchen, I saw my broken mug and spilled coffee had been cleaned up. At reception, the woman replacing Sylvie gave me a sympathetic smile as Tam steered me into the elevator. Without a word, Tam took me through the parking garage and got me settled into the passenger's side of her vintage Mini Clubman, a pensive look on her face. We were on the highway before she spoke up. Greg, do you know what ghosting is? No, should I? It's when you break up with someone without giving them a reason and just, avoid them. I stared at her mohawked profile. I didn't break up with him. We weren't dating. Besides, he knows the reason. I objected. Does he, though? Her eyes darted to mine, her concern plain. Yes. He knows that I'm not willing to be what he wants me to be. I was very, very clear. Were you, though? Will you stop that? I clenched my jaw and stared out at the Montreal skyline as we went along the long raised curve in Highway 15 North. That's not helping. I'm just trying to figure out why you're having panic attacks because of someone you knew for all of 5 seconds. She switched lanes, the tiny car passing alarmingly close to a huge pickup. I have 2 theories. Oh, do tell. Amir was the last thing I wanted to talk about, but I was curious about what Tam thought. One is that you ghosted him, and you know that you ghosted him. Twice, really, if you think about it. And that you're also well aware that it's a real shitty thing to do to someone, and you're racked with guilt over it. I mean, look at it from my perspective. The poor schmuck tracked you down after you rejected him once, then convinced you to give him another chance, which you sort of did, only to pretend that everything was okay until the moment he was out of sight, and bam, you send him a... What did you write? She looked over again, her forehead wrinkled in reproof. Oh yeah, some I'm sorry but it's better we don't speak again bullshit. But it's true. Maybe she was right. Maybe that's why I was so anxious. What's your second theory? That you actually really connected with him, and you know that it was a mistake to let him get away. Tamara, I'm not in love with him. Did I say love? No, I said connected. Shit, Greg, when was the last time you let your guard down a bit? I think you did with Amir, and you liked it. I'm not saying that you should go running into his arms looking for a happily ever after. The kid's half your age and lives on a different continent. Even if he wasn't stupid famous, I don't see that as a recipe for success. She double-parked in front of my building and killed the engine, turning in her seat to stare hard at me. I just think you need to start seeing someone, professionally. Like a prostitute, I joked, but she just rolled her eyes at me and curled her lip. I sighed. I don't need to see a shrink. Oh, here, I think I have Fuckhouse Blues on my phone. Let me play it for you and see if I can make you break into a sweat and nearly pass out again. Not funny. You never saw a therapist after what happened with Travis, and you've been forcing yourself to live like a monk for what? 4 or 5 years? That's not normal. You said you fooled around with Amir. Did you even kiss him? No. Tam shook her head. You are fucked up, sweetie. Seriously. Thanks. I care about you, Greg. You're pretty much my best friend. I want to see you get well. I want to see you connect with someone. Find some happiness. Stop beating yourself up over something that, from the little you've told me, wasn't even your fault. I nodded, reaching for the door handle. I was tired and just wanted her to stop talking. Wait, she said, and I glanced over impatiently. But instead of more well-meaning concern, she just held out a business card. I took it from her and frowned. It was one of hers. On the back, I flipped it over and saw a number and a name I didn't recognize. Nassim. The cute EMT that treated you. He asked me if you were gay. Great. Yeah, well, he was interested. I wasn't going to give this to you until you came back to work, but I don't know. Maybe look him up on Facebook. Maybe he'll get your mind off your rock star. I sighed, then gave her a smile, hoping it looked thankful and sincere, then leaned in to kiss her on the cheek. I'm sorry. Thanks, Tam, really. I'll be okay. I opened the door and slipped out, bending down to give her another reassuring smile before turning to go. Thanks for the ride. See you Monday. No email, she shouted as I keyed open the front door to the building. I waved at her, nodding, and then ripped the business card into a few pieces as she drove away. I dropped them in the tall metal garbage bin next to the potted palm in the big carpeted entrance before taking the stairs up to my condo. The last thing on earth I needed was another gorgeous young guy to tempt me. Chapter 8. Name Your Price. By Thursday morning, I'd finished nearly all the hard alcohol I had in my bar, even the sweet stuff that normally sat there untouched unless I had guests over. I hadn't taken a shower since Tam had dropped me off, and sometime in the last 2 days, I'd acquired a coffee stain on the thigh of my PJ bottoms that vaguely resembled a dog standing on its hind legs. I was hungover and hurting, lying on my side on the couch, rewatching my Millennium DVDs, and debating making a beer run, when the landline rang, startling me. I didn't use it for anything other than letting people into the building, and I certainly wasn't expecting anyone. I gingerly sat up and reached for it, wondering if Tam had decided to check up on me. Hello? FedEx. I have a package for Gregory Faraday. Okay. Coming up, second floor. I hit the pound key and hung up. I glanced at my reflection in one of the small decorative mirrors by the entrance, pulling my housecoat closed, and opened the door before the delivery guy knocked. He handed over a thin package, held out his device for my signature, and wished me a good day. I closed the door after him, my heart rate rapidly gaining momentum the longer I stared at the return address. London. I sat down slowly on the couch and reached for my glass of Ricard, only to find it empty. After a few long seconds of deep breathing, I slid the package between the couch cushions, stood, and went in search of something clean to wear. I needed something a little more substantial to drink if I was going to steel my nerves enough to make myself open it. All the way to the liquor store, I made a list of what the package could be. I left something at the hotel in London. I subscribed to a magazine while I was there and forgot. A fan of my work was sending me a print to sign. I just happened to live at an address where a man with exactly the same name as mine lived before I did. The cashier looked at me askance when I laughed to myself, but I just smiled at her and paid. Of course, it was none of those things. It was a mirror. I could feel it. But what did he want? I thought about what Tam had said. The poor schmuck tracked you down after you rejected him once, then convinced you to give him another chance. Did he think 3 times a charm? Back in my condo, with a glass of good Japanese whiskey in one hand and the package in the other, I stared timidly at the label. A quick search on Google identified the return address as a law firm in London. Now I was both intrigued and extremely worried. Now or never, I muttered, and pulled the tab to open it, revealing a sheaf of papers in a folder. I quickly skimmed through all of it, but it took at least 5 minutes for it to sink in, and when it did, I sat back and shook my head in amazement. It was a job offer. An 8-month contract to be Amir's concept photographer during his Fuckhouse World Tour, starting at the end of January, which was only 3.5 weeks away. I read through everything again. 93 tour dates across North America, Europe, and the UK, all travel and expenses paid for. There was even a clause about purchasing camera equipment as I saw fit. Everything was outlined in detail, except for one thing. Instead of a figure next to salary, there was only TBD, and next to that was an overseas phone number written in pencil and a simple "call me" scribbled below it. It was the chance of a lifetime. It also pissed me off to no end. I'd waxed hypothetical about Amir hiring me as his photographer the morning after he'd stayed over. At the time, I'd been feeling all sorts of awkward about having let him spend the night in my bed and was saying anything and everything to fill up any silences between us. Now, he was trying to buy me. Well, I wasn't having any of it. I threw the papers in the recycling bin in the kitchen, poured myself some more whiskey, and spent the rest of the day glued to the television until I was too drunk and too tired to keep my eyes open. Retiring to my room, I threw myself in a bed and lay there staring at the empty spot beside where Amir had slept. If I closed my eyes, I could imagine he was still there. Slowly, I reached out and rested my hand on the soft cotton pillowcase, letting my fingers stroke along a curve of fabric. Amir's cheek, the shallow little depression under his nose, the way the center of his upper lip jutted out. Teeth clenched, I felt a tiny surge of pain in my chest. Nothing like what had happened at the office, but enough that I knew I'd send myself headlong into another panic attack if I didn't stop my little make-believe session. I balled my hand and drew it against me, breathing deep, and tried to get some sleep. An hour later, I was sitting cross-legged on the chilly tiles in the dimly lit kitchen, my back against the cupboards with the contract in one hand and my phone in the other. I had lain in bed, wide awake and staring at the ceiling, every conversation and interaction I'd had with Amir on repeat in my brain until I couldn't take it any longer. I was so tense that I thought I actually heard my neck creak when I lifted my head, thumb hovering over the green circle, and closed my eyes. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered to myself. "Nothing good will come of this. You are hopeless. You're an idiot. You're worthless. You're a coward." Then, self-castigation out of the way, I pressed send. The line rang 3 times before a voice, sleep-rough but gut-wrenchingly familiar, spoke into my ear. "Greg? You are unbelievably stubborn." Amir let out a short laugh and cleared his throat. "That I am." He coughed again. "Jesus, do you know what time it is?" "Oh, actually, no. Shit. I'd forgotten about the time difference. It's almost 4 in the morning. He then said something under his breath that I didn't catch. "You got my offer, did you?" Amir's tone was terse, almost confrontational. "I did. What the hell do you think would come out of that?" "Are you drunk?" "Not anymore," I replied, rubbing my face. "Amir, why are you doing this?" "Because I want to." "You don't know me. We barely know each other." I thought, wait, hang on. Amir spoke a few words I didn't understand to someone, and I heard a woman's voice. For a moment, I was amazed by how much that bothered me, thinking he was in bed with someone. But then he came back and apologized in a hushed voice. "Woke my mum. She's a light sleeper." It sounded like he was walking, and I heard a door close. He sighed. "Sorry." "Where are you?" I'd assumed he was in London, but then I realized I had no idea where he actually lived. "Penarth. Back home for a few days visiting my mum." I'd never heard of it. "What's in Penarth?" "Old rich folks, churches, a nice beach. It's not so bad. Oh, they filmed some Doctor Who and Torchwood here a while back." "You grew up there?" "Yeah, Right in this house, he chuckled. You'd have a laugh. I still have trains on my walls. I smiled. I'd had dinosaurs. Then I caught myself before I said, I'd like to see it. The silence went on a bit too long, and when Emir spoke again, his walls were back up. So? What did you think of the contract? I had my solicitor write it up all legal. If there's something you're opposed to, we'll change it. You really want me to work for you? You said it yourself. We don't know each other. Now you have 8 months to work with me and figure out if I'm worth your time or not. Hey, that's not fair, I replied. He sounded angry, and I didn't know what to say to make things right. Yes or no, Greg? I'm bloody tired. Why are you being so persistent? I asked quietly. You could have anyone you want. I'm sure of it. Why do you need me? I don't know, he muttered. He exhaled in frustration. I got off that bloody plane and saw your bloody message. Got so drunk, absolutely steamed. Passed right out. Don't remember. Emir's voice became so shaky and he spoke so quickly that he was hard to understand, and I missed some words here and there. He heaved another sigh, coughing quietly. Greg, I woke up and saw that I'd sent you a dozen drunk messages and you never replied. And you know what, you bloody ass? I went out that night with a mate of mine. I came home with 2 girls. 2. Me. 2 girls. He gave a harsh laugh, and it sounded like he was either crying or near enough. You know what happened? The whole while I was necking with him, I felt wrong. No, like it was beyond wrong. Sent him home. Such an idiot. Emir. No, wait. What it is that I've not had much interest in it, yeah? There was Bethan when I was 16, and I thought I was in love with her. But she was just playing around. Same with Miss Ruth, my guitar tutor. Except she was nicer about turning me down. Do you understand? I'm not sure. Like nowadays, I've got all these lush girls throwing themselves at me, yeah? Not just girls, blokes too. But I feel nothing. And if I feel nothing, well, I'm not interested in shagging. And now, with you, I'm falling into pieces. Oh? I sat there like an idiot, trying to figure out what he was trying to say. I wished I could see his face, then realized I could. Easily. Emir, can we FaceTime? Yeah, okay, he said, sniffling. You call me? Okay, 1 sec. I hung up, then held the phone to my chest for a moment, eyes closed. I felt giddy and weird and completely hopped up on nervous energy. I had to laugh. If I mentally distanced myself from the situation, I could see how dramatic and silly it was. Oh, the angst of it all. But the truth was that I was thrilled by Emir's tenacity. I hadn't felt this excited about something in a long while. I quickly pulled up the FaceTime app on my phone and called Emir back before he thought I'd decided to run away again. When the video connected, I could barely see him in the dark. His features were grainy and ghostly, his eyes wide and glassy, but even with the red nose and blotchy cheeks, I found him beautiful. That's better, I said with a smile. I saw I was barely visible myself, lit only by the phone screen and the light in the range hood across the kitchen. Emir smiled shyly back. Hi. Hi, I replied in a soft voice. A few seconds passed before the two of us simultaneously started saying something. We both laughed. You first, I said. Emir nodded, swiping his hand over his cheek. Okay. Greg, I know you probably think I'm being beyond ridiculous, but I really like you. He grimaced and shook his head. I feel right when I'm with you. If I'm being honest, I thought you were crazy when you asked me up to your room, but then you shook my hand and it's like... He glanced away for a moment. It's like my gut said, hey, this guy's all right, and well. Emir focused on his phone's camera so that he was looking straight at me. I felt connected to you, like right from then. I swallowed, thinking about how Tam had used the same word, connected. I had a panic attack because I heard your voice on the radio, I confessed quickly, and he frowned at me. What? You all right? Is everything okay? He looked so worried that I laughed. Yes, I'm fine. Well, I'm fine now. I was actually on leave all week. Because of my voice? Yeah. You're not the only one being ridiculous. Oh. After a second, the shy smile came back. Bear with me a moment, I said, painfully getting to my feet. My ass was sore from the hard tiles and my knees ached from the uncomfortable position. Where are we going? I'm taking you to bed with me. I smirked, walking down the hall. This is one of those 4 a.m. conversations that I'm too old to have sitting on the kitchen floor. Emir laughed and raked his hair back. It's not 4 in Montreal, he pointed out, grinning. So you're okay with me in your bed, are you? Well, virtually anyways. Baby steps. I climbed into bed and clicked on my reading light so he could see me properly. So, what do we do now? I feel like we've been here before. I meant that we'd been in this position before, that we were starting over yet again. But as I said it, I realized that it had a double meaning. And I remembered the way he'd stayed pressed against my side the whole night. Yes, we have. Emir's cheeks dimpled further. Come work with me, Greg. I want to. I do. Emir shook his head. I just don't understand why you're so afraid. What happened with Travis wasn't your fault. You couldn't have known he was twisting everything round. It was a shite relationship and a shite thing he did to you. It's not like you went to the police and said, hey, this guy's been abusing me, yeah? Victims of abuse, especially men, rarely come forward. You didn't abuse him, Emir retorted, then quickly glanced over his shoulder. Sorry, Mum, I'll keep it down. Oh, that'll be lovely. I didn't understand the last few words he said, and when he turned back to the screen, he looked a bit embarrassed. Sorry, my mum's making me a cup of tea. She's not bothered by you talking to some guy at 4 a.m. Nah, she's just happy to have me home for a spell. For some reason, I didn't think people actually spoke Welsh. Day to day, I mean. Emir stared at me in exaggerated offense and let off an incomprehensible stream of vowels and consonants that had me laughing in disbelief. Okay. Did you just tell me off? I asked when he was done. Oh, quite the opposite, he replied with a smirk. But yeah, my mum thought it would be good if I spoke Welsh before English. She's from the north. He presented that as if it was an explanation, and I just nodded slowly as if I got it. Really, I just wanted to keep him talking. These days she makes fun of my accent because I've been living in Leytonstone. He frowned. Hey, you changed the subject. I do that. Tam hates it, but I hate talking about Travis more. Tam, that's your boss who's your friend, yeah? Yeah. See? You're perfect for the job. You're good at maintaining the line between professional and personal, yeah? I'd like to think so, I replied, a fluttery feeling starting in my belly as I realized that I was going to let him talk me into taking the job. And I've been looking at your photos online and, Greg, they're bloody fantastic. I think I actually blushed. Thank you. And you're making silly Facebook ads for a living. I know. Travel the world with me. I'm not going to lie. I'm scared half to death about the tour. It'll make me feel so much better to have you there, just because. Amir shifted in place suddenly, and I saw an attractive woman around my age peer over his shoulder, her brow creased. Then she moved out of the frame and Amir murmured a few words, and then laughed at her reply. His mother appeared again for a moment to wave a hand at me, and I waved back awkwardly. My mum thinks you're good looking. You look like her. You've got her eyes. Yeah. Amir smiled and lifted a cup to his lips. I took a deep breath. Yes. He frowned and swallowed. What yes? Yes. I'll come work for you. What? His whole face lit up. What? Really? Yes, I laughed. Shh. Your mother's going to come back if you don't keep your voice down. You have no idea how relieved I am. No idea. No idea. His smile was so wide I could see all of his teeth, and I think my smile probably matched. After a moment, I shook my head, trying to quell the giddiness that had taken over, and forced myself to get serious. I'll be your photographer. I can't promise anything else, but that at least I will promise to do. But who was I kidding, really? Amir's expression went a bit sly, and he leaned closer to his phone. You signed the contract, though? I signed the damn contract. I chuckled. Though, I don't know how you're going to afford me. Name your price. Chapter 9. Take a chance on me. Tam stared at me. Her gray eyes, ringed with heavy black makeup, were comically wide. You quit? What in the ever-loving Christ do you mean you quit? Consider this my 2 weeks' notice, I said, and smiling, blew on my coffee to cool it. I'm leaving in 17 days to become the official concert photographer for Amir's world tour. Shaking her head in disbelief, Tam shoved some papers aside and sat next to my laptop, her shoulders hunched high as she leaned towards me, her hands gripping the edge of my desk. Holy shit, what am I supposed to tell Jenny? She whispered hoarsely. Jesus, Greg, what the fuck? Calm down, Tam. Listen, you said yourself that Mary Lou's been doing great work. Here's your chance to bring her on full-time and hire another temp to replace her. She can handle anything I've been working on, and over the next 2 weeks I'll walk her through the basics of the file repo and clearing the cache and all that stuff. Hell, she already knows how to use the tracking system like a pro, and she's even worked with both in-house CMSs. I'm not worried. Greg. But Greg what? I've been here long enough. I'm going to be 43 in less than 6 months, and I'm still doing shit grunt work. The only reason I stuck around this long is because I'm well paid and the coffee's free. I laughed and patted her frayed, denim-covered knee when her brows pinched together. And because I love my boss. Honestly, you're probably the main reason I've stayed at Web Wrangler. Tam smirked and took my hand in hers. Oh, shut up. She shook her head. I just can't imagine not seeing your goofy-ass face every morning. Who's going to make me coffee when I'm stuck in a phone meeting? You'll survive. She heaved a dramatic sigh, then grinned wide. So you're really doing this? You're going on tour with him? I am. Wow, that is so fucking exciting. How many countries? Not sure. I'd have to count. But there are 93 shows. That's a lot. Wow. I laughed. Yeah, wow. I'm meeting him in Stockholm. That's where the tour kicks off. Are you nervous? I'd be fucking nervous. You two aren't sleeping together, or are you? Isn't that a bad idea? It might be. I agreed. But no. We're not at that point yet. Maybe never. I don't know. God, I don't know. But it feels like this is the right thing. I can't remember the last time I was this excited. Or maybe it's terrified. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe I'll be eating my words in a few weeks, but... I shrugged, trying to act nonchalant, but my pulse was all fluttery again. No, you know what? I'm happy for you. You deserve this. If it goes to shit, it goes to shit, but, dude, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Wow, I mean, seriously, wow. She laughed, squeezing my hand. I'm going to throw you the best goddamn going-away party. You better. I grinned at her. Both of us sobered after a second. I'm really going to miss you like hell, she said quietly. I'll update Facebook all the time, and I'll send you so many postcards you'll get sick to death of hearing about my adventures. I expect no less, Tam replied. Then she patted the back of my hand and let it go, getting to her feet. She squared her shoulders. Ugh. How am I going to break the news to Jenny? She's going to have kittens. Wait until she's had her second coffee, I suggested, not envying her. Oh, but make sure it's before the 11 o'clock with S&B. Right, I gave her a bright smile and 2 thumbs up. Go get her, Tiger. Get to work, slave. I expect you to finish that mock-up and at least 3 drafts of the new logo for Semrantics before you leave today. Yes, master, I laughed, lifting my headphones off the desk. I'd missed Tam, that was for damn sure, but it was hard to dwell on that when I was worrying whether I was making the biggest mistake in my life. Put your damn phone away, Tam shouted in my ear. I turned to look at her, wobbling back and forth drunkenly, trying to keep my balance. I shut one eye because my stereo vision was blown all to hell by the copious shots of God knows what the people kept putting in my hand, and it was making me nauseous to look at 2 of her. Just checking if Amir's give me a text, I slurred. We've been in contact every day, despite Amir's horrendously busy schedule, but I hadn't heard from him that day, not even a text. He's in Sweden, honey bunny, remember? I blinked at her. Tam's mohawk was pink now, and she was wearing bright pink eyeshadow to match. She looked like a cartoon character. What? I yelled, whatever she'd said having vanished in my distraction. Amir, Sweden, probably 3 or 4 in the morning, she said, holding my shoulders so I'd stop weaving around. Probably asleep. Oh, right, I winced, glancing around blearily. I need sit-in. Tam let out one of her husky, whiskey-rough laughs and steered me around furniture and people. The large reception area in front of the elevators had been converted into a tiki bar, complete with tiki-cup paraphernalia, fake palm trees, bamboo stools, and colorful lights. Incongruously, ABBA was playing out of the stereo in the corner. Maybe because I was going to be in Sweden tomorrow. Right. Amir was in Sweden. It was past 3 a.m. there. Still, he should have messaged me. What? Tam frowned at me as she helped me down onto the small red love seat against the far wall. What? Never mind, she said, shaking her head. She handed me a bottle of water and sat down next to me. Tam, I said, leaning my cheek against her shoulder. I don't think I can do it. I think I made a mistake. You're leaving tomorrow. It's a little late now, don't you think? She stroked my arm and I closed my eyes. I was all packed. My cousin Jill was picking up the keys to my condo from Tam on the weekend. My tickets were printed out. I was really, truly leaving the cushy job I'd held for just over 10 years to follow someone I barely knew around the globe. Someone who wanted me. Someone who did all sorts of things to my head and other parts of my anatomy. He calls me Daddy, I blurted out, my heart matching the frantic tempo of Lay All Your Love on Me. Tam's hand patted me softly. I know, honey bunny. You told me. You also told me a bunch of other stuff that I'm sure you're going to regret later. But I'm going to say this again. It sounds like you two have potential. I don't know, I said, trying to get the top of the bottle off and slopping some water on my thigh in the process. I sat up and took a sip. I don't know. What don't you know? He's young. So young. Right. But he sounds like he's got his head on straight. And you're an immature man-child. I'm not, I retorted, the annoyance in my voice only half faked. Man-child? I sighed, slumping against Tam again. Gotta be a midlife crisis. What am I fucking doing? You're taking a chance. It might turn out terribly. It might be the best thing in your life. Maybe you'll just be friends and you'll still get to do what you're passionate about. Your talent's wasted here, Greg. And you know what? If it is just destined for friendship, just think about all the crazy fans that you'll be surrounded by. You'll be knee-deep in dick in no time. Oh, God. What? It's true? No. Think I'm gonna be sick. With the preternatural strength and speed of a comic book superhero, Tam had me up on my feet and was propelling me towards the bathroom before I could say another word. I don't envy your flight tomorrow, I heard her say as she shoved open the door of the men's room and pushed me towards the stalls. Not even a bit. I lay on my back in bed, eyes closed, praying that all the water I had drunk and the Advil I'd taken was going to do something to alleviate the utter misery I was in. Maybe I'd even get a little more sleep before I had to leave. My flight to Stockholm wasn't until 9 that night, but I had to be out of the house by 6:30 to get through the security circus. I was also hoping I'd be able to hold down a few bites by the time Tam came to pick me up. So far, all I managed to do was drag myself out of bed long enough to go on Facebook and like everyone's congratulations and exclamations of envy on getting the gig with Amir. Well, not everyone's. My mother shared some serious reservations about her son suddenly walking away from a well-paying job in his 40s, a sentiment echoed by one of her good friends, Leanne, someone who usually went through all my posts, liking them across the board. Now I was being a little hasty, according to her, and she'd shared a few of the hateful memes about Amir. I'd rolled my eyes hard enough to make myself nauseous, dismissed everyone's concerns, and crawled back between the covers before I hurt myself. If only Leanne knew that those memes and the posts echoing their sentiments were the catalyst that had brought Amir and me together to begin with. You're such an idiot, I thought, as I lay there in pain a few hours later. Immature man-child indeed. Who the hell gets completely wasted the night before he has to take a 10-plus hour flight to meet up with someone who is technically his new boss? Well, and potentially something more. Potentially. Slowly turning onto my side, I let out a pathetic groan. The end of my going-away party was a bit of a blur. The last thing I remembered clearly was Tam escorting me to the bathroom, where I staggered and fell into the first stall, surprising the hell out of other Greg, who was sitting there before puking right in his lap. I grimaced and covered my face, remembering his look of pure horror as I had run out of the men's room like my life depended on it. How fucking embarrassing. I was just happy he hadn't come looking for me once he cleaned up. Good thing I had already quit my job, because showing my face of web wrangler again would have been painful to say the least. However, despite my mortification, I had to grin. It was a fitting farewell to a guy who'd stood there going on about how he wanted to puke every time he saw two guys kissing in the meteor. My phone buzzed against my chest, and I pulled it out from under me, blinking slowly at the unfamiliar number before answering it. Hello? Hi, it's me. What was it about Amir's voice that had my heart racing before the end of the first syllable? Hey, how's it going? I asked, trying my best not to sound like I'd joined the ranks of the undead. Good, good. Busy. I could hear a bunch of people talking all at once, a cheerful babble of voices in the background, and wondered what was going on. Just rang to say hi. Can't talk more than a minute. Sorry about that. So much going on. I can imagine, I replied a bit awkwardly. Well, is everything all set with your flights? Yes, should be. I checked in online and everything. Oh, good. Amir didn't speak for a moment. Well, I guess I should go. I've not gone through the old checklist yet with Rose. Rose? Who was Rose? Who was she to Amir? He hadn't mentioned a Rose before. Was I imagining things? Or did Amir sound a touch guilty? Hey, is everything all right? You didn't call or text me yesterday, I asked, keeping my tone light and hopefully devoid of the awful suspicion that had kicked me squarely in the chest. To my surprise, Amir laughed. Yeah, sorry. That's why I'm calling from Rose's phone. Mine fell overboard yesterday. Bloody stupid of me. Lost my coat too. We rented a boat for a bit of a tour and my coat must have blown off. Rose again. Oh, I replied. That's unfortunate. Is everything all right with you? You sound strange. Partied a little too hard last night. I'll be fine. I closed my eyes and rubbed my forehead. So who's Rose? Part of the tour? Yeah, she's the production manager. Ah. Amir chuckled again, and when he spoke, his voice was a bit louder, more intimate, like he had moved the phone closer to his lips. You didn't tell me you were the jealous type? I'm not. No? Not really, I finished lamely. Well, I'm not gonna lie. Rose is fit, really beautiful and really nice, and everyone loves her. We spend almost all our time together, and you know what sorts of sexy things we get up to? What? It was just a hoarse whisper. None, you idiot, Amir replied, sounding rather amused at my expense. So quit your bloody worrying. I'm dying to see you. Okay, I laughed. I'm sorry. Hangovers make me a bit moody. No cause for name-calling. What are you going to do? Give me a spanking? The image of Amir over my lap, his porcelain-white backside ripe for a spanking, flashed through my mind, and I let out a low chuckle. At the very least. All right then, I'll hold you to it, Amir said. He was definitely smiling. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay. I felt jittery and nervous suddenly. Amir? I blurted out before he could hang up. Yeah? I'm looking forward to this. Me too. Chapter 10. Feeling Tender. 2 hours into my flight, I was ready to swear off drinking for the rest of my life. I'd slept most of the day, and because of that, I was left wide awake and miserable, the cabin pressure and dry air teaming up with the tail end of my hangover to give me a sinus headache that left me unable to use the seatback movie screen to distract myself. My wretched state must have been blatant, because the old woman who had been sleeping peacefully against the window since shortly after takeoff straightened and turned to me with a frown, touching my arm softly. Are you all right? She said in a gentle, wavering voice. Her light brown eyes were opaque with age, and the wrinkles at the corners were evidence of a life full of smiles. I nodded, embarrassed. I am. I'm sorry, did I wake you? She crooked one eyebrow at me and gave me a wry grin, shattering the illusion that she was just a kindly old lady. At my age, sleep is merely a series of naps, she said, and reached up to touch the flight attendant call button. I need a drink. You look like you could use one yourself. Drinking is what got me into this state, I said with a laugh. Up came the eyebrow again, the woman unconvinced. The flight attendant arrived then and clicked off the little call light, leaning down low. She was bleary-eyed, and I wondered if she'd been snoozing at the back of the plane. Can I get you something? She murmured low, frowning at me. Yes, you can, my dear, said the old woman, pulling down the seatback tray in front of her. This young man and I would like a few of those little bottles of red wine. Doesn't matter which, they're equally bad. And 2 cans of soda water, if you please. I was going to insist again that I didn't want anything to drink, but I was too amused by my seatmate's command of the situation, and reasoned with myself that maybe a glass of wine wasn't such a bad idea. The flight attendant frowned. A few? Yes, I should think that. The woman turned to look at me. 4, 5 should do the trick? Sure. She winked at me, and I smiled. All right, said the flight attendant, probably rationalizing to herself that by agreeing to the woman's request, she'd save herself future trips. As she left to find our wine, my seatmate held out her hand to me. Gail. I took her hand and shook it, her skin papery thin and loose over her fine bones. Greg. Well now, Greg, what has you so tied up in knots? Nervous about something? That obvious, I asked, lowering my own seatback tray when I heard the flight attendant coming. The bottles and cans were deposited unceremoniously onto my tray, and the woman mumbled a "You're welcome" as she headed back to her seat. Gail passed me one of the small bottles of wine to open, while she poured a measure of soda water into each glass. Well, let me see how much I get right, replied Gail. She narrowed her eyes at me as I topped up the glasses with wine, studying me for a moment. My guess is that your overindulgence is because of a going-away party, which means you're going somewhere for a good amount of time. You're a professional photographer. So it could be that you're taking on a new job or assignment, perhaps, but... She took a tiny sip of her red wine spritzer and tilted her head at me. I think it's more than just an assignment. I think you're nervous because of someone, not something. And if I'm not mistaken, there's some romantic attachment involved, and it's rather new. Am I close? I blinked at her in amazement. How? I'm psychic, she said with a shrug. Oh? I replied, and for a split second, I was a believer. Gail laughed, her eyes merry. You're a bit gullible, aren't you? I'm not a witch. I'm a writer. It's my job to be observant, and I'm good at guessing. She pointed to the bag in front of my feet. That's a very nice camera bag, and it's full to bursting. What else could you be but a photographer? Laughing softly, I nodded. Okay, but how did you know about my, romantic interest? Because from the moment you sat down, you checked your messages every few seconds. And though that might mean you're just a cell phone addict like everyone seems to be these days, you sighed every time there was nothing. And when you finally did get a reply, you smiled like a kid at Christmas. Oh, I grinned awkwardly. She nodded and shifted in her seat a bit to face me better and adjusted the burgundy fleece blanket over her lap. So, tell me about him. How did you know it was a him? Easy, she smirked. If I'm not mistaken, the background on your phone is a beautiful half-naked young man wearing restraints. I may be old, but I'm far from blind. Oh, I laughed. I liked her. So, you want to talk about the new beau? Or are you going to make me keep guessing? I chuckled, drained my cup, and poured us another round. Tentatively, I began talking about Amir in a sort of vague way. However, I started getting into more detail when my elderly seatmate revealed she was a relatively well-known erotica writer who specialized in BDSM books. Between that interesting tidbit, her sympathetic smile, and the wine, I found myself in an unusually candid mood. Gail was a great listener, interrupting me only to probe me for more information when I faltered while speaking about Travis. Her sentiments mirrored Amir's for the most part, that Travis was sick and that I was being too hard on myself for not spotting the warning signs immediately. She pointed out something that I knew in my gut to be true, but that I had to hear from someone else. Hadn't he lied from the very beginning? If he'd been lying about how he liked to be treated from the get-go, right from when we had sat down to discuss our wants and needs, then how could I ever have trusted anything he said? She doubted that I could have caught on any earlier, seeing as he'd never given me any cause to question our dynamic. Gail also suggested that I was playing too safe with Amir, and that he sounded like a young man who knew what he wanted. Then, to my red-faced consternation, she began asking for more details about my particular kinks that I'd ever shared out loud before. Gail had been a dominatrix in the early 50s and had a lifetime of personal experience to draw from, but admitted that she sometimes felt she was behind the times when it came to what folks were into these days. The rest of the trip passed quickly, and though we kept drinking, we were only comfortably tipsy by the time both of us decided to nap, 2 hours before we were to land in Munich. In Munich, we parted ways. I had a 2-hour layover, so I didn't have to hurry to deplane and stay behind while Gail was put into a wheelchair, pushed by an attendant. I accompanied her as far as I was allowed. Then we exchanged email addresses, and I kissed her on the cheek and promised to look up her books as soon as I could. Though groggy from lack of sleep and completely famished, I realized that I was in a really great place, mentally, all thanks to a transatlantic drinking session with a kinky octogenarian. I grinned. After passport control, I went through a quick security check and walked towards my connecting gate, looking for something to eat. It was only when I checked my messages and found none from Amir that a bit of doubt returned. However, I was determined not to let it get to me, and spent the layover sitting at the back of a Turkish restaurant I found in Terminal 2, reading Gail's newest book I downloaded onto my phone. The flight from Munich to Stockholm was uneventful, but I was too keyed up to sleep. By the time we landed, I was tense and sore, and in such a fog that everything felt like a dream. When I turned my phone back on, there were some text messages waiting for me. One from my cousin Jill asking me where I kept the iron, and 4 from Amir telling me that he was going to meet me in the arrivals hall in Terminal 5. He was sorry he hadn't messaged me earlier, that he couldn't wait to see me, and finally, that he was already at the airport. I smiled, hefting my camera bag over my shoulder, and opened the overhead to tug out my bulky carry-on. Once through customs and another brief security check, I was finally on my way to meet Amir. Trapped in a dense throng of slow-moving passengers, I chafed with impatience. It felt like forever before we reached the public area where people stood in a half-circle, watching expectantly for their friends and loved ones. And there he was, hands tucked into the kangaroo pouch of his slate-gray sweatshirt, hood up with the black strap of a messenger bag across his chest. He stood feet apart and straight-backed and over a head shorter than everyone around him. I let out an excited breath, and when his eyes picked me out of the crowd, he gave me a slow grin that managed to convey both his nervousness and a tangible sense of relief that I had actually come. I stepped up to him, my own smile probably looking a little crazed, and then stopped, suddenly unsure of myself. However, Amir reached out to pull my bags from my grasp, deposited them gently on the ground, and then slid his arms around me and pressed his face to my shoulder. Immediately, I hugged him back, one hand coming up to cup the back of his neck. He let out an audible sigh, and I closed my eyes, leaning my cheek against the top of his head. Hi. Hi. He pulled away and smiled up at me. If we hadn't been in a crowded airport, I would have kissed him right there and then. The urge was so strong, but I wasn't in the habit of flaunting my sexuality in public, and besides, I wasn't sure I'd be able to keep it tame. Between Gail's beautifully rendered scenes of dominance and the gorgeous boy in my arms, I felt a bit savage. I saw the disappointment on Amir's face when he realized I wasn't going to kiss him, and I shook my head. Needy boy. Exasperation lined his features at my teasing. Pressing my lips together, I stroked his cheek softly with the knuckle of my index finger. Not now. Not here. Looking only partially mollified by my touch, Amir pulled away and picked up my black carry-on, muttering under his breath. What? I frowned. Amir just shrugged and gave me a rueful smile. You're a stubborn ass. Pot, meat, kettle. This got a real laugh out of Amir, and he nodded. Yeah. Come on, the express train is over by there. He pointed towards the exit and waited for me to follow him. The train? You don't have a driver or something? I asked as I fell into step with him. He looked over his shoulder at me and smirked. I'll take the tube back home. Why would it be different here? I dunno. Besides, do you have any idea how expensive a tour is? And with a small label, it's not like we've got a Rolling Stones budget for drivers and limos, eh? We had to fire our first production manager because he was going to lose us money. Thank God we found Rose. She's a good one. I know you like her, trust me. And she knows where we can afford to cut expenses. And because of her experience as a travel agent, we're getting some beyond amazing deals at some of the places we're staying. Oh, I don't know why I'd been expecting 5-star hotels and limos. Blame it on the media. Barry and I have been planning this tour for months. You won't believe how much things cost. Barry? My music agent. He's sort of my uncle, too. Sort of? Oh, like a friend of the family. Was a friend of my father's. There was a pause in our conversation as we got settled into the train that would take us straight to Stockholm, and I thought it was curious that this was probably the first time I'd heard him mention his father. It made me curious, seeing as how our dynamic was playing out sexually. You never talk about your dad. Amir chewed at his bottom lip for a moment, staring out the window, then wiped a hand over his mouth. Yeah, not much to say. Your parents are divorced? Yeah, They split when I was a month old. I never knew him. He just sent checks every month for my mum and me, and that was that. Then, when I was 9, this American shows up at the door, Barry, and tells us my father fell out a window somewhere in New York City and died. He shrugged. Wow. I didn't know what else to say, and I regretted asking him. How was I going to keep from feeling really uncomfortable if he decided to call me Daddy again? To be honest, I don't buy it, Amir added after a moment, turning his blue eyes to mine. Who just falls out a window? You think something else happened? Amir worried his lip again, reaching up to tug at his ear, his eyes distant. It was an anxious gesture, and it surprised me how much I hated seeing him do it. I held out my hand for his, and he took it, letting out a quiet breath as his shoulders slumped. We can talk about something else if... No, it's okay, he said, looking down at our hands. I just invented a silly story about him, about how he felt beyond guilty for leaving me mum and me, but that he couldn't come back to us because he was doing something important and secret for the government in America, and that he wanted to see us so much that it ate and ate at him, until he jumped out a window because he was missing us so bad. I simply nodded, feeling awkward and sad. Anyway, Barry's been like an uncle to me, helping me mum and everything. He's got experience with theatre stuff, and he's the one who got me to start sharing my music. I owe him a lot. That's good, I said lamely, wondering why Amir didn't know more about his father, given the man and Barry had been friends. But Amir looked relieved when I decided not to probe him further. We'd be together for 8 months, plenty of time to get to know each other. I squeezed his hand and gave him a gentle grin. A blonde, smiling woman in a yellow shirt appeared at our seats to scan our tickets and asked me something in Swedish, then repeated it a moment later in barely accented English. Would you like a coffee? I would love one, yes. Yes, please, added Amir. Nodding, the woman noticed our clasped hands and her smile widened before she left for the front of the car. A few moments later, she appeared with coffee and 2 pastries. For just a 20-minute express train, it was rather nice. Maybe traveling on the cheap for the sake of the tour budget was going to be fun. Then something occurred to me that made me frown to myself. Amir had agreed to pay me $500 per show, a number I had just made up on the spot when he asked me how much I wanted. While it did come out to less than my salary of web wrangler, I now felt like a jerk for asking for so much. What is it? You can't afford to pay me. I looked over at him and he shrugged. It's fine. That's what it took to get you on tour with me. I'd have agreed to more. Amir smiled. Oh, don't look like that. It's fine, really. The corners we cut aren't worth mentioning, and I have some savings in the bank. Amir, I can't take your savings. I was appalled. You can and you will. You have a condo to pay for. He knew that my cousin Jill was going through a rough patch, employment-wise, so I had to let her stay at my place for free. Still, you shouldn't have let me ask for so much. How was I supposed to know you were on a tight budget? I know nothing about concert tours. Amir chuckled and shook his head, then took a sip of his coffee. I'm only a little ahead of you there. We'll learn together, yeah? There was something odd about how he glanced over at me right then. I had the sudden impression that he was keeping something from me, and was both anxious and amused. But before I could ask him about it, he pulled a tablet out of his messenger bag and began showing me the full itinerary. Chapter 11. Let's get this over with. I put my camera bag down on the narrow desk in the tiny, windowless but elegantly decorated hotel room and looked over at Amir. You weren't kidding about cutting corners, I said with a laugh. The double bed took up nearly the entire room. Yeah, but it's not so bad. Like, the free breakfast is great. Amir thrust his hands into his pockets, his eyes on the abstract painting above the bed. I noticed a dark blue suitcase wedged between the wall and the bathroom door. Whose is that? Mine. It took a second to sink in, and my heart thudded hard. Oh. I looked over, and his guilty expression said it all. We were sharing the room. I don't know how I feel about this. I sat down on the edge of the bed and rubbed my palm over my jaw. He deftly maneuvered me into a position where I couldn't really complain. My salary demands have made such things necessary, hadn't they? I shook my head. You're a brat. I can get another room, he said, lifting his chin. The muscles twitched in his square jaw. It's not a problem at all. Wearily, I ran both hands through my hair and stood. Just hang on. I need a shower. I've been in the same clothes since yesterday, and I feel tired and gross. Amir nodded. Sit right there, I added, pointing to the wooden desk chair. And don't move. Don't even think about joining me in the shower, or I will kick you out. Eyes guarded, Amir pulled out the chair and plunked down into it, burying his hands in the front pocket of his hoodie and bowing his head. Satisfied that he didn't look to disobey, I went into the bathroom with my carry-on and shut the door. I should have been angry, or at least annoyed at him. However, though he was doing his damnedest to keep throwing us together, I did believe him when he said he'd get another room if I asked him to. Trying to scrub the fatigue out of my body, I considered asking him to do just that, if only to punish him for being so fucking persistent and presumptuous. Grinning, I rinsed off. Who was I kidding? The second I realized that we were going to share the bed, I'd broken out in a sweat over the needy, fluttery feeling in the pit of my stomach. I really was enjoying being pursued so earnestly. I took my time toweling off, and when I finally emerged from the bathroom in a fresh pair of boxes, I felt 100 times better. My stomach was telling me that it was breakfast time back in Montreal, but my phone showed it was just past 3 p.m. local time. Amir lifted his eyes, his pale face drawn. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, he said in a small voice. Or was I asked for assuming? I rubbed my hair with the towel I had slung around my neck and eyed him with a stern expression. When you agreed to pay me the salary I asked for, was this part of your plan, coercing me into letting you sleep in my bed? Amir winced, but shook his head quickly. No, of course not. No. It was just my idea this morning when Rose was organizing rooms with the hotel for the newcomers. I just assumed. Well, I thought, it'd be a surprise. Seeming deflated, he stared down at his sneakers again. I thought about telling him to strip naked and stand in the corner until he was forgiven. For some reason, I didn't quite buy his contrite act. Hang on. Wait. I felt a tingle of apprehension. Wasn't that what I had done with Travis? Assumed that he was misbehaving on purpose just to get punished. I studied Amir silently, and he looked up at me, furrowing his brow in confusion. But, were we having a serious conversation, or was this play? After a second, he gave me a crooked grin and raised an eyebrow, sitting back in his chair. Are you trying to figure out whether I'm wanting you to smack my bottom for being a presumptuous ass? Huh. From the coy look on his face, that's exactly what he was after. I remembered the teasing promise of a spanking I'd given him over the phone the day before. Relief came hot on the heels of amazement, followed by excitement. Then, because I couldn't seem to maintain my hold on trust for very long, suspicion. My thoughts must have been clear as day, because he sighed and shook his head. Just ask, Greg. I'll always tell you the truth if you ask. I said I was honest to a fault, and I bloody meant it. But you have to ask. His expression went serious. I know you've had a hard time communicating. Isn't that what safe words are for? I let out a slow breath. Fracture? Kutch. Nodding, I took a step towards him. I don't like being manipulated. The chastened look came back over his features, and he lowered his gaze. Intrigued, I reached out and roughly grabbed him by the jaw, lifting his chin. There was fear in his eyes. Fracture? I asked quietly. Kutch. Then, as if to solidify the fact that he wasn't genuinely scared, or at very least, partially acting. He smiled at me. I let out a quiet, and dropped my hand from his face. He looked puzzled, but I just shook my head. Don't do it again. And I'm being dead serious here. Fracture. Do what? What did I do? Don't bait me into anything. Don't try to force my hand. I'm not okay with that. That's not how I want it to work between us. A flush worked its way up Amir's neck, and he gave a jerky, nervous nod. Okay, I'm sorry, Greg. I won't, I promise. He chewed at his bottom lip. Do you want me to get my own room? Say the word and I will. No, I replied, smiling gently. No, I want you to stay, I do. But I'm starving and dead on my feet, and I don't have the fortitude it takes to deal with this. I gestured at the space between us, at the moment. So just have patience with me, pup, okay? His expression brightened at the term of endearment, and he dipped his chin, acquiescing. Thank you. I brushed his cheek with my knuckles, just the barest of touches, and it called to mind all the times I'd imagined touching him, all the lonely nights. I felt a tightness in my chest and had to clear my throat. I smiled. Now, show me to some food. After a light meal at a nearby British pub, we were back in the room, and I was so exhausted it felt like the floor was swaying beneath my feet. I expected Amir to want to stay up for a while, seeing how early it was. But after I'd stripped down to my t-shirt and boxes and crawled beneath the cool duvet, I could see that he was waiting for permission to join me. I turned off my bedside lamp, flicked the comforter aside for him, and, half lit it, watched as he slowly stripped himself completely bare. He was so beautiful to me. The soft porcelain skin gave an ethereal quality by the dim light. The sleek, defined curves of muscle that made him seem like an ancient Greek kouros carved of marble. His elegant, fine-boned feet and delicate ankles. The slender cock, neatly hidden away in its pale, snug shroud. The flat belly with its line of dark hair, alluringly bracketed by the shadowed furrows of his pelvis. His smooth chest and small pink nipples that puckered against the cool air. And above all, the enigmatic face that managed to be both elfin and strong, heartbreakingly handsome and full of character, with his overbite, his snub nose, and his wide-set eyes with their big, clear blue irises. Amir grinned at me, shy and endearingly awkward, as he patted down his thick, dark hair, trying to tame his cowlicks. Then I beckoned to him, and he clicked off the other light, joining me beneath the duvet, close but not touching. I sighed, shutting my eyes. The whole trip so far had such a dreamlike quality to it, I feared at any moment I would jerk awake and find myself alone in my own bed, left clinging to wisps of this absurdly lovely fantasy of sleeping with a gorgeous boy next to me. Good night, Amir whispered. Good night, I replied. But after only a few minutes, I let out a chuckle and rubbed my forehead. What is it? I'm never going to get to sleep. I thought you were exhausted. I am, but this isn't going to work. Why not? I laughed hoarsely and squeezed my hardening dick through my shorts. Just you lying there has given me an incredible boner. Oh, I heard him give a little laugh. I'm sorry. Suddenly I was laughing too, because it seemed so silly and adolescent. But I choked to a stop when Amir's arm came snaking over my chest, and I felt his breath on my ear. Let me help, he whispered. He smoothed my t-shirt down over my stomach, his palm warm through the worn material, and touched the waistband of my boxers. I don't. There was no air in my lungs because my heart was bashing itself against my ribs. I'm not. What was I even trying to say? You're too horny to sleep. His lips touched the rim of my ear, and I shivered. Think of it as a thank you for putting up with me being so persistent. Amir's fingers found their way under the elastic of my shorts, and I finally was able to react, putting my hand over his. His voice was so low and intimate when he spoke next that I shivered at the sound of it. You've not got to do anything. Just let me take care of you. I took a gulp of air as he slid one finger further down and made contact with the head of my cock. This is not how I wanted it to happen. I continued, my voice breaking when he stroked me slowly with a fingertip, the sensation made that much more intense by the swell of longing in my chest. Why? We hadn't even kissed yet. This was not at all how I'd envisioned this happening with him. Where was the slow, gentle build-up I'd let myself fantasize about? Where were the careful, measured interactions that we were supposed to have because of his inexperience? I still felt a guilty yet perversely titillating thrill over what I made him do in front of a camera. Yet even as these things flashed through my head, they just as quickly became muffled and inconsequential as my entire focus was captured by Amir wrapping his hand around my shaft. I grimaced and let out a harsh breath through clenched teeth, my own treacherous hand coaxing him on instead of holding him back like I should have been. Tell me what you like, came Amir's low voice in my ear. Oh, God. My own voice was hoarse and the blood pounded in my ears. I closed my eyes, letting myself be seduced by a virgin, one that had a very good grasp on my cock. No hesitation at all. Daddy, do you want me to kiss it? My eyes snapped open, and I let out a strangled sound that only vaguely sounded like a no. I coughed, tightening my fingers around his wrist, and shook my head. No, I'm too worked up, I said, trying to get my breathing under control. Christ, I'd nearly shot my load just hearing his words. I slid my head to the side on the pillow and turned to look at him in the dark. I could make out that his eyes were locked on mine, but nothing of his expression. His fingers twitched on my cock, and I squeezed his wrist harder, causing him to let out a small, pained sigh. I cleared my throat, forcing my voice to be gentle. I don't want your first time with this to be so quickly over. I sort of wanted it to be special, because I'm a virgin. I could hear the exasperation in Amir's voice, and he pulled away from me, sitting up in the dark. He mumbled a few words under his breath. The first few I didn't understand, then, Christ, I wish I'd never told you. Well, I'm damn glad you did. Wincing, I pulled my boxers back up. You just got serious hang-ups about it, Greg. Why does it matter? So what? I'm a bloody virgin, big deal. I'm also almost 23, and I know what I want, and that's you, you ass. So shut it and fuck me, and let's get this bloody over with. Let's get this over with? I asked, incredulous. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. He gave a harsh laugh. I just want it to be over so you won't be so bloody scared of touching me. You think that's why? Because I'm scared? I rose up on an elbow and quested out in the dark to find his thigh to rest my hand on it. I'm not scared. He scoffed, and I smiled. Okay, well, yes, all right. I'm scared. But it has nothing to do with you, per se. You know that. I just want to draw this out a little. Savor it. Savor you. I stroked his thigh with my thumb, and his hand touched mine. Oh, like fine wine, yeah? He sounded amused. Yes. Well, that's certainly one way of putting it. But what I mean is that there's no rush. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to disappear. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. And I promise you that I won't be shitty about it and just push you away without talking about it. Okay? You sure? There was a little boy edge to his tone that made me feel warm and protective. And yes, still horny. Positive. Now come here. I pulled him over to straddle my hips lowering him down by the waist until he rested lightly on me, just my boxers separating us. I thought I could feel his heartbeat in my palms, but it might have been my own pulse speeding along. "Amir, I'd like to kiss you," I murmured, wishing I could see his face. He didn't answer, just started to lean down, but I held him in place. "Greg?" Amir sounded confused, and if I wasn't mistaken, frustrated. I smiled to myself in the dark. Then I started to touch him. I ran my hands up his side softly, delighted by the way my touch caused his skin to prickle up with gooseflesh. I slid my fingers up to his shoulders, following the ridge of his collarbone in a gentle sweep, investigating the small hollow at the base of his throat. I loved the way he swallowed twice in quick succession when I put my hands around his neck gently, running my thumbs along the straight line of his jaw, then down over his Adam's apple to his chest, where I fanned out my hands and rubbed my palms against the smooth planes of his pecs, and over his hard little nipples, then further down over his abs, and back to his sides to start all over again. Amir was breathing heavily, shuddering under my touch as I explored his body with my hands, my own chest tight and heart pounding. I was glad for the dark right then, because it hid the tears that welled up and slid down my temples to the pillow beneath my head. It wasn't because I was embarrassed about crying. No, it's just that I didn't want him to see how hard this was for me. You get sort of numb after a while when you cut off human contact, and you end up telling yourselves all sorts of bullshit, like that you don't actually need it, that it's not so bad going without, and then you carry on building a shell around yourself with these lies. But what you don't realize is that shell is brittle and thin and made of denial, barely containing the visceral need growing in your guts like some formless, ravenous, single-minded creature. So, breaking my fast was extremely painful, a deep soul pain, like my protective shell was cracking into tiny shards around me, and I was left bleeding and raw and so very hungry. I wanted nothing more than to crush Amir against me and just ravish him. I smiled again. Truth is, I was a little worried I'd scare him if I wasn't careful. Then again, he was as eager as I was, judging from the warm drop that had just landed on my belly. This time, when my stroking hands reached his chest, I thumbed his nipples, teasing the small nubs lightly before taking them in my fingers to pinch, gently at first, and then harder when he groaned in pleasure. My cock was throbbing in the warm furrow between his legs, stiff and aching to be free of the confines of my boxers. But that could and would wait. I squeezed Amir's nipples harder, felt his whole body tense, then heard a quick gasp and a lovely groan of pain. But he didn't stop me. Giddy from arousal, I reached up to grab the back of his neck, pulling him down towards me for that kiss I'd said I wanted. I felt his forearms bracket my head, and his breath feathered over my face a moment before his lips brushed the corner of my mouth. I turned my head to the kiss made clumsy by the pitch dark and let out an involuntary moan as he coaxed my lips open and quested out with his tongue. Normally, I'm not a fan of kissing. It makes me feel somewhat claustrophobic, so I usually treat it like a preamble to sex and nothing more. This was different. From the moment my lips touched Amir's, I was hit with a wave of emotion that felt almost like panic. I wrapped my arms around his waist to push up with my pelvis against him, my heart beating so fast that I was out of air far too soon, and had to break the kiss to heave a shuddering breath. I felt dizzy and vulnerable, so desperately excited it was all I could do not to claw into him to pull him tighter against me. Again, our lips met, and between the chorus of my pulse going mine, 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 and my cock's insistence for more, I thought I was going to explode into a million white-hot shards if I didn't take control of myself. I ravaged his mouth, shifting to turn us over and pin him beneath me. My growls were met by his moans as I licked and sucked the side of his neck, grinding into him hard, his hands on my ass and his legs around my waist. Jesus, I could barely contain myself. I felt like I would rip through the sopping front of my boxer briefs. Amir writhed beneath me, his chest heaving, his fingers digging into me. He began to whimper in time to my frustrated, cotton-shielded thrusts against him, and soon he worked a hand between us. I could feel him touching himself, and caught his mouth again in a savage kiss full of my frantic need. Amir broke away with a cry, and I thought I had heard him when I heard his choked, "Daddy, I'm going to—" A half second before he bucked against me, slicking the space between our bellies and chests with his cum. I let out a strangled groan, and, pushing against him hard, huffed out a few breaths and came all over the inside of my shorts, my face buried in the crook of his neck, his hands in my hair. Oh, fuck," he whispered when I slumped on top of him, spent. "Oh, wow." I chuckled and kissed the side of his sweaty neck before rolling off him, still straining to breathe. Immediately, he reached out a hand and I took it between mine, holding it against me, closing my eyes as my body zinged and vibrated with endorphins. Already one who tended to pass out quickly after sex, I could feel the full brunt of my jet lag perched like a man wielding a chloroform-soaked rag. Next to me, Amir panted quietly, and I pulled on his hand. "I'm going to take a shower. This time, you're welcome to join me," I said, smiling. Without a word, he slid off the bed and followed me into the bathroom, where I turned on the light, and regretted it instantly as it assaulted my eyeballs. "Ow!" Amir shielded his face with his hands. His pale skin was mottled in places, obviously burned by my stubble and gently bruised by my teeth. His nipples were red and sore-looking, puffy with my rough treatment, and I bent to take one into my mouth as I pulled down my boxers. Amir's hands came down around my shoulders, and he keened softly as I sucked and worried at his nipple with my teeth. When I drew back, his eyes were closed and his lips parted, and there was a lovely flush on his face. Oh, to be 22 again. I was sure that with only a few minutes of coaxing, he'd be hard and eager for more. However, I was completely exhausted. "Go on, get in," I said. It was just a corner stall, the bathroom as economical as the rest of the hotel room. He stepped in and I turned on the shower, shielding Amir with my body so I took the brunt of the cold spray while I adjusted the temperature. And though I wanted to just stand there holding him, we washed up as quickly as we could. In less than 10 minutes, we were back in bed, me in another pair of fresh boxers, and Amir as naked as the day he was born. In my dozy, dreamy state, I let my mind skip ahead to a time where I could keep him naked for days at a stretch, his body completely at my disposal. I smiled. "Are you going to be able to sleep now?" he whispered from where he lay against my shoulder. I hugged him one-armed and nodded, though I realized a second later he probably didn't see it. "Yes, at least for a few hours. If I don't wake up and find myself unable to resist waking you for another round, I should have brought more boxers." Amir laughed and shifted against me, hands stroking the side of my face. "I am, he said after a moment. "Are what?" "Yours. Completely." "When did I ask you that?" "You didn't have to." "Well, good," I murmured, and kissed the top of his head, his hair wet and smelling of the citrusy shampoo/body wash that was in the shower stall dispenser. The undercurrent of panic had subsided. I no longer heard my conscience shouting, "What are you doing?" every time I let myself think about the age difference, the disparate experience, the fact that he had made the cover of Spin magazine, my past with Travis. No, there was just a feeling of renewal, excitement, a sense of being in the right place, belonging and acceptance, relief, deep contentment. And that's what I drifted off on. Emir draped over me, snug under a duvet in a hotel nearly 6,000 kilometers from home. The future laid out before me like a glittering path of hope. I woke up, confused about my surroundings and dying of thirst only a few hours later. Quietly, I slipped out of bed and went to the bathroom to gulp down a few glasses of cold water. Staring into my own tired olive-green eyes in the mirror, I thought about what had happened with Emir and grinned. "You lucky bastard," I said, and lifted my glass to toast my reflection. I still had reservations, of course. One being whether I was so very into Emir simply because he kept at it until I relented. Was this emotion I was feeling real? Or was it just that Emir was the first person I'd let myself be intimate with since Travis? The other reservation I had was whether Emir was just feeling the way he did because I was his first. I still couldn't believe he'd never been and never really wanted to be with anyone. Was he just a late bloomer? I frowned and drank down another glass of water. And the daddy thing, he'd said it again, and despite now knowing the story of his father, it hadn't made a lick of difference to how hot it sounded. But perhaps we needed to have a conversation about that. I nodded. We needed to have conversations about everything. Awkwardness be damned. I turned to go back to bed, but stood in the doorway for a moment, the light behind me bathing Emir's prone form in a soft, cool glow. I sighed contently, my eyes tracing the curve of his backside, and shook my head. What on earth had I done to deserve him? I clicked the light off, plunging the room into darkness, and crawled onto the bed. Curling my arm around his waist, I pressed the length of my body against him and closed my eyes. Chapter 12. Who's Your Daddy? I stood in the hotel conference room between a stack of boxes and a very tall young man with bright red hair, while Emir made the introductions. Rose Kapoor turned out to be a petite brunette with a nose ring and a mild Cockney accent. She reminded me of Tam, and because of that, I took an immediate liking to her. The sound guys were Eamon and Connor O'Reilly, powerfully built brothers hailing from Ireland, handsome with their dark hair and thick, short beards. Mike Lange was the light guy, a diminutive, sallow-skinned German with a Tom Selleck mustache. The red-headed beanpole to my left was Cal Lewis, one of Emir's longtime friends and bandmates, if band really was the right word for two guys on laptops. The other band member was his cousin Owain, who would be joining us that afternoon. And then there was Barry Ward, Emir's agent and uncle. A born-and-raised New Yorker living in the UK part-time, the man was almost cartoonish with his outdated pinstriped navy blue suit and lemon-yellow ascot, his gray hair curled and pomaded, pink scalp clearly visible, and his silver-handled walking stick. He had a pouchy, homely face, his pallid skin waxy, with bushy black brows and the bulbous red nose of a seasoned drinker. However, his eyes were bright in the same shade as my favorite Prismacolor pencil as a kid, blue slate, and when he smiled at me and held his hand out for a shake, repeating my name in his old-fashioned transatlantic accent, I was instantly charmed by him, and I obviously appealed to him, judging by the openly appraising look he gave me. We were meeting in the conference room to discuss the plan for that evening, our first show. There was a small team of roadies who would help take care of making sure the venue had handled the arrangements correctly and set up the merchandise that filled the boxes on my right. Curious, I lifted the flap from the top box as everyone discussed things like mixing consoles, soundboards, and monitors, almost complete gibberish to me, and saw that the box contained black T-shirts with an iconic neon Las Vegas-style sign with the words "Fuck House Blues" written in white and pink. Below, there was a stylized silhouette of a man with a missile shooting out of his crotch. Cute. Amir caught my eye and smirked, seeing that I wasn't paying attention to what was going on. I grinned at him, wishing I was closer. Now that my self-imposed ban on touch was over, it was hard to keep my hands off him. That morning, after we'd been awoken by a call from Rose, I made him lie still while I jerked him off, twice. If I closed my eyes, I could still hear the reedy, breathless wail he'd let out when he'd come the second time, all sweat-soaked and shaking. I couldn't wait to get him behind closed doors again. However, we had more work to do, as I was reminded a moment later when Rose outlined my role. I nodded, taking mental notes about what she wanted to see, and I asked her if I had free rein to take less conventional shots. "Of course, love," she said. "Whatever you like. Let me show me some of your work. I trust you." "Do you have an Instagram?" I asked Amir. He nodded slowly. "Don't use it much. How do you feel about me taking over your account for the tour? I could take loads of candid shots as well as the more professional stuff. I think your fans would get a kick out of it." Then, I think both of our minds must have gone to the same place, because he flushed as I envisioned accidentally sending the other pictures live. "Yeah," he said and cleared his throat, turning to Rose and Barry. "Well, if that's all right with you." "Sounds fantastic," Barry said, his eyes flicking between Amir and I. We had decided to keep the nature of our relationship low-key. Only Rose knew about our sleeping arrangement, but judging by the tiny, knowing grin Barry gave me, it seemed that he suspected something. When we broke up for tea a few minutes later, he confirmed my hunch when he placed a hand into the crook of my arm and pulled me aside to have a little chit-chat while shooing Amir away with his free hand. Brow deeply furrowed, Amir left the room, sending a sidelong glance at me as he walked out the door, and I turned to Barry with an indulgent smile. "Let me guess. You think I'm too old for him," I said, sitting on the corner of the conference table and crossing my arms. Barry's eyes widened in surprise, and then he let out a soft little chuckle, shaking his head so that his cheeks wobbled with emotion. No, nothing like that, dear boy. Amir has always been quite a bit more mature than his peers. Always a little more solemn, never one to make childish mistakes, even when he was a tot. Oh, I don't see the age difference as the problem. I trust he knows what he's doing. It's—" Barry's eyes searched mine, his expression somber as he sighed. "Well, it's just that I am very fond of that boy, as if he were my own. Do you understand?" "You don't want me to hurt him." "Exactly that. You're more experienced, though I suppose everyone is more experienced than our Amir, except for a girl here and there for a date. There's been no one. I began thinking he may be gay by year 7 or 8 in school, since he hadn't shown an interest in girls, but—" Barry turned to the door Amir had left through and shrugged. "Well, maybe it seems I was right. I assumed perhaps he wasn't interested in anyone at all." Barry looked at me again and made a dismissive gesture. "But that's neither here nor there, I suppose. I'm just asking, for Amir's sake. Treat him fairly and kindly. Don't break his heart, and, well, I don't presume to know what you two have been up to, but it's just that he's such an innocent. You know that, don't you?" Oh, if only you knew, I thought, as I pictured Amir shuddering and whimpering on the bed, begging for me to fuck him proper. Part of me was annoyed at Barry's meddling, but I knew it came from a good place, so I reached out to squeeze his forearm, smiling in understanding. "I do know that, and it's nice that you're looking out for him." Barry pressed his thin lips together in a sort of wistful smile and nodded, patting my hand, obviously satisfied that he had done his avuncular duties. I wondered again about the relationship between him and Amir's father, and was going to ask when a tall, broad-shouldered woman with cropped dark brown hair and a toothpick in the corner of her mouth jammed a dolly against the stack of boxes. "Sorry about that. I need to take these to the club," she said with an apologetic grin. She had a pale, round-cheeked face with a sprinkle of freckles over her upturned nose, and blue eyes that were so dark they were almost navy. "Thank you, Maisie," Barry said, pointing to a couple of suitcases at the end of the table. "And get these too, my dear. You can store them with the other things for now." Barry turned back to me as Maisie shouldered one of the bags and balanced the other atop the boxes. "I need to make a quick getaway before the concert, I'm afraid. I have pressing business to attend to, though I do hate skipping out on Amir's first international show. Can't be helped. Oh well. Do take care, Gregory. I'll see you in Oslo tomorrow evening." We followed Maisie out the door to where Amir was waiting in one of the low couches in the lobby. I watched Barry give Amir a hug, and then smiled when Amir wrinkled his forehead at me, once Barry had gone. "Did he warn you off me?" he asked, a flush in his cheeks. "Not quite. Just said that you were like a son to him and that he didn't want to see you hurt. It's fine. He's just being protective of his favorite nephew." I slung an arm around his shoulders and kissed the side of his head, and he gave a soft laugh. "Hey, you didn't tell me that Barry was gay." Amir pulled away from me, his blue eyes wide. "Gay? I just thought he was, like, theatery, you know? Though that does explain why Mum was so tickled back when I asked her if she and Barry were going to get married one day." I shook my head in amusement and steered him towards the elevators. We had to leave for the club in about an hour and a half for sound check and warm-up, and I wanted to get in a little alone time with him while I could get it. The next 4 days would be brutal, with back-to-back shows and travel in between. First things first, though. Talking to Barry had reminded me of something we needed to discuss, and once we were out of the elevator and safe in our hotel room, I cut short Amir's eager kiss, a little regretfully, and sat him down on the bed. I dug into my camera bag for my Nikon and switched out the standard 18 to 50mm VR lens for my Nikkor 40mm micro. I liked how well it captured the details of Amir's face and the soft focus it gave the background. Perfect for taking pictures of Amir blushing through an awkward conversation. Amir watched me silently, chewing at the corner of his lip, his expression curious and nervous, with just enough hope in it that made me grin to myself as I slid a new SD card into the camera. I fiddled with the settings for a few seconds, purposefully drawing it out. "Take your shirt off," I said, still looking down at my camera. A moment later, I lifted the camera to my eye and looked at Amir through the viewfinder. He looked directly into the lens, the muscles in his jaw in knotted ridges, his hands in his lap. I saw I had left a faint bruise above his left nipple in my enthusiasm earlier. Ch-click. Hesitantly, he smiled and then looked away. I took a profile shot and then cleared my throat. "Amir, why do you call me Daddy?" Amir's blue eyes swung back to me, obviously wanting to meet mine but forced to make do with the round black eye of the camera. He frowned, a little wrinkle between his brows. I snapped a picture of his expression and waited. "What do you mean?" he said faintly. "I thought you liked it." "That's not an answer to my question." Again he looked away, and I took another profile shot when he lifted his eyes to the ceiling. "Is that the only reason you do it? Because I like it?" Amir looked at me and shook his head. A flush crept up his neck, like a suffused pattern of small red roses under his pale skin. I wished there was natural lighting in the room, and decided to insist on a window at the next hotel we stayed at, even if I had to pay the extra out of pocket. "So why?" I asked in a calm voice that divulged none of my own excitement. "Why am I your daddy?" "Because you make me feel safe," he said in a low voice, glancing at his hands. Ch-click. My God, did I really? I felt warmth in my chest, a mixture of pride and delight. What else? Amir looked almost defiant when he looked back up at the camera. "Because I know in my heart you'll be kind but strict. You'll be protective, but you'll punish me too, and I like knowing that." Obviously flustered, he rubbed the back of his neck, showing me the sweat-damp dark hair under his arm. Ch-click. I wanted to nuzzle him there, breathe in his scent, but I couldn't touch him just yet. I wanted to keep him talking. I just wonder, is it because of your father? Because he wasn't there for you? Is that why you need a father figure in your life? Maybe, he answered truthfully with a nod. I don't know. Does it matter? But you're not really a father figure. Like, I don't think of you as my literal father. He trailed off and blushed again. I snapped a few quick pictures and stepped closer so that I was looking down at him on the bed. Amir's eyes were huge, and I smiled as I met his gaze, so ethereal and so strong at once. Close your eyes. He did as I asked, and I took a picture of him, head up to the camera but eyes closed, lips slightly parted. His features would be in crisp detail while the rest of him would be in soft focus, the whole framed by the red of the bedspread and carpet. He looked like an angel waiting for a kiss. If the picture turned out as well as I hoped, it would be the first one I would upload to Instagram. Look at me. Amir obeyed, and I grinned and stepped back. What I want to know is, does the perversity of calling me daddy make your dick hard? Cha-click. The question forced a soft yet audible exhale out of Amir, and he flared his nostrils, nodding. Show me. Yes, breathed Amir. Yes, Daddy. He quickly undid the button on his jeans, and I stood there snapping pictures and forcing myself to keep my hands steady as he pulled out his semi-erect cock to show it to me. He licked his lips and stared into the camera lens. What do you want me to do, Daddy? Something occurred to me then when I went to reply, so I asked a question instead. Do you want me to call you something special? Are you my little boy? Do you prefer a son? Is there a Welsh word you want me to use? Can I just call you kiddo? It didn't really feel like role play for some reason. It was beyond that, a dynamic I never knew I wanted to explore. Amir's eyes went distant for a moment. I don't know. His smile was shy. They all sound good. Okay, son, I said, testing it out and feeling like a dirty old man. Not that my cock was complaining, of course. I shifted my stance and adjusted myself. I want you to play with that beautiful dick. Get it hard for me, son. Look at me while you're touching yourself. I want to see how much you want your daddy. Yes, Daddy, he whispered, and he began to stroke himself. Little by little, his cock lengthened, and the rosy head of it began sliding in and out of view, shiny and taut. That's beautiful, I murmured. Fuck, you have a beautiful cock. Amir's cheeks burned bright and he swallowed. I could see the pulse in his neck. Thank you, Daddy. He licked a bead of pre-cum off his knuckle before he continued to stroke himself. I let out a soft grunt of surprise at the surge it gave me, seeing him taste himself. Fuck. I had intended to teach him how to suck cock, but suddenly thought that it might not be a good idea, seeing as he had to sing in just a few hours. Not that I was intending on choking him, or I thought he was in any danger of losing his voice because of giving head, but it was his first show, and it made sense to be prudent. Setting aside my camera, I figured we would just jerk each other off. I certainly could use the release, despite having had some a few hours earlier, but he stopped me in my tracks with his next words. Please, can you fuck me, Daddy? I want to feel you inside me. I need to feel you. Please? I stood there staring at him. Well, why not? What was I waiting for? He bit his bottom lip as he lifted his backside off the bed to get his pants all the way down, and then pushed himself back on the bed, lying down with his thighs spread. He stroked his cock slowly, and I watched his belly rise and fall quickly with his breathing. I don't have any condoms. On unpacking, I'd found a strip of 3 condoms in my luggage that had expired 4 years earlier. I'd intended on nipping out to get some more, but when Amir lifted his head and frowned at me then, I knew he thought the lack of condoms a poor excuse. We'd already talked about it. He was a virgin with absolutely nothing in his history to have given him an STD, and I still got tested every 6 months, even though I hadn't had sex in over 5 years. We didn't need condoms, but I won't last. I don't care, he insisted, and he lifted his knees so his feet were set wide on the bed. I watched in dry-mouthed, heart-hammering astonishment as he spread his cheeks, stroking his pucker with his fingertip. I want you, Daddy. I've played and played with the toy you gave me, but now I want the real thing. Please? Oh, you are something. I choked out, unzipping my pants. I should make you wait, you little brat. I kicked off my jeans and pulled my T-shirt over my head. Pulse racing, I ran my hand over my shaft, watching him caress his ass. I don't know whether I should spank you for being so pushy, or give in and fuck you because you're asking so nicely. I could always make you wait. No waiting, please. Fuck, I might actually cry if you make me wait any longer. I grinned and jerked off slowly. Is that a promise? You know, maybe I shouldn't make you wait for interrupting me like that. I'm sorry, Daddy. Amir let out a shuddering breath. As I was saying, I could always make you wait, but I won't. Because I'd be depriving myself, and I'm truly done with that. Amir let his head fall back on the bed with a nervous-sounding chuckle and watched me walk around the bed to grab a towel and then to my half-empty suitcase. I pulled out the small bottle of lube I'd packed. So you brought that but no condoms? He asked, his voice hoarse. I nodded, grinning sheepishly, and clicked open the bottle. I let some drip directly onto my cock, smoothing it over my shaft. I then jerked myself for a few strokes. Amir's gaze drifted up from my dick to meet my eyes. I'm ready, he whispered, sounding scared as I kneeled between his thighs. Good. I'll try to be as gentle as I can be and use lots and lots of lube. I slid a hand under him to lift his hips so I could protect the bed with the towel, and when I felt a tremble go through him, I wondered how much of his fear was an act. I poured some lube on my fingers and stroked his pucker slowly. Amir let out a jittery laugh, and I noticed he had balled his hands in the duvet cover. He was so tense, he was almost vibrating. Shh, relax, kiddo. I'm not going to hurt you. I leaned over to kiss him, soft and slow, one hand on his cock, the other playing with his nipple until he started to shift his hips eagerly against me, and I sat up again, smiling down at him. I didn't want to hurt him, but then again, I did. His fear was having the usual effect on me. I was so fucking turned on, I was worried that I'd only last a few minutes. I was my cock, this raging, hungry, impatient thing that just wanted to breach Amir's ass without a thought to tenderness, claim him, make him mine, hear him cry out in pain. But I couldn't. I wanted to shield him from my cruel desires, to protect him from me. I used my thumb to circle Amir's sphincter slowly, hoping that the gentle touch would soothe him a bit. He was losing his erection, and I was astonished at how intimidated I was by his lack of experience. I'd bottomed for the first time when I was 14, and it wasn't a particularly good memory. It had hurt because my partner had only been a few years older than me, and in his inexperience and eagerness hadn't given me time to adjust before it was over. More lube. Need more lube. I dripped more onto him, and then slid the tip of my finger into him. He had shut his eyes tight, and the color was high in his cheeks as he gasped. I realized my hands were shaking, and I felt a squeezing pain in my chest. The harbinger of another panic attack? What the hell was wrong with me? I took a deep breath. Is this okay? Yes, Daddy. His tone was meek, but he let out a moan as I fingered him deeper. Yes, Daddy. Give me more. Swallowing, I tried to shake myself out of my timidity. Obviously sensing that something was wrong, Amir cracked open an eye and grinned at me. Come on, I'm dying here. That's all it took to break through my hesitation. I laughed under my breath. Inexperienced, yes. Innocent, not so much. I rubbed the head of my cock over his sphincter, pressing lightly and teasing him until he was breathing hard, one hand jerking himself slowly. Finally, I pushed hard enough that I felt him give and he let out a startled whimper. I paused, waited until the wrinkle between his brows smoothed out, added more lube, and gave him another inch, stopping when his eyes snapped open and he hissed through his teeth. Ow. Just breathe. You're tensing up. It's just, it hurts a little. I'm sorry. I can stop if you want. Please don't make me stop. No. You're bigger than the toy you gave me is all. Laughing, I nodded. He had stopped stroking his cock, so I put a hand over his to persuade him to continue. Keep going. It helps, trust me. Gnawing his bottom lip, Amir nodded quickly and obeyed, but it still seemed he was bracing himself, and that was no good. But I knew what would help. I lowered myself on top of him, smiling as he stared up into my eyes, his face so pale. I didn't move much, just shifted my hips back and forth a little, working him open slowly. I stroked his cheek with my knuckle, and then moved to cup the back of his neck, finally bringing my mouth to his. Amir whimpered again, throwing an arm around my neck as he met my kiss with enthusiasm. I coaxed his jaw to widen, delving into him deeper with both cock and tongue, trying to take my time, but I was starting to lose my grasp on my restraint. I was getting too close, and when he hooked his legs around my waist, driving me into him with a moan, I thought I was going to lose it. Pulling away from the kiss with a gasp, I felt him take in my whole length, and I groaned at his husky voice in my ear. Cooch, Daddy. Fuck me harder. Come inside me. Oh, God. I began pounding into him hard and fast, trying to hold back, wanting him to enjoy this as much as I was, but I cried out and surrendered to the climax that pulsed out of me a few harsh breaths later, crushing him under my weight, thrusting into him, slippery and sensitive. And then to my surprise, he raked my back with his nails and cried out, stiffening under me. I fervently began kissing his neck, his face, my hand in his hair, my tongue once more in his mouth, the two of us moaning and straining as he seemed to peak again a moment later, the second time forcing my softening cock out of him. Breathless, I broke away when he went limp beneath me, and I grinned down at him as he began to laugh, his cheeks bright red and his lips swollen from my ardent kisses. I take it that was okay? I asked, leaning in for another quick kiss as he nodded, trying to catch his breath. I rolled off him onto my back, and he immediately slid off the bed and ducked into the bathroom. A few moments later, he came back with a shy grin and climbed on top of me, straddling my waist, seeking out my lips again. Eyes closed, I slowed the kiss, stroking my hands down his sweat-damp sides, and he mounted against me, my gorgeous, sexy, passionate boy. He was mine, all mine. I can remember the last time I'd felt so damn good. I sighed when he settled his head on my shoulder, one of his hands tucked under my neck, playing with the hair at my nape. Thank you, he murmured. I chuckled. Thank you. Then I frowned, curious. Hey, what happened there? It's like you came twice. Oh, I did. Really? Yeah. Like you come once without, fully coming the first time, and then you, come again. He chuckled. Played with your prostate toy loads. Learned from some site, tantric whatnot. Amir sounded like he was on the verge of drifting off, so I gently pushed him off onto his side on the bed and lifted myself onto my elbows to look down on him. I pulled the sheet over to cover him and then smoothed his hair back from his forehead before leaning forward to place a kiss on his temple. Daddy? He mumbled sleepily, closing his eyes. I smiled through the ache in my chest. How could he mean so much to me already? It didn't seem possible, but here I was, my belly full of butterflies and my heart creaking at the seams. I stroked his hair again and then ran my fingertip along the rim of his ear, coaxing a slow grin and a sigh out of him. I'll wake you up in time to shower before we leave." Unlike Amir, I was anything but tired. Amir nodded, blindly reached for my hand to put it on his head again, and I smiled and kept stroking his hair until I was absolutely sure he was fast asleep. "You're the best thing that's ever happened to me," I whispered to him, laying my head on the pillow to watch him sleep. "Please," I asked anything that might be out there listening, "please let this be real." And I kissed him again, just feather light on his pale cheek. "Please don't let me fuck this up." Chapter 13. Mr. Rockstar. I checked my phone again. The angelic picture of Amir I had uploaded to Instagram just over an hour earlier had already racked up over 12,000 hearts. I grinned, seeing that even my mother's friend Liam was one of the first commenters. I scrolled through what felt like thousands of "I love yous" and "so hot" XOXOs, laughing to myself as I did. Yes, he was very hot, and all mine. I'd assured Amir that I wasn't jealous, at least not normally. The bout of jealousy I'd felt over Rose had been nothing but a hiccup, a side effect of suddenly allowing myself to picture Amir as something more than just a very amenable and sexy young subject for my camera, as someone I could let myself be with. But no, I'm not jealous. I'm possessive. There's a difference. I don't covet what isn't mine, but I will fiercely protect what is. And I trusted Amir, or at least I knew I had to try my best to. I made it clear to him that I considered lying by omission, whether to surprise me or not, still a lie, and that I couldn't deal with that. Amir had promised, and I was determined to take him at his word. In return, he had made me promise to tell him whenever I felt stressed out or unsure of something he did. It's funny. Despite the daddy-boy relationship we were exploring, I don't think I'd ever been on such equal ground with a partner before, and I was very happy to say the least. Standing side stage, I peeked out at the growing crowd, amazed by how many people were there already. The opening band had started playing only 20 minutes earlier, a local group made of 3 sisters who sang in one voice to a thundering bass line, and the small club was almost full to cracking. I felt a touch on my shoulder and turned, and had to pick my jaw up from the ground. Amir was dressed in skin-tight black leather pants and was bare-chested with a black commander harness with chrome pyramid studs. His hair was smoothed down like a glossy black wing over his forehead, and he wore black eyeliner that made his blue eyes inhumanely bright. "You like?" he asked with a crooked grin. I saw he was wearing short black driving gloves when he lifted a hand to stroke his left nipple. He tilted his head, his smile getting wider the longer I stared. Jesus, if you didn't have to go on stage in a bit, I noticed then that Rose was standing there and bit my tongue, trying to slow my pulse. "Yes, you're beautiful," I said instead, and winced when Rose laughed. "That's how it is, isn't it? Oh, how Amir's got you good, love, don't he?" I gave her a wry smile and shrugged, and then laughed when she gave me a wink. Yes, I liked Rose very much. A tall young man with a head of unruly blonde hair swaggered up to us just then. "What I but?" he said cheerfully to Amir, then glanced over at me before turning back to Amir with a scowl. "You look like a bloody puffin that man. What'll your mom say?" The stranger's eyes turned back to me, as if daring me to argue. I felt a cool surge of adrenaline, dread balling in my gut. Who the fuck was this guy? "Don't mind this, Tubson, Greg. This is my cousin Owen, and he's gay. He's just putting you on." Owen's grin went impossibly wide, and I saw then that he had Amir's blue eyes, and they twinkled with mischief in the same way. He held out a hand. "How you keepin'?" he said, and I took his hand to shake it, but he just pulled me into a hug and thumped me hard on the back. Pleased to meet you," I coughed out. He chuckled and pulled away, nodding in a friendly fashion as he studied my face. Then he said something to Amir in Welsh, and Amir blushed and scratched the back of his neck. "So I'm like, you got the thing with your laptop fixed yet?" Amir asked. Owain had been delayed because he'd fried his laptop over the weekend, and he'd spent an extra few days upgrading a new one. Owain nodded, then grinned again when Cal came round the corner. The two of them drifted away, catching up, and Amir stared out at the stage where the Swedish sisters were blasting into their fourth song. He might have looked like a total rock star, but I could see that Amir was starting to panic and was trying hard not to let his terror show. I stared at his profile, and, remembering the camera in my hands, I snapped a candid pic of him. Amir turned to me, his blue eyes wide and frightened, and his expression pulled hard at my heart. Without a thought to the rest of the team who milled around us, I reached out and pulled Amir into my arms, and in thanks, he hugged me tight. "You'll be amazing," I murmured into his ear. "I can't wait to see how fucking gorgeous you're going to be on stage." I felt him relax a little and smiled. I waited in the crowd, tense and excited, as the purple and blue lights swept the empty stage, the white projection screen behind the two tables showing just Amir in a spiky Gothic font. From each side came two tall figures, Cal and Owain in their matching black hoodies. They took their places at their laptops, the screens lighting up their faces. Cal was the first to start with a booming, regular beat, so deep you felt it in your chest. Up on the projection screen behind the two young men appeared a silver sphere on a black background, and it began throbbing and morphing to the beat like a giant living drop of mercury. Next, Owain started bobbing his head as his laptop added a high, dancey beat, followed by the whirring, rhythmic industrial noises and dirty bass that Amir's songs were known for. All around me, the crowd began to sway, but they were quiet, waiting in a hush for Amir to claim the mic that stood like a lonely sentinel at center stage. Slowly, Cal and Owain built sound upon sound, teasing the crowd, gradually increasing the tension, shaking the club with the thunder and fury of the music they were creating. Then, finally, when it seemed that everyone around me was holding their breath, ready to collapse from the strain, Amir strode onto the stage, straight-backed and head high, and launched straight into the third song on his album, Taste Your Sinnership, just as the brilliant white spot lit him up like a fallen angel. The crowd went wild. For a few seconds, I was caught up in their infectious, dizzying high, dancing and jumping along with them, as Amir growled and force-fed his lyrics into the mic, a gorgeous, wanton, half-naked, godling, breathing sex and debauchery to life, with only his voice and the wicked curve of his smile. I was utterly dumbfounded and giddy with desire when his sapphire eyes picked mine out of the crowd, and he curled his lip and moaned into the mic. Jesus fucking Christ. Gone was all trace of the serious young man who hid himself with dark hoodies and shy smiles. He slinked across the stage, thrusting his hips to the music and playing the crowd like he was born to it. Belatedly, I realized I should be taking pictures. I struggled for a better vantage point as people surged forward. Amir howling and gyrating, a black-clad Dionysius with a siren's tongue, whipping the crowd into a frenzy as he launched seamlessly into Fuckhouse Blues. Laughing in astonishment and drunk on endorphins, I snapped picture after picture, trying my best to capture everything, but then sliding a fresh battery into the camera as I positioned myself to the side of the stage. I realized that this was just the first show and could afford to pace myself. It was a glorious 2 hours. I kept finding myself staring at Amir in awe. I had to remind myself that though the crowd might think he was theirs for the duration of the show, He was mine once the lights flashed their last and the applause wound down. I wanted to pull Amir into a fierce, desperate kiss when it was truly over after a second and third encore. However, the minute he stepped off stage, he was mobbed by the rest of the crew, and I couldn't get to him right away. Sweat-covered and panting from exertion, Amir laughed between chugging from a big water bottle. "That was amazing," I yelled, mostly to myself, because everyone was talking over each other at once. "Fucking amazing. Wow. Just wow." Rose leaned over to say something, but I could barely hear her above the racket and the high-pitched whine left over from the music. I cupped my ear. "What?" "Weren't it? You never seen him play then, love?" she shouted, her cheeks rosy with excitement. "It's bloody amazing." Then she pointed to her ear, and I saw the bright orange earplug. "Might want to get yourself some of these, love." I laughed, nodding. After 93 shows, I'd be stone deaf. Finally, Amir pushed towards me. His grin was wide, but I thought he looked anxious. "So?" he said, staring up at me. "What did you think?" Grabbing him by the biceps, I pulled him closer and kissed him hard. Be damned who was looking. And when I drew back a few moments later, I shook my head in awe. "You were perfect. You were beautiful and perfect and so fucking sexy that, Christ." I kissed him again, tasting sweat and makeup, and I thought that I couldn't get him back to the room soon enough. However, my escape plans were dashed when Rose hollered over the cacophony that we were heading over to some other club as soon as Amir was ready. Of course, why hadn't it occurred to me that we'd be celebrating? What kind of rock star plays a gig and then goes right back to the hotel? Reining in my disappointment and impatience, I accepted a beer from Maisie and forced myself to be as enthusiastic as the rest of them. It was Amir's night, after all. Whatever he wanted to do, I would be there with him. And I would enjoy it, damn it. I smiled. The table ordered another round of drinks, and the club manager, sitting between Cal and Owain, called for something to eat, too. The two band members seemed like they were trying to outdo each other with outrageous drinking stories, and the man between them, blond and handsome with a deep, infectious laugh, seemed to be having a fantastic time. Amir was to my left, just staring dreamily around him in silence. He'd had a fair bit to drink like the rest of us, but it seemed to me he was still on a high from earlier, even though it was nearly 4 a.m. I squeezed his knee and he turned to me with a smile before putting his head on my shoulder. Grinning, I draped an arm around him and tried to focus on what Rose was drunkenly telling me. "And that's why I chose Sweden to start. They're a polite bunch, better than we'll see back home, that's for sure, innit? And America, that should be interesting, mate. Figured I'd give Amir a chance to warm up where it's kinder. He's a good 'un." Eamon, or Connor, I was having a hard time telling the brothers apart in the dim light, drunkenly crashed into a waitress on the way back to the table, which sent her tray of drinks flying. Maisie reacted immediately, jumping over the railing to help the poor woman to her feet, before hauling the prone Irishman up by his shirt and giving him a good shake. He had blood leaking from his nose, but he grinned wide, and, from where I was sitting, it seemed like he was giving the big roadie good-natured hell. The other brother stumbled up to the pair and knocked Maisie's peaked cap off her head, while the waitress called for a broom to sweep up the glass. Obviously alarmed, the club manager extracted himself from the table to try to forestall the all-out fistfight that looked about to break out. I watched all this in a sort of amused haze, wondering if I should be taking pictures, when Amir started kissing up the side of my neck, his hand finding its way up my thigh. I closed my eyes and let out a soft groan. I felt teeth, just a gentle nip, and squeezed Amir's knee again, wishing that we were alone. I wanted him naked and accommodating my every desire. Breathing slowly as he began working on my earlobe, I slid my hand along his inner thigh until it met with the obvious hard length trapped under leather. Fuck it. No one could see what I was doing, so I stroked and fondled him through his pants, smiling when I was rewarded with lovely, needy little whimpers. "I want you," he whispered in my ear, sending shivers down my neck and kicking my pulse up a notch. His hand closed over my cock. "I want you so bad, Daddy." Jesus. I said it loud enough that Rose looked over at me, her brow wrinkled, and I laughed and shook my head. Amir was trying to undo my fly, and the sober part of my brain pointed out that a little light petting might go unnoticed. But having my dick out in public was a whole different story. I chuckled again. He was recklessly horny, and fucking hell, I needed to do something about it. I grabbed Amir's hand, and dragging him off the padded bench, pulled him after me. As soon as we were in the bathroom, I pushed Amir into the only stall and began savaging his mouth, forcing him back hard against the stone wall and grinding against him like a randy teenager. Amir let out a small cry, muffled by my tongue in his mouth, as I moved to swiftly undo his pants. His hands raked my back as I peeled down the black leather and took his cock in hand, stroking it until my palm was slick. I drew back, breaking the kiss. "Don't worry, baby. Daddy will take care of you," I said, and dropped down to my knees. "Oh, God," he choked, his thighs trembling as I took his whole length into my mouth. He was sweaty and smelled musky, but that didn't deter me. The salty pre-cum leaking out of him was like ambrosia for my seeking tongue, and it took no time at all before he was quivering and sighing, shameless and so very gorgeous in his desire. Then the door of the bathroom creaked open, and a now familiar voice caused Amir to stiffen in surprise or dismay. "Amir, what are you doing?" Owain said from right outside the door. "Like there's only one stall, man. Hurry it up." However, I wasn't going to let anyone interrupt us. I sucked down Amir's slender cock, cupping his balls in my hand to squeeze them softly, and he let out a shuddering moan. Owain obviously caught on to what was happening, because he laughed. "Jesus. Well, I guess I'll wait then." "I'm almost finished," Amir said, his voice breaking, and I pulled back to work my tongue around his cockhead before taking him deep again. I hadn't given head in ages, and never with so much enthusiasm. Having Amir's dick in my mouth was driving me insane. I couldn't get enough of him. Owain muttered something I didn't catch as he left the washroom. Amir gripped my head a little painfully as he thrust himself in my mouth, no longer holding back his groans and panting sobs. "Daddy, I'm gonna come," he whispered, and when I hummed in encouragement, he gasped and cried out, and I eagerly swallowed everything down, waiting until he sagged back against the wall before getting a bit painfully to my feet. Immediately, he threw his arms around my neck and kissed me, licking my bottom lip and dipping into my mouth with his tongue, as if to share in the taste of himself. I grunted in surprise as my cock surged at his fervor, and I grabbed his ass hard to pull him tight against me. I could fuck him right here and now if I wanted to. However, I drew back only a moment later. Stroking his cheek, I smiled into his lust-blasted gaze, then reached down to pull his leather pants back up. A look of disappointment and confusion crossed his face as I buttoned his pants. "Don't you want to—" I wanted to give Mr. Rockstar a good post-show blowjob, but this was just to tide you over until we get back to our room, where I can fuck you properly. "Oh," he laughed hoarsely. I kissed Amir again and grinned. "Come, your cousin's waiting for the stall." Outside the washroom, Owain stopped me. "Amir, go on now. Greg will be with you now in a minute," he said, fixing me with a stern look. Amir seemed about to complain, but Owain said a few words to him in Welsh, and Amir stayed put as Owen dragged me back into the washroom. "So you really fancy my cousin, you do?" He cocked his head at me and eyed me up and down. "I do. And I'm not sure what you—" "Did you push yourself on him, then? Does he fancy you?" "No, and yes. With him all done up, I can see why you think he'd be gagging for a quickie in the toilet. Owen, what the fuck is your problem with me and Amir?" I was getting pissed off, but I didn't know how this would go down if he decided to get physical. To my surprise, Owen broke into a grin and slapped my shoulder. "I'm just taking a piss, man. He's my little cousin is all. Just making sure you're not an old perv." Owen shrugged, then his expression went a bit wistful. "Nah, you're a tidy fella. If I'm being honest, I'm a bit jealous, I am." Startled, I began automatically tallying up just how attractive I found Owen, with his long, horsey face and bushy mop of straw-colored hair. He did have nice shoulders and arms, but no ass to speak of. He was all right, but not really my type. "I think you're a decent guy, Owen, if circumstances were different." I just let it trail off, politely ambiguous. Owen laughed. "Fair play. But wasn't you I was talking about, Greg, love? If I'd known he were gay, I might have seen if he were interested in me. But with you two sparking, I haven't an open hell now." "But he's your cousin." "Third cousin. Maybe fourth." The tall Welshman shrugged again, laughing. "Anyway, don't matter, do it. But, you should be trying being a bit more private, eh? Barry'll be tamping if you get out of Mir in the paper for fucking in public." "Right, sorry." "Tidy, man. Oh, and I think I'm heading back to the hotel after this. You two want to come with?" "Sure, sounds good. I'll go tell Amir. You don't want to stay and watch?" Owen unzipped his fly and gave me a saucy grin and eyebrow waggle as he sauntered up to the stall. I let out a chuckle and turned to go. "I'll see you back at the table." Later, in our hotel room, I told Amir about what his cousin said, and he laughed. "As if I'd be interested in that great big toopsin. Beyond ludicrous." He opened his mouth so I could feed him a spoonful of the strawberry yogurt I'd swiped from the breakfast room downstairs. It was past 5 in the morning, and they'd already begun laying things out for the early risers. Our train was at 11, and we were already packed, and I was debating sacrificing part of our morning sleep for an encore performance with Amir, but I wasn't sure if my body was quite as willing as my mind. I licked the spoon and thought about the bathroom at the club. "Was that your first blowjob?" I asked, feeding him some more yogurt. He shook his head, and I reached out and wiped a fleck of yogurt off his bottom lip with my thumb. To my surprise, he opened his mouth and took my thumb in, sucking it softly for a moment. Maybe my body was willing. "Third," he murmured, pulling away. "What?" I said, heavy-lidded. I'd already half forgotten what we'd been talking about. I just wanted to put my cock between those sweet lips. "Oh, right, blowjobs. Really, 3. What exactly is your definition of complete virgin anyway?" I was teasing him, but in truth I felt stupid for feeling disappointed that I wasn't the first in everything with him. "First you're cut up about me being a virgin, now you're grizzling about my having been sucked off before. There's no pleasing you, is there?" Amir grinned and shifted around so that he was lying on his back next to me, looking up at me all cheeky. I deposited the empty container and spoon on the bedside table and put my hand on his warm, smooth stomach. With a happy sigh, I leaned down and kissed him slowly, tasting strawberry. I trailed my fingers along the line of his pelvis and back up again. Knowing Amir, he'd be raring to go in an instant, but I still needed to catch up a bit. I drew back and smiled when I saw his eyes were closed and his face flushed. I was completely and totally besotted with him, and it amazed me. I'd never felt like this before. Bethan, I told you about her, and one of the girls from, that night," he said, opening his eyes. His expression was rueful. I knew what night he was talking about, the one after he'd flown home. Amir touched my cheek. "It's all right. You're forgiven, you know." A wrinkle appeared between his brows. Dark makeup was still smudged around his eyes, making him look even more tired than he probably was. "Actually, I shouldn't even count her. It didn't work." "What didn't?" "The blowjob. I didn't, you know." "Didn't what?" I said, brushing my lips on his cheek. I didn't even care if his reticence was faked or not. I found it adorable that he still balked at saying certain things. Amir squirmed and laughed as I licked his ear. "What didn't you do?" "God, that tickles. Didn't come. I didn't come. It wasn't even half hard, to tell you the truth." "No?" "No. Ah, stop that." Amir let out a helpless giggle as I moved my mouth to his neck, kissing and licking lightly with the express purpose of tickling him. I was addicted to his laughter. "But you had no problem with me earlier," I murmured against his neck. "It's because I didn't feel anything for her. Nothing at all." He panted a few breaths and then gasped when I bit beneath his ear gently. "Nothing like what I feel for you." "Oh?" I was slightly distracted by how good he smelled and how soft his skin was under my stroking fingertips, so I wasn't really thinking when I prompted him with, "And what is that?" "I love you." It was a tiny whisper. "What?" I jerked back like I'd just touched something hot, my pulse racing. Amir shook his head quickly, hooking his arms around my neck to keep me from backing away completely. "Wait, you don't have to say it back, Greg. I know it sounds hasty, but I really am in love with you. Have been since the beginning." "But what? I mean, I can't." I felt a sharp twinge in my chest and wondered if I was about to go into a panic attack. Breathing deep, I just stared into his big blue eyes, trying to sort out my head. "You don't have to love me back. It's all right. It's okay. I'm not asking you to. Not until you're ready. Maybe you won't ever. But I can't help but love you right now." Amir ruffled the hair of my neck, giving me a smile that was serene and a little bit sad. And again I was struck by how he was able to make me feel like I was the younger one sometimes. "Let's talk about this another time," I suggested, when I was sure that I could trust my voice. I pulled away from Amir, but only so I could lie down next to him and take him into my arms. I closed my eyes, trying to slow my heart. "Okay," was all he said, and I felt like a complete shit for ruining the mood, but he just sighed and nuzzled into my neck like everything was fine. I frowned. Maybe everything was fine. I remembered what he said. "Just ask, Greg. I'll always tell you the truth if you ask." "Are you hurt by my reaction?" I asked quietly. After a moment, he replied, "Yes, but only a little, and only because an idiot part of me was hoping that you loved me back already. But, Greg, trust me when I say it's okay. It changes nothing about how I feel for you. It changes nothing about how I'll be with you." "Okay." Amir was quiet for a few minutes, and I thought he might have drifted off, but he mumbled something against my throat. "You know, I wasn't expecting to get any head from you." I hadn't expected the conversation to shift back again, and let out a short laugh of confusion. "What?" "Yeah, like, seeing as you're in control, like you said. For some reason, I figured that meant I was the only one who was going to be doing that." This time, my low chuckle was full of amusement, but he was right. "Usually, I'm the one getting my dick sucked," I admitted. "Usually. But sometimes I like to reward my partners." I caught myself then, realizing that I wasn't being completely honest with him. But, well, there's no usually when it comes to you, because I've honestly never been in a relationship like this one before. It's different. "Yeah?" "Mm-hmm." I tried stroking his hair, but it was still stiff with gel or whatever he'd put in it for the show, and I was afraid of hurting him if my fingers got tangled. I contented myself with caressing the back of his neck. "Well, I've always needed to dominate in the past. Everything was about power struggles, about subjugating someone to my will, and there's not really much of that with us. Does that bother you? I shook my head slowly. No. I sounded surprised, even to myself. No, it doesn't. You're happy being my daddy? Amir yawned. Sleepily, I nodded, hugging him tighter. Yes. Maybe I was changed because of what happened with Travis. Maybe I just never found the right person to have this gentler dynamic with. I smiled. This more wholesome dynamic. This time I laughed out loud, and Amir let out a small, half-asleep, noise. What on earth was wholesome about getting off over someone calling me daddy while I fucked them? But it was more than that, wasn't it? As I drifted in the shallows of sleep, I thought about how my past relationships, the ones before Travis anyway, hadn't been unhealthy, but neither had felt this meaningful. Spank me, Amir mumbled, startling me completely awake for a second before I realized he was fast asleep. I chuckled inside. Spank him? Okay, so I didn't have to be that gentle. If he merited a spanking, he would get it. Problem was, Amir was such a good boy. My good boy, I whispered, a soft ache in my chest that wasn't panic-driven this time. My very good boy. Chapter 14. Sleeping, shagging, showering, and snacking. After the show in Norway, where we nearly had to cancel because Amir and I missed the train and had to catch a plane instead, things began falling into a routine. In each new city, the team would meet to discuss preparations around mid-morning of the day of the show, and once the details were squared away and Rose and Maisie and the other roadies were off to the venue, Amir and I would linger in our room until an hour before doors opened. Barry attended only about half the shows. Amir wasn't his only rising star, and he had other things to take care of. Then, 8 shows in, while we were in Amsterdam, Mike had to leave because his mother had broken her hip in a fall, and we had to find a last-minute lighting technician. Otherwise, everything was going smoothly and in no small part thanks to Rose and her organizational skills and foresight. For my part, being the tour photographer was proving to be both challenging and monotonous in equal measures. One problem was that Amir wore nearly the same outfit for every show, so I started getting more creative with my photos to keep his image fresh, snapping more of him getting prepared, goofing off with the others, that sort of thing, and his fans gobbled it all up. Amir's Instagram and Facebook fan page easily took up an hour of my day every day. Thankfully, Amir liked being hands-on with the fans, so he took on the burden of answering his fan emails once I'd screened them for messages obviously intended to cause him harm and general trolling. The Annie Welsh crap was deeply disturbing because I hadn't been expecting it, but thankfully it was minimal. Overall, Amir was well loved. My mother's friend Leanne had become one of the most prolific commenters, and while I appreciated the support she obviously thought she was giving, sometimes her messages made me a tad uncomfortable. They shifted between being manically enthusiastic to passive-aggressive and vaguely insulting. I couldn't figure her out, but seeing as I wanted to keep everything kosher and polite, I just thanked her for the nice comments and messages, and ignored the others. When she found and added Rose to her Facebook, Rose just laughed and said she didn't mind, and added her back. She reasoned that Leanne was just an older lady who was having fun knowing someone who brushed with fame, and that her less lovely comments just came from being from a different time. When we got to Germany, Amir caught a cold and had to cancel the Berlin show, but was well enough to do Munich 2 days later. After the concert in Munich, we had a glorious 5 days of rest to do nothing but touristy things if we wanted to. For my part, I was completely exhausted, and only too happy to spend 2 of those days in bed with Amir. Between all the traveling, the shows, and the partying, we'd had almost zero time to ourselves. I threw on a pair of boxers and peeked out into the hallway, wondering if I was going to offend anyone with my half-naked state if I went in search of the ice machine. I thought it was one floor up, and seeing as it was the middle of the night, and the small hotel near the Marienplatz was nearly empty except for Amir's entourage, I figured I would risk it. Taking the bucket from the dresser, I cast a glance at Amir sleeping soundly on the big bed and crept out as quietly as I could. I left the door open a crack and walked quickly down the narrow hallway that was carpeted in a style that wouldn't look out of place in the Overlook Hotel, past the weird shoeshine machines that were on every floor, and through the door to the staircase. I had coaxed the elderly machine to give me some ice and was turning back to go downstairs when a door creaked open down the hallway. Startled, I ducked into the small space next to the ice machine, hoping that whomever it was would opt for the elevator. However, a moment later, Maisie stopped in front of me, her eyes wide. She wore just a t-shirt that barely covered her big freckled thighs, and in her hands, she held an ice bucket. "Nice night for some ice," I joked, and held up my half-filled bucket. The two of us laughed quietly, and I thought that my own partial nudity was what brought a lovely blush to her round cheeks. But just then, two bearded faces leaned out the door she had come through, and I blinked in surprise. Well then, I recovered quickly and pretended as if I hadn't seen a thing. "Just give it a little kick and it should work fine." I patted the side of the machine, trying to seem nonchalant. "Well, I better be getting back to my room. See you later, Maisie." "Well, good night then, Greg," she said with an embarrassed grin. I walked quickly down the hallway and took the stairs two at a time, feeling giddy and silly, and when I got to the room I shared with Amir, I was glad to see he had woken up. He rubbed his face and stared at me blearily. "Where were you?" "I couldn't sleep and wanted a drink, so I went for some ice." "You went out in your pants? And why are you grinning like that?" I laughed. "Guess who I just saw coming out of Eamon and Connor's room?" Amir yawned and shrugged, sitting back against the headboard. His thick, dark hair was standing up in every which way because he'd gone to bed with it wet. "Maisie." His brows shot up. "What? You're not bloody serious." "I am." I chuckled again, pouring myself some of the cheap Tyrconnell I'd found that afternoon. I threw an ice cube in the glass and wondered how long it would be before we encountered another ice machine. "So, all their bickering's just a show." Cal had broken up a fight between the three of them just that afternoon, moments before they started throwing punches. I'm not actually sure," I said, and sipped my whiskey. "Maybe the three of them have killer make-up sex." "Wonder how long it's been going on." "Wow, that's something, that is." "Don't say anything." I sat down on the edge of the dresser. "Oh, I won't. I'm just surprised." "Why are you awake, anyway?" "When I left, you were sleeping like the dead." "Maybe I'd thought you'd gone and I was missing you." Amir smirked and scratched his head, making his hair even wilder. He had a pillow crease on one cheek and his skin was still rosy from sleep. He was adorable and sexy. I frowned at him, making my face serious as I put aside my glass. I'd just been struck with a ridiculously perverse urge, and I was curious to see if he'd go along with it. "Are you feeling okay?" I asked, walking up to his side of the bed. "You're not getting sick again?" "Yeah, I feel fine," he replied, cocking his head at me in confusion. "Why?" "You seem a bit flushed," I said, and deliberately grabbed my stiffening cock through my boxers. His gaze followed my hand, and he narrowed his eyes for a second before lifting his head, looking to me for direction. "Daddy, do you think I'm sick?" he asked tentatively. "I think you might be, but there's only one way to tell." "How?" "I need to take your temperature with my thermometer," I explained in a grave voice. though my heart was pounding in excitement. I pulled my dick out of my shorts. Again, he narrowed his eyes, and then he caught on with a flash of a grin. He put on a sorrowful look and stared up at me. "Do you have to, Daddy? I'm afraid." I let myself smile for a second. How on earth did I get so lucky? "There's nothing to be afraid of, son. It'll only take a few minutes. Now lie on your tummy like a good boy, and let me get the thermometer ready." Amir looked absolutely miserable, with his mouth turned down at the corners, but it was impossible to ignore the sheet tenting up in his lap. I made a show of stroking my cock for a moment and reached for the bottle of lube. "Go on now, on your belly." With a little nod, Amir moved to obey, lying flat on his stomach with his arms straight down to either side, fists clenched and face buried in the pillow. The muscles in his ass flexed, and I made a mental note to take a picture of him exactly like this, later, when I wasn't so busy being depraved. I lubed up my cock well, and put a knee up on the bed just as Amir let out a shuddering sigh. "Is he going to what?" His words were quiet and muffled. Breathing deep, I gently pushed his thighs apart. "Yes," I confessed soberly, "but only a little. You're going to be my brave boy, aren't you?" "Yes, Daddy." I shook my head, laughing under my breath. "I'm going to put the thermometer in your bum now, and you shouldn't wiggle too much or try to force it out, okay?" "Yes, Daddy." He sounded terrified. If Amir hadn't already been an accomplished singer and musician, I would have said he'd missed his calling as an actor. Taking my time and trying not to be hasty in my excitement, I leaned over him and pushed my cock into him with slow, shallow thrusts, letting him get used to it before giving him more and finally resting my weight on him. Amir whimpered a bit, panting quickly, and I kissed the back of his neck as I fucked him languidly. He felt so good, and when he turned his head to breathe easier, I could see by his expression that he was enjoying this as much as I was. I shifted a bit, pushing an arm between Amir's chest and the bed, so I was holding him, and moved faster. Breaking character for a moment, I asked, "Like this?" "Oh, God, yeah, just like that," he said in a choked voice. I prided myself on being able to make him come with my cock alone, but really, it was the weeks of play with the toy I'd given him that were to thank for his sensitivity. That and some random tantric sex blogger he followed. I clenched my jaw, eyes closed, willing my encroaching climax to stay back a bit longer, but I was swiftly approaching the point of no return. "Do I have a fever, Daddy?" Amir whispered, not helping my situation. "Yes," I rasped, "a fever. Now I have to put some medicine inside you." "Yes, Daddy. Oh, I'll be a good boy and... take it." I groaned, propping myself up on my knuckles so I could plow into him faster, and he stiffened and let out a cry beneath me just as my own pulsing climax burst out of me, pulling a satisfyingly raw moan out of my parched throat, and I was lost, just floating on pure sensation for a few seconds before melting into the deep, warm connection I always felt with Amir in our post-coital moments. I began to laugh, pulling him onto his side so I could curl up behind him, sweaty and sated, and already looking forward to next time, and the time after that, and the time after that. "You're a well-dodged sicko, you are," Amir murmured fondly. "And you love it." "I do." He wriggled against me, snuggling closer. "And I love you." It was getting easier to hear him say it, and though I hadn't reciprocated, he knew how much I cared for him. But Travis had said it all the time, too. I frowned and buried my face in Amir's cowlicks, breathing in his unique scent, willing the phantom of Travis to leave me and my damaged sense of trust alone. "Now I have to take another shower," Amir sighed. "That's the third one today." It's not today anymore. It's tomorrow. Oh, right. Are you complaining? I slid a hand up Amir's belly, palm flat over his chest, and then clasped his neck loosely. His pulse was a steady, slow thump-thump against my fingertips, and I smiled through the ache in my chest at just how happy I was being with him. Oh, of course not. But we just been sleeping, shagging, showering, and eating. No, wait, hang on. Seems a bloody shame to break the alliteration. Snacking? Amir chuckled. Snacking, yeah, that works. You'll write my song lyrics from now on. Okay, so we've been sleeping, shagging, showering, and snacking. But I've never been to Munich before. And you'd like to actually see something other than the hotel room, I concluded, smiling. Yeah, that okay? Of course. I've only been one time before, for work, and I didn't manage to see much. Oh, remember that lady I sat next to on the plane? The Nain dominatrix. Nain? Granny. Laughing, I lifted my head to bite his shoulder. Well, she's not in the business anymore, but yes, Gail. She lives in Munich. Maybe we can meet up with her while we're here. Sure, yeah. I owe her some thanks. Oh? Well, she helped straighten your head out, didn't she? I smiled and sighed as I sat up. You're right. We'll take her out for lunch. I gave Amir's ass a good hard slap, and he gasped in surprise, glancing back at me with a mock scowl. What was that for? For having an incredibly beautiful posterior. Chuckling, I stood and stretched. Come on, get that gorgeous ass out of bed and into the shower with me. There's sleep to be had if you want to get out of this room before noon. Groaning, Amir covered his face. I'm too done in for a shower. However, when I stepped under the warm spray, Amir was right there with me, his slick body snug in my arms, and eager mouth open to my unhurried kiss. Chapter 15. Exposed. Gail peered at Amir over the top of her beer, her expression coquettish. So you're the young man who's wrapped poor Greg around his little finger, she said in amusement. Now I see what the fuss was about. She took a sip, the glass looking huge in her frail, arthritic hands. He didn't tell me who you were, you know. It takes quite a gentleman to be that discreet. I'd hang on to him if I were you. Amir smiled. Yes, ma'am. He glanced over at me. Thank you, ma'am. I plan on it. Gail then fixed me with her watery, pale brown eyes. You wouldn't think someone who could sing the way he does would be so polite. She chuckled. I think you're making him nervous. I read out a few passages from Gladius to him this morning, and I think he rather enjoyed it. Gladius was one of Gail's shorter works, about a young slave in ancient Rome who finds himself sold off to a ludus to satisfy the gladiators that trained there. Very little plot, but the sex scenes more than made up for that, and I've made Amir fuck himself with a new toy while I read it to him. Red-faced, Amir swallowed down some beer and looked as if he wanted to sink into the ground. I reached under the table and took his hand, squeezing it softly. Gail tutted. Stop teasing the poor boy. My God, look at that blush. It's okay, ma'am, Amir said, smirking. It's one of his favorite things in the world. I dare say it would be. She slowly put the glass back on the table and lifted a napkin to dab at her lips. I couldn't help but notice how much her hands were shaking, and I wondered if she was ill. While Amir and I had devoured our roast pork with dark beer gravy, she'd only picked at a small cheese plate. However, she surprised me with a sudden piercing glare and a headshake. My dear, will you stop staring at me with that look on your face? Yes, I shake. Yes, I don't see as well as I used to. Yes, I rely on a walker. But for crying out loud, I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore. As long as my mental faculties are tip-top, I would thank you to humor me and not treat me like I'm your old granny, or I'll put you over my knee and give you a good walloping. I might be nearly 90, but I assure you that these hands can still make a crop sing." Laughing, I nodded. "All right, I'm sorry, mistress," I said, acting properly chastened. Gail nodded once in satisfaction, her eyes shrewd, then turned her attention back to Amir. "I saw your show the other night." "You did?" Amir wrinkled his brow in amazement. The venue had been completely packed, and it was startling to think that the frail old woman had been somewhere in the crowd. "I did indeed. My nephew is a big fan of yours, and I must have heard your album 100 times while I was staying with him in Montreal. I had to come see for myself if you lived up to your image in person." Amir smiled wide, but he looked a bit nervous, like he always did when people talked about his music. "And? Were you disappointed?" "You were lewd, absolutely brazen," she said. Grinning, she reached out and patted his hand. "And completely in your element up there. I can't remember the last time I enjoyed myself so much at a concert." Amir brightened and was about to say something when a familiar figure came towards us in the big, nearly empty restaurant. "There you are," Barry said, slightly out of breath. "I've been looking everywhere for you. We have a problem." He thrust something onto the table, and I recognized it as one of those trashy magazines you'd find at the checkout line of a supermarket. The kind with screaming headlines about so-and-so's divorce and incredible diet tips. It was American, and I wondered where Barry had found it. Maybe he liked celebrity gossip. Page 12. Mystified, I flipped through the pages and felt my heart do a hard double thump at what I found there. The picture was grainy, but unmistakably Amir. He was up against a white wall with his legs around me with my pants around my ankles. "Christ," I swore. Amir came around the table to stare down at the image, his breathing audible. "Oh no." I recognized the room. It was the hotel we'd stayed at in Denmark, and the photo had obviously been taken with a telescopic lens from the building across. The title over the piece was Amir Exposed, and beneath that, gay Canadian smut photographer caught taking more than just pictures. I skimmed the few short paragraphs speculating about the nature of our relationship and shook my head. "Oh well," I said finally with a shrug. "It was bound to come out eventually, I guess." Amir sighed and nodded, tugging on his ear. "I probably should call my mum." "Good idea. No telling how fast this is going to spread." I heard a choked noise and looked up at Barry. His eyes were bulging and his face very red. He looked as if he was going to have a fit. "Are you okay?" "Am I okay? Am I? How can you be so calm about this? Dear God, boy, this is catastrophic." Amir and I shared a glance, and Gail reached over to pull the tabloid towards her. "Barry, why don't you sit down before you give yourself a heart attack?" I said, moving over to give him room. Barry just shook his head. "We have to do damage control. Sue them for libel. We have to do something." Amir let out a laugh. "Libel? I don't know. It's not like they made anything up, is it? And look, you can't see much. Just Greg's bum. Do you think they photoshopped it?" I wondered. In the picture, it looked more muscular than in real life. "Nah, that's your sexy bum, that is," Amir said, grinning. Barry was still staring at us as if we'd gone insane. I was embarrassed, sure, but it wasn't as if my relationship with Amir was a huge secret. I remembered what Owen had said about Barry, about how he'd be furious if I got Amir in the papers for a little indiscretion. Stiffly, Amir's agent sat down next to me, his blue eyes wide and, if I wasn't mistaken, scared. "What is it, Barry?" "It's just—" He shook his head, perspiration beading at his hairline. "We're going to the States. With the political climate right now, Trump, all those hate crimes happening, the timing of this couldn't be worse." "Ah." I passed him a napkin and he wiped his face with it. "I understand, but it can't be that bad, and you know we'll be careful. It's not like Amir's the only—" I looked over at Amir, realizing we'd never really talked about his sexual identity. Non-hetero touring the States. All it takes is one Mashigna redneck with a gun and purpose and—" Barry closed his eyes, pressing the napkin to his forehead. While I appreciated his concern, the theatrics were a bit much, and I was trying to come up with something to put his mind at ease when Gail spoke up. "Oh, for crying out loud." Calling over to the waiter, she ordered a Weinschorle, white wine and sparkling water, before fixing Barry with a shrewd gaze. "You're being absurd. Get a hold of yourself. It's not as if these two young men have to go around hiding their doings from this sharpering Omi. It's the 21st century, you silly man, and it'll take more than an orange turd in a wig to take America back to the Stone Ages." The waiter placed the glass of Weinschorle in front of Gail, and she pushed it towards Barry. "Drink. You'll feel much better." I had to laugh at the look on Barry's face, as he seemed to only now register Gail's presence. "Well, who might you be, madam?" he said, straightening his back to peer down at her. "This is Gail Hendricks, Barry, a friend," Amir said, and then turned to Gail. "Barry's my agent and overprotective uncle." Barry frowned, his eyes distant for a moment. Then he tilted his head slowly, his expression quizzical. "Gail Hendricks, why do I know that name?" "You might know me better by my nom de plume, Tandy Derringer." Barry's mouth hung open comically for a second, before he sat back and slapped his knee. My goodness! Of course! Oh, I am a great fan of yours, madam. A great fan." He finally reached for his drink and took a sip, beaming in excitement, the tabloid photo apparently forgotten for the moment. "How do you do?" He rose again to take her hand and bestowed a kiss to her knuckles before sitting back down. "Amir didn't tell me he knew the Tandy Derringer. How could you keep that from me, you wicked boy? Can I just say that I simply adored the way he concluded the Irish Spirit series? Declan so deserved to be happy, and his brother. Oh my God, I didn't see that coming one bit." Amir chuckled and sidled closer to me as the two discussed the fate of one of her protagonists, an English duchess by the sounds of it, at the hands of some devious Irish priest. Wow, well, that was unexpected," Amir said, putting his hand on my knee. I glanced around behind me to see if anyone was watching, and then remembered the photograph in the tabloid. "What do you want to do about this?" I asked quietly. "Do you want to get some kind of legal action against the paper? Do you want to deny everything? Do you just want to roll with it? I'm with you, whatever you'd like." "I'm relieved, to be honest." Amir shrugged and leaned in to kiss the corner of my mouth. I growled softly in warning. It was one thing to be caught, unaware with, quite literally, one's pants down. It was another to start just making out in public. This wasn't a restaurant in a gay part of town, and Gail's talk of it being the 21st century was great and all, but the world still had far to go when it came to two guys canoodling in plain daylight. Amir rolled his eyes and sighed, squeezing my thigh. I smiled, thinking about how his generation was so different from mine, what with their casual sexuality and plethora of labels one could apply to themselves. Even the Kinsey scale now seemed stuffy and antiquated. Fine. The restaurant was almost completely empty, so I capitulated and planted a brief kiss on his lips. "I'd appreciate it if you went back to the hotel if you're aiming to flaunt yourselves," warned Barry, startling me. "Oh, hush," Gal replied with a dry laugh. "Let them be in love." Love. I coughed to cover the panic that twisted my gut at the word, and gulped down some beer, trying not to avoid Amir's eyes out of guilt. Why was I so afraid of admitting something I knew deep down was true? Chapter 16. An Extra Special Treat. We were in Madrid, the sun only just starting to make its way skyward, when there came a loud knocking on the hotel room door. Groggily, I half fell out of bed, grabbing a pair of boxers on the way to the door. It had to be before 7 in the morning, and Amir and I didn't get to sleep until past 2. I hopped into my shorts, not caring that they were inside out, and opened the door a crack. Rose stood on the other side, a huge smile plastered on her face. "Good morning?" Good morning," I replied, my voice rough from sleep as I stood wincing at the bright hallway light. Going up on tiptoes, Rose tried looking over my shoulder. "You awake?" "Rose?" Amir whispered. "Whatcha?" she replied, beaming. "Not feeling dicky, are ya?" "Is everything okay?" I asked, trying to smooth my hair down. "Everything's fine, mate. Go throw on some clothes and grab your swim trunks. We got a train to catch." "What? Where?" I glanced over at Amir and he shrugged. The next concert was days away. "To the beach. Come on. Get a move on, loves," said Rose, shoving me back in the room. "Chop, chop." Perplexed, I looked around the room at the clothing strewn around. "Beach? What beach?" "Torremolinos. Tick-tock. Train's at 7:20. I shared a look with Amir. Torremolinos. Beach. I didn't even have a pair of shorts. Amir smiled and then yawned wide, stretching his arms out. "Why not?" he said simply. "Sounds like fun." "What? Really?" I just wanted to crawl back into bed. "Meet you downstairs in 10, Rose said, obviously choosing to ignore my peevish tone in favor of Amir's somewhat understated enthusiasm. Shaking my head in disbelief as she walked to the elevator with a bounce in her step, I closed the door and turned to Amir, who was already rooting through his suitcase. "You're seriously wanting to go?" "You can sleep on the train," he replied, triumphantly holding aloft a pair of red and blue striped board shorts. "It's a few hours away." "I don't have anything to wear to a beach," I argued. He frowned. "Yes, you do. Those tan combat trouser things you were wearing the other day. They transform into shorts." "They do?" "What do you think the zip around the knees were for?" "These?" I pulled the cargo pants out of my bag and inspected the zippers. "Well, look at that," I said, as the bottom of the leg came away. "I don't know. I thought it was just decorative, I guess." "And here." I caught the T-shirt Amir threw at me and smiled. It was one of the tour shirts. "Fine. Now I have beach wear. But it's only the beginning of March. It's not exactly balmy." "Then we'll snuggle." Laughing, I quickly got changed into my convertible pants and T-shirt and grabbed my sunglasses. A day at the beach. As Amir had said, why not? Rose led us up out of the underground train station in Torremolinos, and we stood there for a moment, just looking around at the busy open plaza, while Rose squinted at her phone, trying to get her bearings. "All right, it's this way. We have Calle San Miguel to Cuesta del Tayo. There's actually an elevator that'll have us down to the beach, but it's a nice walk down through the little shops," she said, pointing. The four of us, me, Amir, Rose, and our new lighting tech, a tall Czech guy named Ladislav, made our way along the narrow street to an even narrower stepped pedestrian thoroughfare that wound its way down towards the water, lined on each side with restaurants, bars, and tourist shops. Though the temperature that morning had been brisk in Madrid, I was sweating by the time we emerged onto the wide street below, and I couldn't wait to switch my pants to shorts. Rose shielded her eyes and nodded towards a restaurant on the boardwalk. "Casa Antonio. We can rent beach chairs there, but we want drinks from somewhere else. I'm not spending all of the budget on fancy tourist drinks. Love?" She took Ladislav's elbow and pointed up the street to a cluster of stores. "Go find us some cheap drinks, okay then?" Rose settled up with the beach chair guy, and we picked a row close to the water that had open parasols. Smiling, I pulled my T-shirt over my head and draped it over the top of the lounger, hands on my hips, looking out at the water. It was beautiful. When was the last time I'd been to a beach? I couldn't recall. Next to me, Amir stripped down to his shorts, and I frowned at his ghostly white skin exposed to the noontime sun. As if reading my thoughts, Rose handed me a tube of 50 SPF sunscreen, and Amir laughed. "Sheesh," he said. "I was getting to it." "Turn around." I quickly covered him from ears to waist in sunscreen, and I was about to start on the back of his legs when he snagged the tube out of my hand, saying he could take care of the rest himself. It was only when he ducked his head and subtly adjusted his shorts that I realized that my touch was having an effect on him. I grinned and reached out to grab him, intending on teasing him further, but he hopped back out of my reach. Ow! He jumped back onto the pathway between the rows of chairs, dancing from foot to foot. That sand is bloody hot. Oh, hey, mate. Ladislav came up the path, his long arms hugging several 1-liter cartons of wine to his chest, a cigarette hanging out of the corner of his mouth. Here, he said, handing me a box. I frowned at the €1.99 sticker price. There was cheap, and then there was cheap. But then I realized that the cheapest Spanish wine was probably better than the most expensive grocery wine back home. We stood there, holding our boxes of wine for a moment, sharing amused looks, and just as I was wondering how we were supposed to drink from them, Ladislav fished around in the pocket of his shorts and passed out straws. As one, Rose, Amir, and I started laughing, leaving the tall Czech staring at us in bemusement. Why this laughing? He asked, gesturing at Rose with his cigarette. You say you want drinks? I find you drinks. It's fine, love, Rose said, smiling. Cheers. Mollified, Ladislav ground out his smoke in the sand and pulled his T-shirt over his head. He was a good-looking guy, tall with a narrow, expressive face, short, sandy blonde hair and pale blue eyes, but I'd never seen him shirtless. As he dropped his T-shirt on the chair, I found I couldn't look away, and not because he had a gorgeous swimmer's build, but because of the ridiculous array of tattoos he was covered in. There were at least 3 anchors and some birds and a crudely drawn squirrel thing amidst random words scattered here and there, and crosses and skulls and more words and something that might have been a car, all of them in plain black ink and drawn with varying amounts of skill. You like? Ladislav asked, scratching his sparse blonde chest hair. He had a diamond tattooed in between his pecs and wore a thick gold chain with a cross and medallion I hadn't noticed before. Yeah, I said faintly, embarrassed that he'd noticed me staring. Ladislav's tattoos weren't so much ugly as they were riotous, but his flirtatious tone caught me off guard. I glanced over at Amir and saw that he was looking at me, his blue eyes unreadable. Sure. I did some of these myself, Ladislav said, grinning wide, obviously warming to his subject. Ah, that's cool, I replied lamely, throwing another look at Amir. This time, he looked openly amused at my discomfort. Cocking an eyebrow, Amir crossed his arms, a dimple in his cheek. I was trying to think of how to let Ladislav know his flirting was flattering, but it wasn't going to get him anywhere, when the tall Czech noticed Amir watching us and laughed. Okay, I see, he said, putting his hands up in a placating gesture. However, when he turned around, he pulled his shorts down, stripping himself completely bare, and I watched in wide-eyed surprise as he jogged over the hot sand to the water. There was a tattoo right above his ass that said, "Enjoy," in a familiar cursive font. Come back here, you wanker, yelled Rose. This ain't a bloody nude beach. A woman turned to Rose and said something in Spanish that I didn't understand. Belinda, I muttered, watching Ladislav dive beneath the water. He had to be frigid, but it didn't seem to bother him. What? What? I asked, turning to Amir. Belinda. It's the name of the font on his... I shook my head. Sorry, I was staring at his tattoos, that's all. Mm-hmm, replied Amir, grinning. I don't mind. You can look, but don't think of touching. Yes, sir. Turn around. I'll do you now, he said, holding up the tube of sunscreen. Okay. I smiled and then lifted my brows when I saw that Rose was taking her bikini top off. I thought this wasn't a nude beach. She shrugged. The lady said topless is fine, and it's relaxed this early in the season anyway. Shielding her eyes, she watched Ladislav splashing about in the water. That silly bellend shouldn't be bothering any. Rose had beautiful, soft-looking skin and a toned belly, and when she turned back to me, I saw that she had a little sparkly pink gem in her navel and tiny silver hoops in her dark brown nipples. Her breasts were small and high, and was set off nicely on one side by a few lines of tattooed text that I took to be lyrics or a poem. Laughing, she shook her head. Amir, what are you blushing at, love? They're just a pair of tits. Look at Greggy. He ain't bothered, are you, honey? I chuckled, opening my box of wine. Why would I be bothered? Besides, I'm a fan of beauty. I'm a photographer, aren't I? Rose grinned at the compliment. Amir, on the other hand, seemed to be trying to look everywhere but Rose. Then he sighed and shrugged, blushing. Sorry, just being polite. It weren't offending me, love, Rose said, dropping her straw into a carton of wine. She sucked a mouthful and grimaced. Ah, it's plunk, but it'll do. The three of us stretched out on our loungers and drank our wine. After a while, Ladislav came back, laid down on his chair, and took out his phone. I carefully kept my gaze neutral in case Amir was watching. It wasn't as if I was interested in him, but I just wanted to make sure Amir knew that. This is lovely, Rose said with a happy sigh. So, how did you go from being a travel agent to a tour manager anyway? I asked her, curious. Oh, it's all the same, innit? Arrange a group of people to go from point A to point B, stay at hotels, eat at restaurants, but... Rose laughed, wrinkling her nose. There's no money to be made in travel these days. Crowds older too, less fun. I don't know, sort of fell into it. And I'm glad you did, Amir said, holding his boxed wine out so she could tap it with hers. Couldn't have done it without you. Cheers, she replied. And cheers to you, Greg, for making our Amir so happy. I chuckled and touched her wine box with mine. I got to pee, Amir said. Where do I go? Rose pointed back at the blue-draped Chiringuito. Downstairs at Antonio's. Just say WC if you get turned around and they'll know what you want, love. And get me some fags from the machine on your way back, please. What kind? Amir asked, accepting a handful of euros. Silk cut, same as Bridget Jones. Thanks, love. I watched Amir walk back towards the restaurant, a grin on my face. He's amazing, I said quietly. Absolutely amazing. I'm glad to make him happy. He does the same for me. I can tell, Rose said. I'm jealous of what you have. Can't remember the last time I looked at someone the way you look at him. Pardon, please. Who is Leanne? Ladislav broke in. I looked over and saw him frowning down at his phone. Oh, sorry. She's just a friend of my mother's. Did she add you to Facebook or something? I'm sorry. Just ignore her, really. No, this woman. This picture. This is not a lady named Leanne. What? No, it is not a picture of your mother's friend. This Leanne is not a picture of, Here, look. Ladislav seemed annoyed by his inability to express himself, so he pushed himself out of his chair to lean over beside me, pointing to his screen. Unfortunately, this meant that I was eye to eye with his uncircumcised cock, and I couldn't help but notice that it seemed like a very nice cock indeed. I cleared my throat, sharing a glance with Rose, who seemed thoroughly amused, and focused on the picture he was showing me. Yes, that is Leanne. No, that is not Leanne. That is Pavla Tomikova. I'm sorry, I asked, confused. She is a Czech actress. My mother watches very long show with Love and Sad Story. Ladislav grimaced, thinking. You know, like families and terrible, terrible divorce story. He looked hopefully from Rose to me and back. A soap opera? Rose tried. Yes, Czech soap opera. Ulica. This is Pavla Tomikova from Ulica. Maybe they just look the same, I asked. No, look, Ladislav replied and did a Google image search. I took the phone from him, frowning at the screen. There had to be a mistake. But no, here was the picture she used on Instagram. Here was the one for Facebook. What the hell? What's going on? Amir asked, walking up. He passed Rose her cigarettes, and all I could think about was how Ladislav's naked dick was about 6 inches from my head. It looks like my mom's friend has been using a Czech actress as her profile pics, I said, hastily handing the phone back to Ladislav. I sat up, turning my back to him. "Oh?" asked Amir, taking his seat. The lines next to his mouth deepened as he looked from Ladislav to Ladislav's cock, and then finally to me, frowning. "Yeah, it's really weird. But maybe she's shy or something." Yeah, maybe," he replied, his voice quiet. He seemed rattled, and I got a pang of unease. I wanted to take him aside and assure him that I had absolutely zero interest in Ladislav. But at that moment, a young man ran up with the change Amir had forgotten in the cigarette machine, and then all conversation got derailed by the guy asking if we wanted some tapas. After we figured out what we wanted, Rose then cleared her throat and sat up, her expression serious. "Okay, so I figured the beach was a good place to share some bad news," she said, fidgeting with her sunglasses. "I got a call day before yesterday about 2 shows cancelled in the US. One's a club that's been burned down. The other's a place where the owner is concerned over, security." "Security?" I asked. "He's concerned he can't keep Amir safe and wants no trouble." "Because of what?" "There've been some homophobic attacks and the like, love. I'm sure he's just being daft, but I weren't able to talk him into having us." Rose shrugged. "Folks are scared there. I don't blame them. America's bloody scary right now, ain't it?" "We can't play there because they're afraid Amir will get attacked." "Him, yeah, for being gay. And attacks on the crowd light for being there," she said. Huh. My heart was beating loud in anger and frustration. "I'm not gay," Amir muttered. "What are you then, love?" Rose asked, leaning towards him with her brows lifted. "Demisexual, probably." I frowned. "What?" "Oh, my brother's mate's flatmate is Demi," Rose said, nodding. "And here I was, thinking Greg just had a magic cock. Honestly took you for being ace, love. Makes sense, though." I'm still confused. It was like everyone had started speaking another language. "I only want to fuck you because I love you and trust you," Amir said tersely, and Rose looked between he and I, her eyes wide. Amir just stared out at the water, his eyes distant, and again I got the impression that there was something wrong. I wished Rose wasn't sitting between us so that I could take his hand at the very least, because my brain was doing that thing where I was ping-ponging between being worried that I'd wrecked everything and being annoyed that he wasn't telling me what was wrong. After the tapas came and we ate, there wasn't much time left before we had to rush back up to town to take our return train to Madrid. Amir slept most of the way home against the train window, so I didn't get to talk to him. And when we got back to the hotel, I desperately needed a shower to both wash off the sweat and calm my nerves a bit before what was probably going to be an awkward conversation. But when I got out, he was fast asleep again in bed. Heart heavy and more stressed out than I'd been in a long time, I climbed into bed beside him, took his hand in mine, and tried to convince myself I was overthinking or overreacting. It was a long time before I fell asleep, but I couldn't bring myself to wake him up. I was alone in a lifeboat, and I had a paddle, but it was strange and bendy, and no matter how hard I paddled, I didn't seem to be getting anywhere. Also, I had to piss like crazy, but I didn't dare stop paddling, because the little I was achieving was just enough that I wasn't getting pulled over the waterfall behind me. What was worse was the noise of the waterfall really wasn't helping the bladder situation, and neither was the rain that started coming down. Tickety tick, 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 tickety tick, tick, tick. Drop by drop it was filling my boat, and I knew if I didn't do something, I would piss myself and then drown. I opened my eyes slowly, aware that the tickety tick, tick, tick was very real, but I was not actually in a lifeboat. I was in bed in a hotel in Madrid, and by the pale light, I could see that Amir was sitting up next to me, typing away on his laptop. Another thing that was very real was that my bladder was about to burst. I slid out of bed, went to the bathroom, and then almost timidly got back under the covers next to Amir. Amir glanced over at me, his face blue-lit by the screen, and looked as tense as I felt. I took a deep breath. Are you pissed at me because of Ladislav? Because nothing happened. I have no interest in him at all. None. Amir's brows rose slowly, his eyes wide. What? You just seemed pissed off. I need to know what it is so I can make things right. Pissed off? He gave me a crooked smile. Why would I be pissed off? You're acting weird. You've barely said 10 words to me since this afternoon. Too much wine, too much sun, he replied, reaching over to stroke my hair. I felt like shite is all. And you're not annoyed at me for anything with Ladislav? Did anything happen? No, of course not. Then why would I be annoyed? I said you can look, didn't I? I wasn't taking the piss. I was being honest, I was. As long as you don't touch, I don't care. He tugged on my hair, playfully. Look all you want, Greg. So that was it. You just got sunstroke or something. Amir sobered and his mouth twisted to the side as he stared at me for a few seconds. Then he sighed. No, not just that. The wine and sun was why I was so bloody sleepy. Had a raging headache and all, but I was going to wait to talk to you in the morning about this, but... What is it? I asked, sitting up nervously. Well, this thing with your mum's friend. It got me thinking is all. The way Leanne comments, it always seems like just off, I guess. Then with the fake profile picture, something just clicked in my head. Amir took a deep breath, and I got the impression that he was pussyfooting because he was afraid of freaking me out, which, of course, was exactly what he was doing by drawing it out. My heart thumped hard, and there was a squeezing pain in my chest. Just spit it out. Well, what it is I think Leanne is really Travis. Amir turned his laptop towards me, and I saw he had a bunch of Facebook tabs open, one of which was Travis's profile page. It felt like a punch in the gut to see his face again, and I couldn't breathe for a moment. What? How? I rasped. I'm not 100% certain, he replied, showing me the other tabs. They were profiles of strangers. She could very well be your mum's friend, but see, these 3 blokes here all have some connection with Travis and with Leanne. And, digging a tiny bit, he pulled up a spreadsheet. I figured out that Leanne friended them after they broke up with Travis. Oh? I didn't understand what I was looking at. It seemed to be a range of dates with gibberish notes next to them. Confused, I just stared at a mirror. I don't understand. Oh, I just went through their profiles and figured out when they started seeing Travis, when the relationship started going pear-shaped, and what Travis and this Leanne were doing around that time, like on other social sites. See here, I think this is when the first time Leanne showed up online. I've got a list of other people that she has friended. Frowning, I shook my head. How long have you been up doing this? Not long. Maybe an hour. Amir smiled a little ruefully and shrugged. I used to do this kind of background checking a lot. Believe it or not, before I became Emir the Rock God, I was Emir Hughes, the complete wanker that nobody wanted to be friends with. Some lads at school got it into their heads to make a fake profile to catfish me with. I figured it out pretty early on, but not before they made a proper ass out of me online. He scratched the back of his neck and grimaced at the memory. I'm sorry, I said. It made sense, though, given the fact that he was sometimes beset with social anxiety that seemed out of place. His confidence, at least around strangers, was still new to him. I didn't know. That's all right. That's in the past. Being a loser gave me some useful skills, at least. Emir grinned. How do you think I figured out where to send your contract? Chuckling, I leaned over and kissed his temple. He still smelled of sunscreen. According to his laptop, it was just past 3 a.m., which meant it was just past 9 p.m. in Montreal. I grabbed my phone from the bedside table and tapped out a quick message. What are you doing? Well, my mom's definitely still awake. I'm asking her where she met Leanne. We'll get to the bottom of this. Good idea. Amir minimized a few windows and brought up Leanne's Facebook profile. They've been friends since 2011. That's after Travis and I were through. I glanced at my phone when it buzzed. She says she doesn't remember. but probably at yoga. Amir nodded, scrolling through Leanne's timeline. Whoever Leanne is, they're not very tech-savvy. All of this is public. My phone buzzed again, and I frowned at the message. Okay, now she says that maybe it was at a Russian dance class. Another message came in. Or her flower arranging class. Sounds like your mum's not sure she actually knows this woman. Yeah. I'm asking her if she's certain they met in person. I hit send and waited. It took about 5 minutes for my mom to respond, and I shook my head at her reply. She just looked at Leanne's pictures on Facebook and says she's not sure anymore. I read the next message and chuckled. She says hi. Amir looked up from his laptop and smiled, looking surprised. Oh, hi, Mrs. Faraday. I dutifully sent his response and saw that Amir was still watching me. Did you talk to your mum about me? He asked with a curious head tilt. Of course. Why wouldn't I? I don't know. I got the impression you and your mum didn't really speak. We don't, but I keep her up to date. What did you tell her about me? Amir asked, his grin widening. That you've made me a very happy man. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Amir's expression softened, and I twined my fingers with his, trying my best to bottle up my feelings over the Travis-Leanne debacle for the sake of the moment. I lifted his knuckles to my lips and said, Man, I was so fucking worried I'd screwed up with you. Shaking his head, Amir laughed quietly and said a few words in Welsh, one of which I understood. Tupsin. Are you calling me an idiot? I said with a little growl in my voice. Amir chuckled at my mock ferocity. Yeah, but you're my idiot, so that's fine. I pushed his laptop closed and slid it onto the floor gently, before straddling his thighs. Running my fingers through his messy hair, I pulled him forward so I could kiss his lips, nudging them open with my tongue. When he made a soft little sound of pleasure, I thought again about how much I loved kissing him. Amir broke away and looked at me wide-eyed for a moment. What is it? I asked, apprehensive. There's something you should know, and I ought to tell you now so you don't think I've kept it from you. He replied. Okay. Travis did the same thing with those other guys I showed you just now. A cool lick of unease slid down my back. What do you mean? I mean, he fucks with people's heads the same way he did with yours. He finds someone to dominate him, and then something happens. And he makes that person believe it was abuse all along. See? Same as you. Amir shrugged. Can you see now it wasn't your fault? This is what he does. His modus operandi. It's not quite gaslighting. Don't know what to call it. But it's manipulation. Swallowing, I frowned at Amir, digesting his words. But how do you know? It's as good as written outright on Facebook pages of these poor blokes he does it to. Shame, penitence, posts about no longer trusting themselves. There's some catfishing type stuff too in Leanne's profile. I can show you if you want. No, that's okay. I cut in, squeezing the back of his neck gently. I believe you, but was I the first he did it to? Amir shook his head no and added, He's a sick bastard, he is. And I still don't believe he was in any grave danger when he tried to kill himself, but if he was, that's a twisted game he's playing. I let out a slow breath. Travis had fucked with other people before me. He'd made himself into a victim on purpose. I wasn't the first. He'd done it over and over again. Are you okay, Greg? I spent 5 years of my life convinced that I'd abused him, that it was my fault that he never used his safe word. He manipulated you, yeah. 5 fucking years. Greg? Then he sat back and watched me fall apart. Is that what you're telling me? Jesus Christ. I ground my teeth together, breathing quickly through my flared nostrils. Oh, and then Leanne was there to watch me go through hell. Jesus fucking Christ. Those first few months had been a sheer nightmare. I'd nearly gotten fired for showing up to work drunk, but drinking was the only way I could stop myself from replaying every interaction with Travis. All my favorite scenes from the angle of abuse. Well, It was all shockingly clear to me now. Fuck. Greg, should I get you some water? Should I order up whiskey? A cup of tea? Are you going to be all right? You're making me nervous. Amir came back into focus, and I shook my head quickly, smiling. I'm fine. I'll be okay. That bastard. Yeah. Amir's face looked a bit pale as he stared round-eyed and perfectly adorable in his concern for me. It's beyond fucked up. Thank you, I said. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I punctuated each thank you with a kiss and then laughed at his obvious confusion. I won't get those 5 years back, but at least now I know it wasn't my fault. Told you it wasn't your fault, Amir replied. I know, but now I believe it. Fuck, I said, still laughing. God, that feels good. Amir smiled in a sort of timid way, obviously still not convinced by my words. You feeling okay now? I asked him. Still have a headache? Slowly, Amir shook his head. Good. I inched back a bit and pulled the sheet off his lap, smiling at the way his brow wrinkled up at me when I took his limp cock into my hand. I rolled it in my fingers, coaxing some hardness into it, before I started stroking him. Oh, he said in a hoarse voice. Oh, there's my good boy. Get hard for your daddy. That's nice, isn't it? Cooch, daddy, he breathed, his stomach muscles flexing in time with the movement of my fist around his dick. I've got an extra special treat for you, I said, grinning, because you're such a good boy. Oh? His cheeks were pink, and I could see his pulse jumping in his neck. Mm-hmm, I replied. Then I bent over and licked his cockhead all over, delving into the slit for a taste of pre-cum. When he was good and panning, I sat up and grabbed the bottle of lube from my side of the bed. Come here. I gestured to him, and he rose up on his knees, wondering what I wanted. I grabbed his wrist and pulled him so he was lying on top of me, and we spent a few minutes just kissing while I shifted my hips beneath him. I put the bottle into his hand. Here. Getting up on his knees, he immediately went to go lube up my cock, but I laughed, shaking my head. No, you're gonna fuck me. What? Amir just stared at me, still as a statue. Unless you don't want to. Yes, of course, His brows pinched above his nose, and he let out a small laugh. Are you sure? Absolutely. You're gonna be a good boy and fuck your daddy nicely. Amir swallowed, and I watched his chest expand a few times rapidly with his breathing. Fracture? I asked, amused. Licking his lips, Amir shook his head quickly. No, Kutch. You just caught me off guard is all. I didn't figure on, You didn't figure on topping me? No, he said faintly. Then it dawned on him that I was waiting, so he dripped lube onto his flagging cock and stroked it some, getting himself ready. You look nervous, I said, crossing my arms under my head. If you're not up for this, I can fuck you nicely if you prefer. No, it's okay, he said, setting the bottle down. Now, what do I do? I think you know how this works. I joked, but when I saw he was still hesitating, I looped my legs around his waist and reached up to draw him down for a kiss. He was still up on his knees, so I felt his balls brush my cock softly. Okay, I haven't done this in a very long time, so please take it slower first, I said when I broke the kiss. Give it to me a little at a time. I'll stop you if it's too much, but I don't think it will be. Just go at your own speed. I don't want to rush you. Don't worry if you get too excited and come right away, or if you go soft or anything. This is supposed to be fun, okay? Okay, Amir said, and he smirked. Ready? I laughed. Ready. After a little fumbling to get the angle right, Amir pushed his cock into me, slow and gentle, and I sighed and nodded my encouragement. That's good. That feels great. How are you doing? Good. Oh, fuck, he whispered. You feel so good. Chuckling, I grabbed his ass and pulled him deeper, holding him there for a few seconds. There. All the way in. Now, you can go faster if you want. You're not gonna hurt me. Okay, he breathed and began fucking me faster. Like this? Mm-hmm. That's it. Fuck your daddy like a good boy. Oh. I grimaced and let out a quiet moan, reaching between us so I could jerk myself off at the same time. Amir closed his eyes, resting his forehead against the front of my shoulder, and breathed heavily in time with his thrusts. I squeezed his ass, the muscles bunching and relaxing in my hand as I coaxed him to go a little faster. That's good, just like that, I huffed, stroking my cock. Beautiful, kiddo. You getting close? Uh-huh. Huh? Yes. Fuck, I'm gonna come, he gasped. Then come, my good boy. Come in my ass. His strangled cry was echoed by mine a second later when I came, and I grunted as his teeth closed on my shoulder for a moment. Wrapping my arms around him, I drew him flush against me, just rocking my hips and panting quietly as he settled his head in the crook of my neck. That was nice, I murmured, ruffling his hair. You like that? I could feel his cock softening inside me. My hips were starting to hurt from having my legs around him, but I didn't want to move just yet. Thought you would. Can we fall asleep like this? Smiling, I lazily scratched his back. You're not even going to let me clean up a bit. I've got spunk in my chest hair. Clean later. Sleep now, he mumbled. I think of the poor maids who are going to find our cum-encrusted sheets. I'm a bloody rock star. I'm supposed to leave cum everywhere, he groused, nibbling at my neck. My laughter pushed his cock out of me, and he grumbled louder. Now look what she bloody did. Grimacing, I stretched out my legs, and I reached to the side to pull part of the sheet over us. Amir stayed put on top of me, but he wasn't heavy, and I liked the thought of falling asleep with my arms completely around him. You mean so much to me, I whispered. But when he didn't reply, I realized he had already drifted off. Sighing contently, I closed my eyes. First thing tomorrow morning, we would send out an email to everyone telling them about Leanne. Fuck Travis. I couldn't let that bastard get to me anymore. Chapter 17. Good Little Cocksucker. 2 weeks later, we found ourselves in France, and Emir performed to a rather subdued crowd in Paris. Unfortunately, there was a popular dark electro band headlining at a nearby venue the same night, and when Rose had caught wind of it, she'd spent the entire day kicking herself for not booking the following night instead. However, despite the lackluster reception, Emir had thrown himself into his music just as enthusiastically as he had every show thus far. The only upside of the scant crowd was that I was able to take pictures from places I normally didn't because of jostling, like dead center of the club. It was a bit of a downer, though, especially since we'd gotten word that day that another venue in the States was backing out of the tour, bringing the total canceled shows to 9. Rose was searching for alternate spots to play, but it wasn't looking good in the red states. After the concert, Amir and I had elected to stay in instead of joining the rest of the group out for a night of drinking, and we took full advantage of our alone time. I brought out my camera for a private shoot, something we hadn't done in a while because of lack of time or energy, or both. Amir sat on the edge of the bed while I swapped out the card in my camera. Part of me knew that these photo sessions would one day stop. How long could I keep Amir blushing and stammering through his responses after all? He'd soon grow used to me putting him through it. And then what? I smiled, fiddling with the camera settings. Maybe I was just being pessimistic. I glanced up at him and saw that he was staring out the window, and I snapped a picture. He turned at the sound, his expression startled, and I took a picture of that too. It was beyond me how someone could be so guileless on the one hand and so shameless on the other. The paradox was intoxicating. Take your shirt off, as slowly as you can. Okay? He obeyed perfectly, allowing me to capture his disrobing without the flash. Ch-click, ch-click. The pale orange of the walls and the incandescent bulbs warmed his skin tone, and the diffused light softened the lines of his body. Beautiful. Perfect. Thank you, he said, and bit the corner of his bottom lip as he smiled. I want you to get up on your knees, legs apart, and you're going to undo just the top button of your jeans and lean back a bit with one hand on the bed behind you. Amir frowned at my instructions, probably trying to visualize what it was I wanted from him, and I focused my lens on his face. Ch-click. Carefully, he rose up on the mattress, kneeling the way I'd asked, and then looked coyly into the camera as he unbuttoned his pants. Then he leaned back, one hand behind him, curving his spine so that his ribs stood out, and a hint of dark pubic hair peeped above his zipper. Hold that pose. Ch-click. Ch-click. Now, slide a hand into your pants and cup your cock and balls. Amir's eyes met mine, and I was rewarded with a flash of shyness in their blue depths. I laughed to myself. Maybe it would be a while yet before he was jaded to my commands. He did as he was told, and I stepped forward to tug down his jeans a tiny bit, enough that I could see his bent fingers. I snapped a few more shots, thinking that they were still innocent enough that I might post them online later. Good. Now take your jeans off and get back on your knees. Show me your cock. I want to watch you play with yourself. Okay. He did as he was told, and once he was back on his knees, his back arched, his cock stood stiff in its graceful upward curve, mirroring the curve of his spine. I took a few shots from the side before he tentatively started to stroke himself, his eyes on me for approval. Ch-click. His dick was a thing of beauty. Sure, it was on the small side, but then so was Amir. He was simply and perfectly proportionate. I sighed happily as I watched him tease his foreskin back to show me the smooth pink bulb of his cockhead. I swear my mouth was watering at the sight, which was still new to me. Never much one for sucking cock, I kept surprising myself by my enthusiasm with Amir. Maybe it was because of the way I could make him moan and shiver and gasp when I took his cock all the way to the root. His somewhat diminutive size made it easy. The same couldn't be said of the reverse, unfortunately. Amir had proven to have an easily triggered gag reflex, and it seemed like such an unpleasant experience for him that I hadn't tried again after the first few times. I took it to be further proof that my sadistic streak was disappearing. Amir, can you spit on your cock for me? Not a hard spit. Just let it drip down and land on your cock. Okay? His forehead wrinkled and he nodded. Straightening, he pursed his lips, and I captured the drop of saliva before it broke away to land on his shaft. If the shot was good, I figured we'd reproduce it in better light in the future. I watched as he stroked the spit over his cock, added some more, and then tilted his head at me, his cheeks pink. Was that okay? That was perfect. You're such a good boy. And I don't think I've had such a good model before. You do everything so beautifully. Face flushed, Amir smiled and ducked his chin. Inspired by the swell of pride I felt, I asked, "What would you like right now? Anything and you can have it." Amir's head lifted slowly, a quizzical look on his face. His hand stopped moving on his cock as he stared at me in silence for a few moments. Anything? Anything, I promised. All right, the camera. I frowned, startled and confused by his reply. I didn't know what I'd been expecting, But it wasn't this. I glanced down at the camera in my hands. You want the camera? Yes, he said, holding his hand out for it. He promised. Anything. Okay. You know how to work it. I can figure it out. I hesitated for another breath and then handed the Nikon over to him, curious to see what he wanted to do with it. Take pictures of me. Amir squinted at the dials and buttons on the top of the camera for a few seconds, then brought the viewfinder up to his eye, aiming the lens at me. I can remember the last time I'd been on the other side of the camera. Click. He pulled back, looked at his test shot on the display, and nodded to himself. What do you want me to do? I asked with a grin. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'd like you to answer them as best you can. Verbally, please. I felt a tingle of unease in my gut, which was ridiculous, of course. I had no secrets from Amir. What could he possibly want to know? Okay, I replied, then reached for my fly and cocked an eyebrow at him, trying to be playful. Did you want me to strip? No, just answer my questions. Amir had gone strangely serious. All right. He brought the camera up to his eye again, and I was left staring at the black circle of the lens and the tiny pale ghost on the glass that was me in the room behind me. You still haven't given me that spanking you promised? Amir said. Why? I floundered for a moment, caught off guard by his question. Well, you haven't deserved it, I guess. Click. I clenched my jaw, wondering what it was he wanted to hear. You're a good boy, Amir. Why would I punish you for being a good boy? Why not just pretend I did something wrong? Greg, you know I'd play along. Well, I don't know. I looked down, rubbing the back of my neck. I'd broken out in a sweat. Click. At the sound of the shutter, I glanced up, startled. Click. I think I'm done being that way. What way? Aggressive, I replied, trying not to flinch at the quiet click of the shutter. I don't want to hurt you. You don't want to hurt me, or you don't want to harm me. There's a difference. I don't know. Click. You wouldn't harm me. Click. Amir, I don't know. I don't think I need it anymore. I'm happy with how things are going with us. Click. The camera was really starting to rattle me. I felt nervous and weirdly exposed. Amir met my eyes for a moment, his expression sedate but sympathetic. It's like you're holding back. That there's part of you that you won't share with me because you don't trust me to be honest with you. And I know it's because of what happened with Trav. It's not. I'm over that, I interjected, not wanting to hear the name on his lips. Click. Click. Can you stop that? Fracture. I was breathing heavily, and there were sparkles on the edges of my vision. Why was I panicking? Amir pulled the camera away from his eye to frown at the display for a few seconds, before holding it out to show me one of the pictures he'd taken. If it's not because of what happened with him, then why do you look like this every time our play goes past a certain point? I took the camera from him, staring down at the picture of me. My eyes were wild, and the lines of my face taut, brows high and teeth bared. I looked utterly terrified. Aghast, I sank down onto the mattress beside Amir, the camera cradled in my lap. The image on the screen had gone dark, but it was seared in my brain. Knowing the truth about Travis obviously wasn't enough to undo the damage I'd done to myself in the aftermath of that bastard's skull fuckery. I let out a shaky breath. I thought I was over all that. Amir put his arm around my back and leaned in to kiss my cheek, whisper soft. I'm sorry, but I had to show you. You're still, traumatized, I guess. He tousled the back of my hair gently. I wish I could convince you that you can hurt me and not harm me. I've never let you harm me. Never. I love you very much, with every little bit of me, but not enough to let you really, truly hurt me. I've my limits, and I'm not afraid to let you know when you're going too far. I wish you'd believe me. I swear to you. I swear on my mum. I swear on my music. I swear on my life. I swear on the Bible. But the day we met, she said you didn't believe in God. Remember? He squeezed the back of my neck. I laughed quietly and nodded. My palms were damp and my heart was beating fast, but the panic seemed to have plateaued and was already starting to recede. Amir's low voice and gentle touch were drawing me back to him, and back to myself. I exhaled slowly and let him take the camera from me. He put it away carefully, then dropped to his knees between my thighs. He smiled up at me. "I want all of you," he said. "I don't want you holding back because you think I can't take it. And I'm not just talking about spanking or whatnot. Let me decide for myself what I can take, yeah? I've said it before. I want to know you. I don't want you to be afraid of that." "You're right. I am afraid," I replied. Tugging on his hair gently, I gave him a self-deprecating smile. "You scare me." "Why?" Such a simple question, so hard for me to answer. "Your persistence is part of it. You were so sure I would come around, and I don't know why. Your optimism about us, frankly, is intimidating." I shook my head and frowned, stroking the side of his face. "And I can't stop thinking about how you're so young and sexy and smart and sweet. I'm so new to all of this. And I'm me." I heaved a sigh. "And because of your love. You know, Travis used to tell me all the time that he loved me." "I'll stop saying it if you want me to." No, please don't. I want to hear it. I need to hear it. I just wish I could turn off the switch in my brain that makes me. I gestured in frustration to my head, and he nodded in understanding. You know I'm absolutely crazy about you, kiddo, don't you? You make me so fucking happy." I had to clear my throat before I could continue. My chest ached, and my pulse was racing again, but it was in a good way. "I'm happy with the things are right now." I frowned. "I don't want to hurt you." My hoarse whisper caused a wrinkle to appear between Amir's brows. He shook his head. "Again, you won't. I won't let you. Trust me. Please trust me, Greg. I'm not him." I sighed and shrugged. "Trust me, Daddy." "Daddy." I smiled, and he gave me a coy grin in return. "You're determined to wear me down." "I am that." "You're incorrigible." "That too." His face creased in amusement before he sobered again. "It's never going to be perfect between us because there's no such thing as perfect. But it's going to be great if you let it. And if there's mistakes to be made in our future, we'll make 'em right together. I'm not asking you to give up everything to be with me. I'm just asking you to trust me enough to know that I can handle myself." "Has anyone ever told you how mature you sound for your age?" "All the bloody time. I wish you could have known me before what happened. I'd have been 14 or 15. "Ah, right. Yeah." He smirked and put voice to my own sentiments. "I like the daddy play, but that's a little young." "It is." We smiled at each other, and then I furrowed my brow at him. "So now what?" "Now I'll show you that you can trust me," he replied as he slid his hands up my thighs to my belt. "Oh, yeah?" I watched him undo the buckle and then get to work on the button and zipper, my pulse throbbing in my ears. "How?" "I'm going to learn to suck your cock right, Daddy." His eyes were wide and innocent for a second. Then he gave me a wicked grin. "Come now." "Up." "Oh." I stood, and all thought left my head for a moment as he pulled my pants down to my ankles and waited until I stepped out of them to push me back down on the bed. Amir began kissing along my inner thighs, moving from one to the other as he got closer to my swelling cock. I thought you didn't like giving. Head. I closed my eyes and let my head fall back as his warm tongue made contact with my balls. Did I use my safe word? Or did you decide for me? He murmured, butting the base of my shaft with his nose and pushing my knees farther apart. Just because I gagged a bunch doesn't mean I want to give up on learning to be your good little cocksucker. He kissed the side of my dick, and I watched him lick a wet swath from balls to frenulum, his eyes on mine. Coach, Daddy. Don't worry about being rough with me, and don't stop unless I tell you to. Fuck my mouth, Daddy. Show me how you like it. Oh. Damn his ability to reduce me to monosyllables. I almost laughed, but, not wanting to derail the moment, I stood and cupped the back of his head, grabbing my cock with the other hand. Stick your tongue out and don't move it, I said, and nodded in satisfaction when he immediately did as he was told. I rubbed my cockhead over the wet velvet of his tongue, my hard dick clenched in my fist. If he wanted me to test him, then that was what I would do, for better or worse. Having him naked and kneeling in front of me, mouth wide open, made a total liar of me. Though I'd used the wrong word before, I didn't need to dominate him, but I wanted to. Leaning forward, I moved my cock out of the way and spat directly onto Emir's tongue to his obvious surprise, judging by how his brows shut up. To his credit and my delight, he didn't jerk away or object. That's a good boy, I said, grazing a knuckle over his cheekbone. Then I rubbed my cock on the spit pooled in the depression of his tongue. Very nice. Slowly, I began sliding my dick a bit further into his mouth, and a string of saliva drooled from the end of Emir's tongue to the carpet. Cheeks red, Emir looked embarrassed, but still he stayed put. Close your lips around the head. He obeyed, and I felt his tongue sweep around the swollen glands. I like that. He said around the cock in his mouth. I let him continue to bathe it for a few moments, then grabbed the back of his head again and started to go deeper, out of the reach of his questing tongue, and he clutched at my legs to stop me. I relented, but only enough to let him take a breath. Then I forced my cock deep enough that he gagged, and I backed out. No, I said when he closed his eyes. Keep looking at me. I dragged his head forwards, driving my cock in further, and again he gagged, tears springing into his eyes. I pulled out completely and smacked his reddened lips with my dick a few times. He was breathing heavily and looked nervous when I fed him my cock again. Gagging, his grasp tightened on my thighs, but he didn't stop me this time, and I could see that he was fighting to keep still. However, I didn't want to push him too far and make him sick, so I started just punching the inside of his cheek with my dick for a bit. When I felt he was able to take a bit more, I shoved my cock down his throat and held him there for a second before backing out to let him cough, regain his control, and open his mouth again, obedient as can be. Tears were streaming freely down his cheeks now, and he wiped his nose as he stared up at me with red eyes. I grabbed his jaw and tilted his head back to spit into his mouth again, liking the way his dark brows jumped in shock, and then jammed my cock back into his mouth before he could swallow. Fuck, I was already getting close. Emir gagged and I pulled out, stroking my cock. Do you like sucking your daddy's cock? I asked hoarsely. His dick wasn't hard, and he didn't look as if he was enjoying himself in the least, and I was in a strange state where I was incredibly turned on, but skirting the edge of panic, because Travis was, as always, in the back of my mind. Stop me. Don't stop me. Stop me. I like making you feel good, Emir whispered, not really answering my question, and because my face must have been broadcasting the turmoil in my skull, he added, Cooch Daddy. I huffed out a few breaths before pushing my cock back between his lips to fuck his mouth a few deep strokes, easing back when he nearly convulsed, red-faced and struggling back against my hold. When he had finished coughing, he wiped his face and opened his mouth, waiting patiently for me to put my dick back into it. God, he was something else. This time, I pulled back before he choked or gagged and used the inside of his cheek again. His teeth grazed the side of my cockhead, and I pulled it out of his mouth. Watch your teeth, I growled, and slapped him hard enough that he gaped at me. My heart was beating a mile a minute, and my mouth was dry. Had I gone too far? Sorry, Daddy, he whispered, rubbing his face. Still no sign of his safe word. I'll do better. Promise. He opened his mouth wide, blue eyes on mine, his cheek red and wet with tears. However, I noticed that he was sporting a semi, and that was interesting. My own dick did a joyful little twitch in my fist, and I stared down at him for a while, long enough that doubt began to color his expression. Then I leaned down and grabbed him by the arm to lift him up easily over my shoulder in a fireman's hold before tossing him on the bed. Without a word, I dragged him back towards me on his back, head first, then cradled the back of his neck with one hand while I pushed my cock deep in his mouth. He struggled for a second, the muscles in his abdomen flexing and hands coming up to scrabble at my thighs, but he didn't cross his fingers to tell me to stop, and when I pulled my cock out again, he coughed and wiped at his tears, but did nothing to fight me when I slid him further on the bed, so his head hung over the side. Play with your cock, I said, rubbing my thumb over his lips. He grasped his shaft to stroke himself, and I pushed 2 fingers into his mouth so he could suck on them. Good boy. I withdrew my fingers and moved forward to put my balls within reach of his tongue, and Emir started lapping and sucking at my sack, taking my nuts into his hot mouth. I ran my hands down his chest, groaning happily at the way he worked on my balls. Smiling, I closed thumb and forefinger over his tiny pink nipples and began rubbing and twisting them, playing with them gently at first, and then harder and harder until I was pinching them cruelly. Emir was whimpering and moaning, sending lovely vibrations through my balls. I gave his swollen red nipples a final hard tweak and pulled back to shove my cock into his mouth, holding his head in place while I thrust. He gagged a bit, but he grabbed the back of my thigh with one hand as he jacked off with the other, spurring me on. It seemed that the angle was better for him, so I fucked his mouth a little faster, getting closer again. Emir surprised me when, a few moments later, his throat and chest flushed and he tensed, his cries pushed back into his throat by my dick. I let loose with a gasp, triggered in a climaxing by the cum erupting thick out of his clutched cock, and for a few thrusts, it felt like he had my whole cock in his throat, and I shivered and moaned as my dick pulsed and spat. Fuck, I rasped, hips jerking back, thoroughly winded and buzzing from head to toe. I let myself fall onto the bed next to him with a grunt, legs hanging off the bed, my knees no longer willing to support me, and I lay there silent for a few seconds, just coasting on my high. Then I pushed my face into his side and kissed his sweaty skin, a smile on my lips. Thank you, I said. Emir laughed. That was okay? That was more than okay. I kissed his side again, then rose up on my elbows to look back at him. He sat up slowly, rubbing his chest and wincing. Did I hurt you? Was that too much? Oh, my poor nipples. Then he smiled and shook his head. Not too much. Don't worry. He wiped off the mess he'd made on his belly, and we curled towards each other near the foot of the bed, legs tangled and heads close together, hands loosely clasped. I grinned at him, and he grinned back, and it felt like I'd never been happier in my life. Sure, It was just a bit of rough sex, and not even particularly rough compared to my old kinks, and it felt so silly to think the fucking could heal something inside me. I laughed and started singing. Emir frowned at me for a second, then let out a chuckle when he recognized Marvin Gaye's sexual healing. "You're tone deaf," he pointed out. "Maybe a little." I sang another few lines, completely off-key, and stopped when he grimaced. I sighed, then began to laugh again, feeling giddy. "So you trust me more now?" Emir asked. Unfortunately, that sobered me right up. And though I didn't really want to talk about serious things, I knew that I had to stick to my promise of open communication. "I think so," I replied. "Everything was okay for you?" A deep V formed between his brows as he thought, and it made me slightly nervous as I waited for him to respond. Amir saw the look on my face and squeezed my hands. "Okay. I don't really like giving head. I don't know if it's because I'm not used to it or what, and I don't really like the taste of cum, but—" He looked searchingly into my eyes. "I really like that you like me doing it, and I really like you making me do it." I was a bit disappointed, and it obviously showed. "Seeing you like that, so turned on, it's beyond that. It really turns me on. Well, didn't you notice?" "Well, yes. Okay, but nothing went past your limits. Nothing was too much." "Greg, honestly, it was great. All of it." He kissed my knuckles. "I'll suck your cock every day, twice a day if you like." "Oh, yeah?" "You get this great, really sexy sneer when you're looking down at me, like I'm just your toy, and that does something to me. I love it." I smirked at him and then narrowed my eyes, curious. "So, you like pain?" "A little bit. I don't think I could take more than what you did to my nipples, but you can probably slap me in the face harder than you did." "Okay." I filed that away with a grin. "What else?" "I feel like you're still holding back, but that's okay. We have all the time in the world." "You really believe that?" "I do." We just stared at each other for a few quiet moments, and then I cleared my throat. "Emir, I've never felt like this before about anyone. You make me feel like the luckiest guy in the world. And yes, absolutely I trust you," I said, thinking about how he just confessed to not enjoying the taste of my cum. "I feel a butt coming," Emir said faintly, the muscles bunched in his square jaw. "No butts. I just wanna—" I faltered for a second and let out a slow breath, trying to push through the walls I'd trapped myself behind. "What? What's wrong?" His eyes had gone so wide and worried that I had to laugh quietly, and I reached for his shoulders to pull him even closer, resting my forehead against his. "Nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to tell you that I'm in love with you," I murmured, and he pulled away, smiling before seeking out my lips with his. When we drew back again, he looked so happy that I chuckled. "Say it again," he whispered. "Please?" "I love you." Emir sighed and kissed me again. "I love the sound of that." I grinned. "I love you, Emir Hughes. I love you with all of my heart and all of my cock." Laughing, he covered his face, and I kissed his fingers until he parted them to let me kiss his soft lips again. I coaxed his mouth open, turning him onto his back so that I was partially above him, slowing the kiss until we were both a little breathless with the passion of it. I grazed his cheek with my fingertip, traced the stark line of his collarbone, circled his tender nipple, and, after I'd skimmed over his taut abdomen, found his cock halfway hard. Without breaking the kiss, I began to stroke him, and it seemed only a minute or so had passed before he was straining up against me, hand locked around the back of my neck, his pre-cum running down over my knuckles. Pulling my head back to watch his face, I smiled. "That feels good, doesn't it?" You're so beautiful when you're so close. His brows were pinched above his nose, eyes closed tight in an expression that almost seemed pained, lips parted in a quiet, moaning pant. I leaned down and licked his bottom lip, darting back playfully when his tongue sought mine out. He groaned and I stroked his cock a bit faster, causing his cheeks to redden as he began skirting the edge of climax. That's it. That's my good boy. Come for me. Yeah, there we go. Amir let out a choked cry, and his cock spurted, his body trembling and tense, and hips bucking into my strokes. I nodded happily, kissing his open mouth as I milked the last out of him, my fingers slippery and warm with his cum. He said, and mumbled something that sounded like, Dween carry tea. What? Dween carry tea. Means I love you. His big blue eyes opened a crack, regarding me sleepily, fond and a touch amused. God, I love you so much, I whispered over the painful swelling in my chest. Right here, right at this second. This is everything. You are everything. And, Christ, I'm terrified. Amir wrinkled his brow at me and gave me a crooked smile as he cupped my cheek. You've nothing to worry about, silly. I'm yours. And you're mine. And I'll take care of that poor, neglected heart of yours, just as well as I take care of that poor, neglected cock. Well, it's not so neglected anymore, I said, making as if to mull over what he had said. You do take good care of it. That bodes well for my heart, I suppose. Amir chuckled, and then covered his mouth as he yawned. All right, tidy. Now, are you figuring on getting some sleep? I'm knackered. I don't know, I replied, walking my fingers down his chest. I think you've got one more in you. Oh, no, he said with a pathetic groan. No, I'm done. I'm not being funny, but I think you've broke me. I don't think so. His cock was limp and sticky with drying cum, but when I gently pinched the head a few times, I felt it began to harden. I think you're fine. Crushing his eyes closed, Amir whimpered and shook his head. Come on, one more time, I murmured, nudging his jawline with my nose so I could kiss his neck. He moaned, a small, plaintive sound. I grinned and continued to fondle him slowly. No, please, he rasped. But I found his protest lacked conviction, especially given how quickly he was getting stiff. Besides, if he really wanted me to stop, he'd tell me, wouldn't he? Chapter 18. Hurts me more than it hurts you. 2 days later, we were in Nice, which, as we kept joking, was rather nice, and reminded me a little of home. Amir played to a packed audience in a little venue situated within the modern/contemporary art museum there, and afterwards we had a few days of sightseeing, just chilling out at the ultra-fancy hotel Rose had found for us. It was just past 10 on the third night in the city when I came out of the shower to find a quick note scribbled by Amir on the hotel stationery. All it said was, popped out with O for a min, BRB, XXOO, and I didn't think anything of it. I toweled off, grabbed a bottle of Bordeaux from the kitchenette, and stretched out on the bed to watch Fight Club dubbed in French. The movie was almost half over when I started getting worried. I grabbed my phone and tapped out a message to Amir. When his iPhone cheeped next to my head, I realized why he had handwritten me the note. His cell was plugged into the wall and had probably been completely dead when he left. I frowned, looking through the contacts on my phone, and sent off a message to Owain. 5 minutes passed, 10, 15. Worried, I started to write a text to Rose, but then remembered she was having a late supper in Nice with someone she knew from her travel agent days, and I didn't want to bother her if I was overreacting. Who else could I contact? Barry was still in Greece, and the rest of the team had gone ahead to London earlier that day. I sent another message to Owain, thinking that maybe he hadn't noticed the first, then did a search of the area to see if there was a gay bar nearby. Amir's cousin was always trying to drag us out to one. I stopped scrolling, my breath caught in my throat. The title of the first news article linked off Google was Gay Men Leaving Bar Assaulted in Nice as Homophobic Attacks Increase. I clicked it and scanned the text. 4 years earlier, a 24-year-old man and his partner had been beaten coming out of the gay bar right down the street from the hotel I was sitting in. I swallowed, staring at the picture of the young man, his face bruised and bloody. Slowly, I recorked the bottle of wine, knowing that it was just making me paranoid, and got up to put it away. Pacing between the bed and the kitchenette, I tried to clear my head. Counting the 15-minute shower, the hour and a half of the movie, and the last 20 minutes of me hand-wringing in a very Barry-like fashion, I figured Amir had been gone for just over 2 hours. Where the fuck is he? Why isn't Owain answering his phone? Did they get lost? No, that's silly. They would just hop into a taxi. Did they get kidnapped? That's even sillier. Is it? Is it, though? So, 10 at night is pretty early to hit a club, isn't it? Maybe. Maybe they're just at the hotel bar. When is soccer season? If there's a game on, it'll be loud. I was just buttoning my jeans to go check the bar downstairs when the door to the room opened and Amir and Owain came through, laughing and chatting away like nothing was amiss. Amir stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the look on my face, but Owain jostled past him and deposited the 2 bottles of wine he was carrying on the counter, still going on about something in Welsh. When he realized Amir wasn't answering, he lifted his brows and looked between Amir and me. "Where the fuck have you been?" I asked, trying not to sound as crazy as I felt. "Oh, shit," Amir said quietly. "I'm sorry, Greg. Time got away from me." "Yeah, Tad," moaned Owain in mock teenage outrage, rolling his eyes. "So get off our backs, eh?" "Owain, don't be a twat." Amir scrubbed a hand through his hair, staring at me. Go on now." "What? I thought we were going to—" "Get out," Amir said, steering his cousin towards the door. "You're only going to make things worse." "What? You're right, but," Owain said, sobering up. "Is he, actually tamping?" "See you tomorrow, okay?" Amir said, closing the door on Owain. He turned back around and jammed his hands into the front pocket of his jeans. "So where have you been?" I repeated. "We were just going round to the corner shop to pick up some fags for Owain and more wine for you, but they were closed, so we went down a ways more, down over by that church we saw yesterday, and there were these, scene kids, and they recognized me and we just got to talking, and, they wanted to buy me a drink, so—" Amir said in a rush, shrugging. He looked down at his shoes. "Didn't realize we'd been gone so long. I'm sorry, Greg, I am. Didn't do it on purpose. I left you a note. My phone was dead." "I figured that out. Shit, Amir. I was worried about you. It's past midnight and some poor kid got gay-bashed right around the corner a few years ago, and I took a deep breath, realizing how worked up I'd let myself get. Amir, why wasn't Owain answering my texts?" "Probably just didn't see him," he said, shrugging again. "His mobile's shite." He lifted his gaze to mine. "Are you mad?" I sighed. "No, I'm not mad. I'm relieved." And it was true. I wasn't really mad. He was safe. I'd been overreacting. Amir was a grown man. I was being an idiot. And damn, I was just so glad that he was home that I wanted to crush him into a hug. But I had a better idea. "Drop your pants and come over here." "What?" Amir's brows were comically high as he watched me walk over to sit on the bed. "I'm not mad, but for completely failing to make any attempt to let me know where you were once you knew you were going to be out longer than your be right back merited, I think you finally earned that spanking you've been wanting." "Oh?" He fiddled with the button on his jeans, looking a bit nervous. Yes, pants. Off. Amir did as he was told and, not bothering to pull off his hoodie or socks, approached me with a blush-infused, rather contrite expression. "I'm sorry," he said again, barely a whisper. His hands were crossed over his groin, and when he ducked his chin, I shook my head slowly, wondering how much of it was an act. Over my knee. Without having to be told twice, Amir draped himself over my lap, and I helped him get into the best position. Then, as he lay there waiting, I stroked a hand slowly over his pale backside, his skin soft and warm beneath my palm. The muscles in his right cheek rolled under my touch, and then went still. I hadn't done this in a very long time, but it was all coming back to me. Grinning, I raised my arm and decided to start with the old trope. "Son, this is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you." Amir let out a chuckle, but it ended on a pained gasp when my hand made contact with his ass. It wasn't particularly hard, but it wasn't just a love tap either. I planned on taking my time with his punishment, and I knew from experience to pace myself, or else my arm would tire too quickly. I slapped him a few times in rapid succession, causing him to yelp and squirm, then paused for a second to admire the blooms I'd already put into his cheeks. They were hot to the touch, and with a fingertip, I traced the perfect contour of my handprint. It was amazing. Travis's complexion was quite a bit darker than Amir's, and his skin possibly thicker, because it took quite a walloping before he even got close to this. Shaking my head, I grimaced. No Travis. I couldn't let him climb into my head. I smacked Amir's ass again, a touch harder, and he cried out, his whole body tensing. "Ow," he said, breathing quickly. "Ow, that's it." "Oh, I'm just getting started," I replied, hitting him again, but I felt a tingle of apprehension as the sound of my palm making contact sparked a fragment of a memory. Travis again. I closed my eyes to clear my head. At least my hand knew what to do. Soon I was perspiring from my efforts, and Amir's body jerked in time to my spanks, his cries getting more strident as his backside grew redder and streaked dark with burgundy in places. But he didn't try to stop me, and I kept hitting him, and suddenly an unwelcome thought popped into my head. He's not gonna say it. For a moment, I could hear nothing but the blood in my ears, and my heart seized up and my mouth went dry, but I was still beating him because he hadn't told me to stop, and I was grunting with the effort, and my teeth were bared, and Travis kept clawing back into my thoughts, and I felt like I was outside of my body, watching a nightmare unfold, and I had to stop. I had to. Then suddenly, finally, Amir let out a ragged, heart-wrenching wail. "Whiskey," he cried, panting. "Please, no more. Whiskey." I turned Amir over and scooped him up in my arms, crushing him to my chest as he began sobbing brokenly. It took me a second to realize I was trembling like a leaf and nearly choking on my own tears, and I smoothed his hair back and pressed my lips to his temple. "I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, God, I'm sorry." I was muttering it over and over again in a daze, but Amir pulled away, and instead of the fear I was expecting, all I saw was concern for me. "Greg, are you okay? What's wrong?" he asked, his face red and tear-streaked and eyes wide. Reaching to cup his cheeks, I saw my hands were shaking, and it felt like my palm was on fire. "I should have stopped earlier," I said, my voice hoarse. "I should have stopped. Why didn't you stop me?" I was crying so hard I could barely breathe, and it felt like I was on the verge of another panic attack. Amir grabbed my wrists and pulled my hands to his mouth, and he kissed them, shaking his head. "But you did stop. As soon as I said whiskey, you stopped. Immediately, you stopped. You only hurt me as much as I could stand it, only as much as I wanted it." He seemed to know exactly what had gone wrong in my head. Travis. Fucking Travis. Greg, shh, it's okay. I said whiskey and you stopped right away. You did. I did stop. I swallowed, my breath hitching as I tried to control my tears. You did stop, Amir agreed with a hiccuping laugh, wiping up my tears with his thumbs. Right on time. I let that sink in for a moment. So, you're good? To be honest, I'm great. Really. With his words, the bubble of panic that had swelled to fill my entire body just popped, leaving me elated and feeling like a total idiot. Fuck, I'm so sorry, I whispered. Don't be sorry. It's fine. No, it's not fine. You wanted some fun role-playing. I had a complete freak-out. Smiling, Amir shook his head again. It is fine. Do you know why it's fine? He paused, waiting for me to answer. I don't know. My heart was still trying to find a regular beat, and I felt buzzed on adrenaline. Because it was a challenge, and it was bloody terrifying, and I haven't had a good hug cry like that in a long while. And most of all, most important, now I know you'll stop when I've had enough. And you do too. I blinked at him slowly. There was a silly sort of wonder spreading through me, probably making me look like an imbecile, but I didn't care. I pulled him into a tear-salted kiss, feeling relieved and fantastically alive. I broke the kiss. I trust you, I said, smiling. Amir furrowed his brow and grazed my cheek with his fingertips. And you trust you too, I hope. I nodded and knuckled away a fresh tear that had appeared in the corner of my eye. I was almost back in control of myself and felt like a cliché, because a weight had most definitely lifted from my shoulders. I was as light as a feather. Yup, definitely. Okay, I think next time I won't freak out, I replied. Then grinning wide, I joked. Or did you want me to continue? Amir's eyes widened, and he reached behind him to shield his backside, shaking his head frantically. No, that's fine, really. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't in a bit of pain. I kissed him again, chuckling, and stood, lifting him in my arms by his waist. He clung to me as I took the few steps to go around the side of the bed. Don't worry, I'm going to take care of you, I murmured, nuzzling into his neck. Just lie down on your stomach. I'll be right back. Amir winced and stood, crawling onto the mattress on hands and knees to lie down flat, and I gave a low whistle at the sight of my handiwork. That was a well-spanked bottom. Sitting was probably going to be unpleasant for Amir for at least a day. I ducked into the bathroom and rifled through my toiletry kit for one of the tiny bottles of fancy lotion I'd taken from the hotel in Paris. When I went back to the room, I saw Amir had made himself more comfortable. He had taken off his hoodie and socks and lay on his stomach with legs apart, arms crossed under the pillow, just watching me with a quiet expression. I sat next to him and very gently began applying the orange and jasmine-scented cream on his welts. Thank you, I said. He cocked an eyebrow at me. Thank you for giving yourself so completely to me, I replied with a shrug. For loving me the way you do. For hammering home the truth about Travis. For being kinky in a way that matches my kinky. For being so fucking persistent. For being just... I shook my head, exhaling slowly. I smoothed some more cream over his bruises, resisting the urge to squeeze the pleasantly round cheek. For being so good to me. Slush, that is, he said. Feels great. The cream. Amir's grin went sly. You acknowledging that I was right all along. Don't make me give you another spanking, I warned, laughing. He gave a whimper, his expression pained. You wouldn't. I snapped the cover back on the bottle and leaned down to press my lips right above one mottled butt cheek, letting the kiss linger before giving him another a little further up. I opened my mouth and touched my tongue to his back, licking slowly up his spine. You are my good boy, I murmured, pressing another kiss to his warm skin, right between his shoulder blades. Am I? You are. I kissed along one shoulder and backtracked to give the same attention to the other. He sighed, and I saw I'd given him goosebumps. Thank you, Daddy, he said quietly, then added, I love you. I love you too. I skimmed my lips over the fine hairs at his nape, bringing out a small shiver in him. Do you want me? He whispered. I paused in my kisses, my brow furrowed. I do. I always want you. But I don't want to hurt you. If you're gentle with me, it'll be fine. Will you be gentle? I let out a huff of breath, then bit the back of his neck lightly. Of course. Then please, Daddy, I want to feel you inside me. Of course, I repeated, and reached down to unbutton my jeans. Anything for you, kiddo. Beneath me, Amir whimpered again, but this time it was with desire, and when I helped him up onto his knees so I could take him from behind, I was nearly overwhelmed by the intensity of my emotions. I'd never known love like this, never felt this blinding devotion and fierce tenderness for anyone before. I gasped, my heart feeling too big for my chest, and he glanced back quickly, eyes wide. Greg, you all right? Yes, I said with a grin. I've never been better. Chapter 19. Nothing life-threatening. Despite the news of yet another cancellation in the U.S., everyone's moods were buoyed by the string of particularly good shows. The London concert went off without a hitch, and it was fun having Amir show me some of his old haunts around town the next day. With his hoodie and his sunglasses, he was usually able to pass unmolested by fans, paparazzi, and journalists alike. Mostly, I believe, because everyone expected him to be much taller than he was. However, since seeing the first tabloid photo, I felt paranoid every time I saw someone's gaze linger on him too long, and I stood there like a nervous bodyguard any time a fan did recognize him and wanted an autograph. I was so concerned about Amir that it came as a complete surprise when it was me that was recognized. Two young men crossed paths with us as we were making our way towards the river, and as they passed us, I made momentary eye contact with the taller one on the left, his handsome, vaguely East Asian features catching my notice. A second later, I heard a voice right behind me. Excuse me, Mr. Faraday." Startled, I stopped and turned around. The two young men had followed us a few paces and stood smiling timidly at me. The one I had locked eyes with briefly was clutching at the strap of his messenger bag, as if he was trying hard to suppress his excitement. "Yes?" I asked, confused. Had he modeled for me before? He certainly had an interesting look, but I couldn't remember ever shooting someone so tall. He had a good 2 inches on me. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I wanted to say that I am a huge fan of your work," he gushed, his face taking on a rosy glow. His accent marked him as West Coast North American, probably Vancouver or California. "I bought your calendar last year, the bondage one, and it's just superb. I got September framed. It's just to die for." Oh, for a moment, I had no idea what to say. How had he recognized me? From my website. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I smiled, glancing over at his companion, who seemed just as excited to meet me. I really wanted to do a calendar this year, too, but time got away from me. "Well, if you do a calendar next year, I'll definitely buy it. And—" The young man shared a look with his friend. "You know, you should totally be in it, too." I laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of my neck, trying to come up with something to say, when the shorter of the two let out an exclamation and covered his mouth with both hands. He was staring bug-eyed at Amir, and I realized that my brief glimpse of fame had been eclipsed by Amir's presence. "Oh, my God! I am such a fan! I can't believe Breathe You In is my favorite song. Wait until I tell my sister that I met you. The two of them continued talking over each other as Amir chuckled and nodded, graciously signing his name on the backs of their London walking maps. Belatedly, they realized that I was still standing there and quickly asked me for my autograph too, telling me just how much they both loved the pictures I've been taking of Amir. My ego slightly bruised. I took a photo of Amir bracketed by the two young men on each of their phones, and then promised I'd come out with a calendar next year. Amir and I waved as we parted ways with him, and Amir gave me a coy side glance, his cheek dimpled. You all right then? He put his arm through mine as we walked, squeezing my bicep. Yeah, I replied, rolling my eyes at him. Nothing I can't handle. They're right, you know. About what? There should be more pictures of you in your calendar. Yeah, but also in the Instagram and Facebook posts you put up, Amir said, his brow wrinkling. You're the most important person to me, and there's not even a trace of you in my life. Other than in the tabloids, I pointed out, though I felt all warm inside from Amir's words. The most important person. I'd never get tired of hearing it. Seriously, I want you to take more photos of you and me together, okay? To show the world, yeah? Okay, I said, nodding. I folded my hand over the one he had on my arm and sighed, smiling. What? Look. I pointed. It was the bench Amir had been sitting on the night we met. Amir laughed and pulled me over to it, and we sat down, looking out over the water at the Parliament buildings and the London Eye. It was starting to get dark, but the weather was warm and pleasant and we had no plans. I thought about what he'd said. One well-worn concern still rattling around in my skull. You're quiet? Amir said after a few minutes. You something on your mind? Tell me. I started, clasping his hand between mine. I want you to be happy. I am happy. What is it? I can't help it. I still worry about the age difference. I don't? It really doesn't bother you that I'm 20 years older than you. Amir turned to me, eyebrow cocked. His blue eyes flitted between mine for a second or two before he spoke. Does it bother you that I'm short? I let out a startled laugh. No, of course not. But that's not the same thing. He made a little moue, dismissing my words. Same to me. You can't help the age you are any more than I can help my height. Okay, but nothing, love. Besides, I figure I'm ahead a few years in maturity. Makes up for my lack of experience, don't it? I chuckled, shaking my head, then brought his hand to my lips to give it a kiss. Fine. I'll try not to think about the fact that I'm going to be in diapers while you're still rocking on stage. Shh, he said, giving me a disgusted look. He turned away, looking up at the sky, and I studied his profile. After a moment, he licked his lips and glanced over at me briefly. So, I've been meaning to ask, with all the daddy play we do, I was wondering, had you ever wanted kids? What? I said, surprised. No, God no. Kids. I shook my head emphatically. No kids, never. Then I stopped when I remembered who I was talking to. Amir was my partner, wasn't he? I swallowed, a now familiar twinge of panic in my chest as the realization slammed home. What if he wasn't talking about my past? I cleared my throat. Crap, I'm sorry. Were you asking about the future? I wasn't thinking. Do you want kids? I don't think so, he replied, but then lifted one shoulder. I don't know. Okay. Why hadn't any of this occurred to me before? Maybe I wasn't taking the relationship seriously. If I loved him as much as I thought I did, why hadn't I given a thought to things like living arrangements? Oh, God, would he want to get married? Amir frowned at my expression. Relax, I'm just curious is all. Breathe, you're white as a ghost. I nodded, breathing as deep as my cramping lungs allowed. He watched me for a moment, his eyebrows quirked and lips twisted in subtle irony, then shook his head and sighed. I'm sorry I brought it up. Okay, don't say that, I said, scowling at him. Don't ever say that. That's up there with fine and I don't care and all that passive-aggressive crap. Amir's brows rose. Greg, I'm literally sorry I brought it up. Literally. Like, I feel bad. I wish I'd come up with a better opener for her. He hitched his shoulders up, and I suddenly realized that something was bothering him. What's wrong? He rubbed his forehead with his free hand, his eyes closed. I was trying to come up with something to segue into something else I wanted to ask you today, and I'm messing it all up, I am. What is it? Amir looked up at the darkening sky, the muscles twitching in his square jaw, and let out an audible exhale, then turned to me with a smile which, for some reason, was even more worrisome than all the hemming and hawing. Do you want to meet my mum? He asked. I let out a relieved chuckle. Sure, of course. He was starting to work. Tomorrow. Oh, I stared at him, my face slack as my brain spun without finding purchase. It's last minute, I know. Seeing as we're playing Cardiff on Friday, Barry wants to drive to Penarth tomorrow morning and spend the night at Mum's. You don't have to come if you don't want to, but I miss you, and I'd love it if you'd meet my mum. Okay, I said, smiling to reassure him. Why not? Unexpected, but okay, I'd love to. Really? Yes. Chuckling, I ran my fingers through my hair. You're not going to believe this, but I've never actually done the meet the parents thing before. No? No. Dinesh's parents were, traditional, really old-school Indian and kicked him out when they found out he was gay. Glenn was deep in the closet, and Travis's parents were dead, I replied, listing the only really serious relationships I'd had. Then I frowned, wondering if Travis's parents were dead after all, or if he'd lied about it. Well, don't you worry. My mum's not the judgmental type. It's not like she doesn't know you're gay. And honestly, she'll be a little shy at first, but you'll get along. I know it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I sat back on the bench and saw the lights were coming on as dusk fell. You know, that is a really big Ferris wheel, I said, changing the subject abruptly. I just needed to let things percolate in my head a bit in the background. Actually, Amir said, settling against my shoulder. It's not a Ferris wheel. It's a cantilevered observation wheel. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it's supported only on one side. I let Amir school me on the logistics of the London Eye, but though I nodded in all the right places, my mind was a million miles away. Or actually, it was closer to 5,000 kilometers. I needed to talk to someone who knew me well and could tell me if I was making a big fucking mistake with Amir. Let's see. I used to know a guy named Greg, but then he took off for a trip around the world with his boy toy and forgot all about little old me, Tam said with a dramatic sigh. Ha ha. What happened to all the emails you said you'd send? I did send some, at least 3. I sent you those pictures of the sunset in Venice. Yeah, and like one line of text, totally impersonal. In fact, I think he just BCC'd me on a group email. So I suck at keeping in touch. I honestly didn't realize how busy I would be. Doesn't mean I don't still love you. Tam let out a bark of laughter, and I heard some voices in the background and the familiar ding of the microwave in the office lunchroom. You're such an idiot. I miss you, honey bunny. I smiled sadly. With her whiskey-rough voice in my ear, I suddenly felt very far away from home. I miss you too. I cleared my throat, looking out the window of the hotel bar. Amir was upstairs packing for the following day. Where are you? London. Jesus, this has got to be costing you a mint. It's okay. It's just a few minutes, and I have a thing for Roman. I just really needed to hear your voice. Wow, you okay? What's wrong? What's going on? Tam replied, her tone suddenly serious. Nothing life-threatening, I said, taking a sip of my martini. I closed my eyes, punching down my rising panic and taking a deep breath. I just need a reality check, and you're the only one who knows me who won't bullshit me. Hang on, let me go grab a meeting room. There was a crinkle of paper, more of voices, and then silence. Go for it, I'm listening. He wants me to meet his mother. I nodded to the waiter, who pointed at my near-empty glass. Okay, and? You don't want to? No, that's not it. It's just, fuck. What if I was right about this being a midlife crisis? What if I go meet his mom and then realize that I've just been, I don't know, trying to recapture my youth or something? What if I fuck things up for him? Do you think that's going to happen? I don't know, I said, exasperated. I drained the last of my martini. That's why I need you. What's the worst thing that can happen? So, you realize that you two aren't meant to live happily ever after and you part ways. Sure, he might take it bad, but that's not really your responsibility, is it? He's an adult. If it's not working, it's not work. No, it is working. Then what's the problem, Greg? I don't understand. I speared an olive out of my fresh drink and ate it almost angrily. I don't want to get his hopes up. I don't want to lead him on. Meeting his mother. Ugh. Have you done anything to lead him on? I told him I loved him. Tam was quiet for a second. Do you love him? I think so. Maybe. Tam, I've never felt like this before. I don't even know what to make of it. It's like I want to crush him up into a little ball and tuck him directly into my heart. I frowned when she burst out laughing and didn't stop. It's not funny. I'm freaked out here. I'm sorry, honey, she said, sobering. I know it's not funny. It's just, you should hear yourself. You are one smitten kitten, that's for sure. He brought kids up. No shit. Well, what did you say? I said, no way. And how did he take that? I pondered that for a few seconds. He didn't seem bothered by it and apologized for freaking me out, like he was willing to talk about it later, at a better time. You know, he sounds like a great guy, Greg. But what if I'm wrong about my feelings? But what if you're right? Tam chuckled again. I think you're overreacting. It sounds like you've met your match, but you're gun-shy because of Stalker Boy Travis. And you know, one of these days you're going to have to tell me the whole story there, eh? I was floored when you sent that email about Leanne. I will, I promise. I closed my eyes. I had a dream the other night that Travis kidnapped Amir and turned him against me. And then what happened? I don't know. I woke up. Do you think Travis could ever turn Amir against you? No, of course not. It was just a stupid dream. Exactly, she said. He hasn't tried contacting you again in some way, has he? No, Amir blocked him, and I'm being extra careful with any friend requests or weird emails. Well, there you go. I know, I replied and sighed. So you think I'm overthinking this whole thing with Amir? I do. I think you need to just go with it. Meet his mom. Go have some tea and scones or whatever the fuck and relax. Yeah? Yeah. I think it's going to be great between you two. I took another deep breath and sat back in the leather bucket chair. Thanks, Tam. You're welcome. But I didn't really do anything. You did. Whatever you say, honey bunny. Tam laughed under her breath and in a teasing voice asked, So, when's the wedding? And when do I get to be your best man? Tam, don't, I said, but I was grinning. Sorry, couldn't help myself. You sound like you're feeling better. I am. It was an understatement. Good. A few long seconds of silence passed, and I wanted to say something meaningful, but Tam took the opportunity to rescue us from a heartfelt moment. So, the fucking is really spectacular, I take it? Goodbye, Tam, I replied, laughing. Bye, Greg. And you'll be fine, I'm sure of it. And would it kill you to email me, eh? I will. Thank you, Tam. You're welcome. I ended the call, finished my martini, and headed back upstairs, my confidence restored. Amir looked up in surprise when I came through the door, his expression the tiniest bit guarded. Did you take care of whatever it was? I did, I replied, taking the T-shirt out of his hands and dropping it into his open suitcase. And, is everything all right then? He tilted his head back to look up at me, his blue eyes searching my face. The only thing I'd said was that I needed to talk to Tam, and that I didn't want him to overhear. Everything is perfect, I replied, and traced the line of his jaw with a fingertip, smiling at the way his nostrils flared and eyelashes quivered at my touch. Everything is exactly right. Amir looked slightly mystified by my reply, but I just grinned wider. How much packing do you have left? I asked, reaching around him to pull him closer. Nearly Oh, he said as I slid a hand down the back of his jeans to cup one warm ass cheek. I have an urge, I whispered, brushing my lips against his. Cocking a playful eyebrow at me, Amir put his arms around my waist. Oh, it's not a very nice urge, I continued, kissing the corner of his mouth. Are you going to be a good boy and let me do very dirty things to you? Yes, Daddy, he replied, and let out a beautiful soft moan as I found his pucker with my fingers and stroked it. Good, Daddy. That's just what I thought, I said, chuckling. Now get down on your knees. Chapter 20. Unboxing the Past. Amir and I spent the first half hour of our trip making out like teenagers in the cramped back seat of the little Fiat we'd rented, Barry singing along to Lady Gaga as he drove. We'd had a late night, but I was feeling great. Amir, on the other hand, soon dozed off, and when we stopped for gas, I hopped in next to Barry. I'd never been in the front seat of a right-hand drive before, and it was frankly terrifying for a few minutes as we flew along the M4. Barry must have noticed how hard I was clutching the seat, because he laughed and patted my knee. I smiled back at him, trying to relax. Barry had just come back from Greece again, and his usually pasty complexion was bronzed from his time in the sun. Though he was closed-lipped about what he was doing in Greece, it was pretty obvious that his relationship with a young and handsome aspiring singer there wasn't entirely business. I frowned at Barry. Hey, can I ask you a personal question? Of course, Greg. Ask away. What happened with Amir's father? I asked quietly. You two were together, weren't you? Barry gave me a quick, surprised glance before he straightened to peer in the rear view, looking at Amir in the back seat. Was he completely asleep, you think? I think so, yeah. Why? Well, Barry fixed me again briefly, his hesitation clear before returning his eyes to the road. He sighed. Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm. I promised Meredith that I would let her tell Amir about his father when the time came, but that was back when we'd assumed that he'd find a nice girl one day. Barry chuckled to himself and glanced over at me. Yes, Reese and I were together. We were very much in love, he and I. Was this after he'd left Mrs. Hughes? No, we'd met a few years before in London. I was part of a dreadful musical called 1-2 Sing-Song, playing at the King's Head. Reese was a stagehand who also had a very small singing part, and he was rather handsome, so he caught my eye. One night, after a particularly bad performance, we were all going to head out for a tipple and a show at the De Laramie, and I fully intended on inviting the young man along. I was trying to suss out what his preference was, and inviting him to a drag bar seemed like a good way to do that, but he was nowhere to be found. A few hours later, thoroughly potted, I was sitting next to a beautiful queen in a Betty Page wig and was going on about the object of my desire when I realized that everyone had suddenly gone very, very quiet. Barry laughed to himself, shaking his head. It only took a moment or two. You know those pictures where you see one thing and with a little mental adjustment you see another? Sure. Well, imagine my complete and total surprise when the pretty boy in the Betty Page wig and frock transformed before my very eyes into the handsome stagehand I've been fancying. I've been sitting next to him all along. Wait, Amir's father was a drag queen? I asked, astounded. Mm-hmm, Barry replied with a nod. A wonderful, talented drag queen. Reese had incredible poise, a lovely voice, and just shone like a glittering star compared to the others. My Reese. Barry sighed sadly. What happened? Well, we hit it off, and since Reese was terribly skint, he moved into my flat with me that summer. We had an absolutely lovely time, he and I. Sometimes we'd go out on the town, and Reese would become Raquel, a stunning beauty on my arm. It was a lovely, lovely time. Barry's brows dipped. Then my father died, and I had to return to New York. We were estranged, but he ended up having a change of heart in the last days, and had left me something in his will. I was only supposed to be gone 2, maybe 3 weeks, but my mother took my father's death quite badly, and 3 weeks turned into 6 months before I realized it. I kept trying to convince Reese to join me, but he was worried about getting work there and other excuses. And then nothing. He disappeared. How? Well, this was in '92, I believe. It wasn't like I could email him or text him or tweet him or whatnot. I left messages for him on the machine in my flat, but when the cassette was full, I believed he had just gone. I resumed work, this time some Shakespeare, and I just mourned the loss of my little romance. Then, out of the blue 3 years later, I received a letter from Reese. He'd moved back to Wales, gotten married of all things, and was a brand new father. I wrote back, wondering what on earth he wanted me to do with this information. When he wrote next, it was to say that he had made a grave mistake, and that he desperately wanted, nay, needed to see me. So I said yes. He just up and left Amir and his mom. Yes, but amicably. He continued to support her, of course, or should I say that we continue to support her. Amir's never wanted for anything. Huh. And he has no idea about his dad. I don't think so. No, I would say he doesn't. Did Reese ever say why he went back to Wales? Why he never answered your calls? No, not really. But I knew, even though he categorically refused to talk about it. See, when he showed up at my flat again, he had a scar right here. Barry reached to the side and touched my right cheek, an inch below my eye. That told its own story. I rubbed my face, disconcerted. The fact that we were going to the States soon was weighing heavily on my mind. Hate crimes against the LGBT community had more than doubled, and it was hard not to worry. We eventually moved to New York when I had to put my mother in a nursing home. We had a small flat in Chelsea, and Reese and I had 9 wonderful years together. He had a semi-regular gig performing at Limelight, and I was busy with Miss Saigon. However, whatever it was that had happened to him while I was away, well, it changed him. He was no longer the hopeful, confident young man I'd fallen in love with. But I couldn't let that come between us. We were together, and that's all that mattered. After a while, I really began to believe that I'd seen the worst of his black moods, but I came home one evening to find him on the ledge outside our bedroom window. I tried to talk him back inside, but... There was a glimmer of tears in Barry's eyes, and he shook his head angrily. But he wouldn't listen. I tried. I really tried. Whether he jumped or fell, I'll never know. There was no note. He died instantly. He knuckled his brimming eyes and gave an ugly chuckle. I blamed myself for so long. Barry, I'm so sorry. After a long sigh, Barry shrugged and smiled over at me sadly. I had my 9 years with him, almost 10 if you count that lovely summer in '92. I nodded soberly. After a moment, I said, I wish you could tell Amir. I'm sure he'd love to hear it. I made a promise to Meredith, he replied. You didn't. He turned his focus back to the road and shrugged again. I can... It's up to you. Barry touched his phone mounted on the dashboard and switched the music to what sounded like Europop. He bobbed his head to the music, then looked over, his expression affectionate. That boy loves you with all of his heart, you know. I laughed self-consciously. I do know that. I looked out the window, not really seeing anything, and I think I feel the same. Then make sure to tell him that you love him every day, even if you fight. It's important. I will. I do. Good. Barry changed lanes, smiling wistfully to himself. Closing my eyes, I left him alone with his memories and leaned back in my seat, falling asleep to the sound of him humming to the music. Amir, Barry, and I sat around the small wooden table in the kitchen, while Meredith heated up some homemade soup on the gas stove. I turned my glass of beer slowly around in my hands and watched her shake her head and add a little salt to the pot. Amir's mother was probably happy to have something to distract her after the awkward round of introductions a few minutes earlier. I'd had to excuse myself right away to use the bathroom on arrival, and had come back to an uncomfortable silence. My first thought was that I'd committed some sort of faux pas, but it was Meredith who had taken advantage of my absence to ask my age. I knew we were of similar age, but she hadn't realized I was almost 2 years older than her, and she just stood there staring at me in silence for a long moment, her expression unreadable, before ushering us into the kitchen. I didn't blame her for acting strange. I'm not sure how I would react if I found out that my only son was dating a man old enough to be his father, but I'm guessing it would take me a bit to adjust. My being nervous about meeting her to begin with certainly didn't help the situation. However, by the time the soup was ready, Amir's mom was all smiles and graciousness, and even went so far as to make a little joke about the age difference. When she offered me a second beer, I knew that everything would be fine between us, and I was glad. So, it's Greg Faraday, it is? Where is your family from originally? Meredith asked me, handing me the bottle. My mother's like 8th-generation Canadian from up north, but my dad was actually born in Cork. Do you have any family left in Ireland? She said, smiling. I actually have no idea. I don't think my dad's ever gone back. My grandparents moved to Montreal when he was just 6, and I never met them. He's not really the family history type. I carefully poured my beer. I think I can apply for a green card, or whatever you call it here, if I wanted to move to the UK. I think you can apply for citizenship, Barry said. Well, actually, I don't know now, what with this Brexit issue. Amir cleared his throat and gave him a subtle headshake. I wondered what it meant, but I was glad that I wasn't the only one who didn't want to talk politics. So, Greg, where did you go to school? I don't think you've ever said, Barry asked, taking the hint and pouring himself and Meredith some gin from an elegant black-and-white bottle labeled Brecon Botanicals. Oh, well, I'm mostly self-taught when it comes to what I was doing for a living before. Computer graphics and stuff. I actually did some social sciences in SAGEP. It's like college, because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with myself. My parents were dead set against me pursuing art. I took another swallow of beer, wondering whether I should just lie or go with the truth. But Amir knew the truth about me. How would he feel about me lying to his mother? I decided to be honest about my crappy school history. So, I dropped out of SAGEP after only 2 semesters because it just wasn't for me. Then I worked bagging groceries. About a year later, I won a good camera in a raffle at the local pub, and well, people told me I had a real eye for photography. I ended up learning how to set up websites and graphics and stuff to show off my photos, and I was the assistant manager of the grocery store when I applied for the job at Web Wrangler. They decided to take a chance on me, and I started as a junior graphic designer and worked my way up to senior UX designer in the 10 years and change that I worked there. So, I don't really have that much school. I did fine in high school. I trailed off, shrugging. Meredith nodded, smiling. "Sometimes self-taught is the best way," she said, surprising me. "I started off that way." I floundered then, realizing that I had no idea what she did for a living, but Amir jumped to my rescue. "Mummy's first violin with the National Orchestra of Wales. She's beyond talented," he said, his pride obvious. I raised my brows and looked appraisingly at her. Wow, I don't know that I know any self-taught violinists. "Well, my Ted, he had an old fiddle. When I was young I played with it more than anything. He passed on when I was 13, and my mum and Tad paid for my lessons with the money he left us. My first tutor wanted to pull her hair out. My fingering was so bad. But she saw I had talent. I've actually a concert in Swansea on Tuesday night, I do," she said, and took a sip of her gin. I nodded. There was something really bizarre going on in my head. I couldn't figure out how to act. She was younger than me, yet she was my boyfriend's mom. I was afraid of either being too polite or too familiar. Unfortunately, it seemed my mental difficulties short-circuited my good sense, because the next thing I said was probably the worst thing I could have brought up to ease the conversation. "Between your mum and your dad, it's like the stage was your destiny," I quipped, turning to Amir. I saw the confusion on his face, and what I'd said hit me like a punch to the gut. "What do you mean?" he asked in a small voice, and I heard Barry whisper Christ under his breath. Bemused, Amir looked over at his agent, staring him down. Then he turned back to me, and when our eyes met, I saw how hurt he was that I'd obviously kept something from him. "What do you know about my father?" he said to me, his tone accusatory, then started when his mother put a hand on top of his. She said a few quiet words in Welsh to him, and he scowled at her. "It's my doing," Barry interjected, his hands up in supplication. "I told Greg about Reese, Mary. I don't see any harm in letting Amir know things about his father. We've kept it from him long enough." "Seeing as how Amir is the other way inclined now, you mean?" Meredith said, her expression tense and angry. "Reese is the one who wanted it this way." Barry jerked upright, his jowls waggling with the abrupt motion. "I'm beginning to think it was damn foolish to hide it from the boy to begin with. Times are different, Mary. I see it more every day. Besides, he's not a child anymore." "You tell Greg about my father, but not me," Amir broke in, sounding furious. I tried not to feel offended by the disdainful inflection he'd put on my name. He was angry. I'd be angry too. "Your mother made me promise not to tell you," Barry replied gently. I saw that Amir was close to tears as he stared at Meredith, and all I wanted to do was pull him into my arms. But I didn't know if that was something I should do in front of his mother. Nervously, I took a big gulp of beer, then stood, feeling like an outsider. I'm sorry. Should I excuse myself?" All three of them turned to me in surprise. Amir's forehead wrinkled up and his eyes were red. "What? Why?" he asked. Shrugging, I looked at him helplessly, my stomach in knots. "I only knew for a minute, but I should have told you anyway. And I'm sorry I didn't, and I don't want to make things worse." I swallowed and ran a hand through my hair. "And this is your family." "You are family, you Tupsin," Amir said, his tone annoyed. "And I'm angry at the lot of you. So sit your ass down, Greg. You're in this too." "Okay," I replied, and quickly sat back down next to him. He immediately reached under the table to take my hand, and I let out a huff of breath. I don't normally stick my foot in my... "No, you, shut it," Amir said, squeezing my fingers. "Right now, I just want to hear about my father." He frowned at his mother and Barry. "Tell me all of it." The walls of the small bedroom on the second floor were painted a pale grayish blue, and around the room at about waist height ran a border with trains on it. The curtains of the window also had trains and trees on them. The walls of the small bedroom on the second floor were painted a pale grayish blue, and around the room at about waist height ran a border with trains on it. The curtains of the window also had trains and trees on them. and I counted 6 die-cast model engines on the shelves across from the bed. The walls were oddly blank, but there were faint rectangles everywhere where the paint was lighter. Startled by a noise behind me, I turned and saw Amir with a big box in his arms. "So you like trains?" I said, grinning. Amir rolled his eyes and deposited the box on the bed, wiping his hands on his jeans. There was a layer of dust on the cardboard, and on one side was written RH in black marker. "When I moved out, Mum took down all my band posters," he said, looking around. "How old were you?" 17, Amir replied, and heaved a sigh and let my smile fall. His face was still blotchy from crying, and his nose was red. Thankfully, the wine we'd all drank had steadied his nerves some, and he seemed softly emotional rather than bitter now. I reached for him and folded him into my embrace, my cheek on his dusty hair. "You okay?" "I will be. I'm just glad to know now. Stupid bloody secret to keep," he grumbled, wrapping his arms around my waist. "Why would I care if he wore dresses and preferred men? Parents do dumb things to protect their kids. They didn't want you to freak out, and they didn't want you to get teased at school if anyone else found out," I murmured. Loads that did. I was still teased for being a loser." They and Barry weren't thinking. Look, my parents suspected I was gay long before I really knew what gay was, so they went out of their way to get me the manliest toys like dump trucks and tools, and enroll me in all sorts of sports. And it was always be a man when I was upset or whatever. When I was in my teens, I was convinced it was because they wouldn't accept me, so I was absolutely terrified to come out to them. I actually really liked my parents. I didn't want to disappoint them. But after I finally outed myself by accident one day, they said they'd just been trying to give me a chance of being straight so that I wouldn't have to deal with bullying and homophobia. Completely misguided reasoning, and it definitely confused my sense of self-worth. I eventually forgave them because their hearts were in the right place, even if what they tried to do was idiotic. I smiled wistfully. I'd forgiven them, yes, but our relationship had never really recovered. "I'm sorry," Amir said, pulling away to look up at me. "Sorry, I wasn't trying to make this about me," I replied with a frown. "That's okay," he said. He quirked an eyebrow at me. "So, how did you out yourself by accident? Do you mind telling me? Or is it a bad memory?" "No, not a bad memory. Just embarrassing," I said, leaning down to give him a peck on the lips. "I was home for a visit, alone in my old room, and I had one of my mother's fashion magazines open to this ad for this perfume or cologne. I can't remember if it was Obsession or CK1, but there was this trend of artistic black and white bare-chested guys, wayfish types. You couldn't even see anything, and I definitely could get better jerk-off material, but there was just something about this one picture. I don't know." "Your mother caught you wanking," Amir exclaimed with a laugh. "Yes, I think it scarred the both of us. To this day I still have no idea how long she was standing there. I was so distracted. And it's not that funny." I pinched his backside hard enough to make him yelp, then leaned in for another kiss. When I drew back, I stroked his cheek with my fingertip. "Do you forgive me for not telling you what Barry said? Like you said, he knew all of a minute. I think you'd have told me." "Oh, I would have. Trust me," I replied, smiling. I looked over at the box. "So, what is this?" "Some of my dad's old stuff Barry stored here last time he moved. I've nothing from him. Mum told me I could keep whatever I wanted." Amir slid out of my grasp and sat next to the box on the bed, his expression tense. He closed his eyes and just sat there, unmoving. "What's wrong?" "Mum would never show me pictures of my dad. She said she didn't have any, so I only have this idea of what he looks like. In my head, I've just imagined so many things about him. That he looks like me and talks like me, like any time I felt rotten about something, I'd picture him saying, 'You'll be all right, son,' and giving me a hug to cheer me up." Amir's shoulders came up, and he looked up at me, his already pale face completely bloodless, eyes huge. Now this makes him real, doesn't it? What if he's nothing like I thought? Then he's nothing like you imagined, I replied gently. But he was someone. You don't have to look if you don't want to, but you might regret it if you don't. I'm not going to tell you what you should do, just whatever you do choose. I'm right here. Okay, kiddo? Okay. Amir took a deep breath, then pulled open the box. Right away he laughed, and I stepped closer to see what he was looking at. Atop a pile of red sequined material was a pair of black, shiny ankle boots with 6-inch heels. But he wasn't kidding, Amir said as he pulled the boots out. Softly, almost reverently, he placed them on the bed next to the box and pulled out the red material, which turned out to be a floor-length sleeveless dress. Grinning, Amir folded it up, set it aside, and dug further into his father's possessions. There were 2 wigs, both black, and a number of padded items that Amir and I guessed were for adding curves in the right places. A red satin handbag held some makeup. A beautiful burgundy silk scarf was tucked into one black platform Pierre Cardin sandal that looked vintage. More bras were in a black suede toiletry kit, along with some rather restrictive-looking thongs. Then Amir pulled out a small photo album, and he stroked the damask and rose-strewn cover before opening it. He let out a hiccup of a laugh and looked up at me, tears welling in his eyes. This is my dad. I sat down next to him and looked at the picture tucked behind the clear plastic. It showed a red-headed man in his early 20s next to a younger, short-haired version of Meredith, a blue-bundled baby cradled in his arms. I'd assumed that Amir got his height from his mother, who, by my reckoning, stood no taller than 5 foot even. But looking at the pair of them in the picture, it seemed that Amir was about as tall as his father had been. I pulled the album a little closer. Amir had his mother's eyes and dark hair, but everything else he'd inherited from Reese. There was Amir's square jaw, his snub nose, the slight overbite. Even the way he stared into the camera, looking vaguely terrified, reminded me of Amir. He was handsome, I said, glancing at Amir. What do you think? He looks like he doesn't want to be a father, he replied quietly. He was younger than you are now, I pointed out, putting my arm around Amir's shoulders. He nodded and gave a harsh little chuckle. True, true. Amir flipped the page, and we spent the next half-hour studying the life of the rather beautiful, dark-haired woman with the dazzling smile that Reese seemed to prefer being. Barry was in a few pictures, looking a little slimmer and with more hair, and his affection for Reese was obvious. Shaking his head slowly, Amir looked over at me. It's so sad, he said in a hoarse whisper, and I kissed his tear-streaked cheek. Why did he ever bother being with Mum? I mean, look how happy he was just being himself. Amir went back a few pages where Reese, wearing the red sequined dress we'd found in the box, stood with one arm flung in the air, the other clutching the microphone close, his smile absolutely wicked. Amir had the same smile on stage. I don't know. Maybe he got scared, like Barry and your mom said. They think something happened to him one night, that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, maybe. It's so sad, Amir repeated, shaking his head. I pressed my lips to his temple. It is. I stood up, my bladder uncomfortably full. Will you be okay by yourself for a sec? I'll be right back. I just need to hit the head. Sniffing, Amir nodded, and I left the room in search of the bathroom. Washing my hands, I thought about my own somewhat strained relationship with my father. He hadn't been a bad father, not really anyway. Absent more than not, and woefully unprepared for fatherhood, to hear my mother tell of it, but not bad. He and I shook hands at New Year's and shared beers on the porch in summer. Our conversation topics usually about work or HBO or his boat. I peered at myself in the mirror, trying to see the resemblance to my father. But I looked much more like my mother's side of the family. I had the same narrow face, pointy nose, cleft chin, and green eyes as my mom. I couldn't see a trace of my round-faced, ruggedly handsome old man. Grinning, I dried my hands on the bright red towel next to the sink and tried to imagine my plaid shirt-wearing construction foreman of a dad donning a dress and heels. Nope, I couldn't see it. Not in a million years. But I supposed everyone had secrets. I walked back to Amir's childhood bedroom, and I stopped, startled, in the doorway. Amir was standing in the middle of the room, his forehead creased as he looked down at his feet. When he heard me, he glanced up, blushing. I was curious about his shoe size. He offered in explanation, shifting his stance. "And they fit?" I asked faintly, and swallowed. There was something shockingly alluring about seeing Amir with his skinny black jeans and worn, threadbare gray t-shirt, wearing a pair of black stiletto ankle boots. I was completely amazed by my immediate, visceral reaction. "Like a glove," he replied, then took an unsteady step towards me. "What's wrong? You look odd." Crossing my arms, I blew a short breath out and then laughed. "I am fine. More than fine. Fuck, those look sexy on you. I shook my head. "I don't have words. You rendered me speechless." "Oh?" Amir said, arching an eyebrow. "How is it from the back?" He turned in place and put his hands on his hips, bending one knee slightly. I think those shoes are magical," I managed, my eyes devouring the way the heels made Amir's already pert rear even more enticing. "Yeah?" He looked over his shoulder at me, a crooked grin dimpling one cheek. "Definitely." I closed the door behind me, but it wouldn't latch and just swung back open again slowly. Frustrated by the lack of privacy, I said, "You know, I've never wanted to fuck a man in heels before, but, well, if you don't take those off, I'm not going to be able to stop myself from bending you over and treating your mom and Barry to quite the earful downstairs." My mouth was dry, and my cock began pressing painfully against the keys in my pocket. Amir swiveled around to face me as I adjusted myself, his smile mischievous as he stepped closer. "Oh, I can be quiet," he murmured, leaning close enough that his cheek brushed mine. With the heels, he was tall enough that I could feel his erection against my own when he pulled our hips together. He drew his head back, one side of his bottom lip trapped between his teeth, and looked up at me through his lashes. "Do you want to fuck me, Daddy? I promise I'll be quiet as a mouse. No one will know that you got me over the desk, full of your big hard cock." Jesus. I slid a hand up his back and grabbed a handful of his dark hair to pull his head back. I kissed his neck, tonguing along its curve, the other hand clutching his ass cheek hard. "You like that, you little slut," I growled, grinding my dick against him. I walked forward, forcing him to step backwards, and when we got to the wooden desk under the window, I kissed him as I undid our jeans before pulling him around, my hand on his back, pushing him forward. I had his pants down far enough that I was balls deep in a few seconds with the help of some spit. Amir whimpered quietly as I fucked him, and I leaned into my thrusts, wrapping one hand over his mouth to shut him up. It took less than a minute before I gasped and shot my load into him, the climax brief but exquisitely powerful, and it left me panting and breathless as I rested my weight on Amir's back for a moment, my muscles twitching involuntarily. "Oof," I rasped, pulling away, and Amir laughed, pushing himself upright. "Sorry. Don't be sorry, Greg. Had I known you wanted me in heels so much, I would have bought the first pair I saw," he said, cupping my cheek. His dick was still hard, the pink head wet. I wanted to sink down on my knees in front of him to taste his salty musk, but was startled by a noise behind me. Barry, grimacing in embarrassment, gestured towards the stairs. "Dreadfully sorry, but Mary's just put the plates on the table and, well, I was just coming up to tell you. I'm so sorry. This damnable latch needs fixing." He floundered, his eyes averted. "We'll be down in half a tick." Amir choked out, covering himself with his hands. I did the same, trying to imagine what was going through Barry's head. Amir, pink-cheeked and looking freshly fucked, wearing his dead father's heels. Eesh. "Yeah, just say we're cleaning up for supper," I said, my face probably as red as Amir's. Shaking his head, Barry turned around, muttering under his breath as he headed downstairs, and the only word I made out was, "Kids." And that's exactly what we sounded like when Amir and I burst out into helpless laughter as soon as he was out of sight. Later that night, Amir was curled against my chest, singing softly to me as I rubbed and tickled his back. I felt sleepy, and judging from the lengthening pauses in Amir's song, he was feeling the same. I'd taken my time repaying him for earlier, and I figured he was worn out both physically and emotionally. "So what's this one about?" I murmured, not wanting him to fall asleep just yet. I liked the sound of his voice, even though I couldn't understand a word. "Love," he replied. "It's about finding love in the rain." Chuckling, I squeezed him. "So it's about us." Amir yawned and shifted against me to get more comfortable. "There's another one, too. I should tell you so you don't get mad." "Why would I get mad?" "Well, it's not near ready yet, but I want to sing it soon as it is. Just don't want to surprise you. Might embarrass you. You don't like surprises, remember?" "I might be able to put up with a little embarrassment," I said. My curiosity was piqued. "What's it about?" Is it better as a surprise?" I asked, amused by his reticence. Yeah. I don't know where you come up with all this time to write songs." "So, can I sing it?" "Fine. You can surprise me. I'm sure it'll be great." "Thanks." Amir yawned again, causing me to yawn too. I started drifting off, but then Amir spoke up again, sounding more awake. "I can't stop thinking about my dad, like how unhappy he was. What if he wasn't just a drag queen or a cross-dresser?" "What do you mean?" "What if he was trans? What if that's why he was so unhappy? What if that's why he killed himself?" I frowned with my eyes closed, shrugging. Maybe, maybe not. Unless he kept a diary somewhere that no one has found in all this time, we'll never know. Barry's not even sure he did kill himself. Maybe it was a cry for help gone terribly wrong. I wondered how long it would be before the tabloids dug up something about Reese. As Tam would say, Barry would have kittens when that happened. Amir was quiet for a long moment, then, "I would have loved him, or her, no matter what." The catch in his voice triggered a lump in my throat, and smiling sadly, I stroked his hair. "I know. And I think he would have been so proud of you, Amir. So proud." Chapter 21. Beyond Ridiculous. Our hotel room in Toronto had some of the silliest decor I'd seen on our tour so far. Rose had upgraded Amir and me to the honeymoon suite for fun, and everything was either red, white, or black. At the foot of the bed, there was a funny little backless love seat with lion's feet, upholstered in wide black and white stripes, with 2 red silk heart pillows on it. Amir picked one of the pillows up and chucked it at my head, and I retaliated by grabbing him around the waist to tackle him onto the big king-sized bed and smother him with kisses until he was breathless and begging me to stop. Grinning, I sat up, and he stretched on the bed with a groan, then attempted to pat down the mess I'd made of his hair, a scowl on his face. "You're so vain," I teased him. "I think all of this adulation is getting to your head." Amir stopped trying to tame his cowlicks and stuck out his tongue at me. "Oh, you are going to get a spanking for that, young man," I warned, wagging my finger at him. He opened his mouth to object, but a knock on the door interrupted him. I jumped to my feet and answered the door. It was our luggage. Thanking the man, I put a $5 in his hand and stacked our bags near the entry. When I turned back around, I saw Amir had moved to the striped love seat, and an idea clicked in my head. There was something in the way he sat there, clutching the red satin pillow to his chest, the messed hair, the smudge of leftover mascara around his eyes. "Are you up for some photos?" Amir tilted his head at me, his lips sliding into a cheeky smile. "Oh? What do you have in mind?" Not that kind of photo shoot. I think, anyway. There's just something I want to try. The setting is perfect." "You know I love your work." Amir crossed one leg over the other and put a finger to his chin, striking a pose. He arched an eyebrow. "How do you want me?" I laughed, shaking my head. In the 3 weeks since our trip to visit his mother and the discovery of who his father was, Amir had gone through a number of mood changes. At first he'd been quieter than usual, wrapped up in his own thoughts. Then he'd slipped into a sort of mourning stage, when we nearly had to cancel the show in Killarney because he was so hungover from the night before. The drinking and the moping carried on for a few more days, and I'd done my best to be there for him and make sure he was eating and drinking enough. Then, one night I woke up to an empty bed, and after a bit of panic, found him in the hotel workout room, lifting weights. The next night was the same, and the 5 nights after that. Then, when it seemed that Amir had decided to spend all of his nights working out instead of sleeping next to me, he asked me if I wanted to rent a car to go have a romantic picnic somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. From that point on, it felt like Amir was throwing himself into life with more passion than before. His shyness had dissolved almost completely, and I saw more and more of the self-assured and mischievous side he normally reserved for the stage or the bed spill over into the everyday. I loved it. I loved him. I loved everything about our life. I held out my hand to him, and he rose to his feet gracefully to take it. I pulled him into my arms and gave him a quick kiss. Anything more and my photo shoot would have to wait. "Go get into your leather pants, the plain skinny ones, and, no shirt, but with Reese's boots." Amir's brows rose. "Yes, Daddy." As he quickly did as he was told, I took out my camera and switched out the battery for a fresh one and changed the lens. I watched him shimmy out of his jeans, his backside like a perfect white peach, and laughed when he started jumping to pull up the tight black leather pants, his limp cock flopping up and down. I snapped a quick picture and he grimaced. "Better not put that up on Instagram." "Maybe I will. And I'll just put a little eggplant emoticon over the important bits." "Oh yeah, my fans will love that." Pants done up, he sat down on the love seat to tie the high-heeled boots. He'd taken to wearing them for shows, his balance on them surprisingly sure. Amir had joked that wearing stilettos was in his genes. "Okay, perfect," I said, lifting the camera to my eye again. "Just sit like you were earlier, hugging the heart pillow to your chest. Like this." He held the pillow to his chest, his knees together but feet apart, toes pointed towards each other. I went over and mussed his hair up some more, then squinted, tilting my head as I took a few steps back. It was almost right, but something was missing. "Can you look like, I frowned, trying to capture the mood I had in mind. Like you've been promised a huge record deal, but you just realized you have to give up your virginity to the sleazy agent." "Wow." Amir laughed, covering his face. Yeah, and you're a little drunk. No, wait, like you've just given it up to the sleazy agent, and now you're feeling violated." "A swell dodge, that is," Amir said, dropping his hand. "Okay, how's this?" His eyes got round and vacant, like he was blasted out of his mind. and he parted his lips slightly as he clutched the silly pillow to his chest tight. Beautiful. Cha-click. Cha-click. I looked up, frowning. Something was still missing. Hang on. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and sent off a text to Rose. I need Rose and her makeup. I took another few pictures of Amir as he amused himself, bemoaning the loss of his imaginary record deal if he didn't let the piggish lech bugger him again, his expressions getting more and more ludicrous as he went. By the time Rose knocked on the door, I had tears in my eyes from laughing so hard. She gave me a funny look and walked into the room. "Well, hello, love," she said, eyeing Amir in his leather and heels. She had dark circles under her eyes, and she was lacking the usual spring in her step. "It's a photo shoot, innit?" "Yeah, I just need you to do his eyes. In something that'll run." "Oh?" Rose frowned at Amir. "What's happening then?" I told her about the vision I wanted to create, and she laughed, nodding. "Right, you want him to have a look like a girl in a perfume ad, those weepy-rapey ones?" Ah, yes. It sounded creepy when she said it, but she was spot on. Sighing, she got to work putting dark grey powder around Amir's eyes. "You okay?" I asked. "You look exhausted." "Between Owen and the Czech on one side and the Irish-Scottish sandwich on the other, well, it's like I'm the only one not shagging. It's got downright incestuous around here, and bloody loud," she said, grimacing. Owen and Ladislav had hooked up somewhere between Cardiff and Dublin and spent a fair bit of time either out clubbing until all hours or holed up in their hotel room. I was relieved about their relationship because it meant I didn't have to put up with Ladislav's persistent flirting, but both of them have been sloppy the last few shows, and I hoped they would snap out of it. "I can introduce you to my friend tomorrow when we get to Montreal if you'd like. She's between girlfriends at the moment," I joked, and Rose cast me a withering glance. "How many times do I have to tell you, mate? I'm into cock," she replied, shaking a tube of mascara. "I don't know. She's pretty cool, and I'm sure you guys would get along." "Does she have a cock? No? Not interested. There. How's this, love?" I inspected her work. She always handled Amir's stage makeup, partially to save money, mostly because she enjoyed it. But this was different from what she normally did. Subtler. "That's great," I said. "Are you going to make me cry, Daddy?" Amir asked, fluttering his eyelashes. It still made me uncomfortable that he'd started calling me that in front of people sometimes, but weirdly, no one seemed to care. Everyone just rolled with it. I thought for a bit about what I could do to make him cry, but Rose got up and went to the bathroom to get a cup of water and dripped some carefully under Amir's eyes, making the eyeshadow run a little. "Rub your eyes, honey," Rose said to Amir, and when he did, the makeup was smudgy, streaked, and perfect. "Wow," I said, surprised. "That is great." Rose pulled a gold tube out of her little makeup kit and raised her eyebrows at me. "Lipstick?" "Sure, why not?" I replied, chuckling. I backed up to take pictures of Rose working, but when she was done, I wasn't sure about the results. Then she tilted Amir's head back and, using her thumb, smeared the lipstick to one side. When Amir faced me again, hugging the pillow to his naked chest, his bright blue eyes huge in their ruined makeup and lips like a bruise, he looked so vulnerable that it actually made my heart ache for him. I laughed again, shaking my head. "Rose, you're a wizard. That's exactly what I was going for." Rose smiled. "Easy peasy." She sat on the corner of the desk and watched me take pictures of Amir for a few minutes, then spoke up. "Can I make a suggestion, love?" "Sure. Give me the camera. Go sit on the sofa and put him over your lap like he's a naughty boy." "What?" I turned to her, surprised. Shrugging, Rose held out her hand for the Nikon. "This'll be brill, trust me. Amir's fans will gobble it up." Amir grinned at me, the carnage of his makeup making him look rather crazy. "Come on, Daddy. Let's show them what we like." He crooked his finger in a come-hither gesture, and I sighed, handing the camera over to Rose. How could I resist him? I took Amir's place in the direct center of the striped love seat, but before he lay over my lap, he tousled my hair, then slid his hands up my thighs and bent over to give me a brief, open-mouthed kiss. I tasted the perfumed waxiness of lipstick as he pulled back and his cheeks dimpled as he stared at me in amusement. Glancing over his shoulder, he asked Rose, "How's that?" "Ice." I was mystified for a second before I realized that I must be sporting a smudge of lipstick too. Chuckling, I grabbed Amir and pulled him over my lap and gave him a good, hard slap on his leather-clad ass. "Oh, fuck," he gasped, squirming, and I heard the shutter click a few times. "Head down, but look at me, love," Rose said to Amir. "Bum a little higher, bend your knees, heels up. That's lovely. Greg, honey, try not to look so bloody chipper. Be a mean daddy." Trying hard not to laugh, I put on my sternest expression, and glaring down at Amir, I lifted my hand like I was about to spank him again. "Oh, that's smashing. Hold it there." Rose took a few more pictures and then walked up to show me the result. It really was a great image. It reminded me a lot of that iconic picture of Betty Page getting spanked over someone's lap, her heels kicked up behind her. But instead of a shocked expression, Amir looked like he was in tears, terrified, and I looked, well, I did indeed look like a pretty mean daddy. I let out a laugh. "We can't put this up." "We can and we will," Amir replied, inspecting the picture. "I said I wanted pictures of you and I together to show the world, and you agreed." "I did," I conceded, "but this isn't exactly what I meant. You're being beyond ridiculous." "Should I leave?" asked Rose, her forehead wrinkled. "Tell Greg he's ridiculous," Amir said. He was being cheeky, but the edge of annoyance in his voice was real. "I will do, if you tell me why." "He just hated that I choose to be private about my kinks," I replied, kissing the side of Amir's head. "He's ashamed of our relationship," Amir said, pushing me away. Rose laughed. "Greg, love, your kinks are not exactly a bloody secret, you know. You take photos of pretty tied-up lads. You may not be in the photos yourself, but it's bleeding obvious that you like 'em young and begging." Rubbing my face, I groaned. Amir let out a laugh. "He hates talking about it, he does. Our poor Greg doesn't even like admitting he's a homosexual, let alone one with perverse desires." "Okay, Rose, I think maybe you should go," I said, putting a growl into my words. "I think this one's spoiling for a real spanking." Rose backed away slowly, hands up, her mirth obvious. "I am gone." "Don't leave me," Amir whimpered with a fake quaver in his voice. Grimacing, Rose wagged her finger at me. "Just make sure he's okay for tonight's show." "Yes, ma'am," I said, grinning. Rose left, mumbling something about buying stock in earplugs, and I roughly unbuttoned Amir's pants, yanking them down to mid-thigh before I pulled him back over my lap. "I'm going to spank you, and you're going to say thank you, Daddy, after each one," I said, squeezing his ass cheek. "Yes, Daddy," Amir said faintly. His cock was stiffening against my thighs, and I let out a slow breath, raising my hand. I slapped him hard enough that he cried out and lay there, panting for a moment. Then, in a ragged little voice, he said, "Thank you, Daddy." "Good boy." I rubbed the spot I'd slapped, his skin hot against my stinging palm. "And, if it means so much to you, you can put the picture online," I said, and gave him another ringing smack, harder than the last. Amir's strangled yell made me smile. "Thank you, Daddy," he whispered. "You're welcome." Maybe I was being beyond ridiculous, like Amir said. My life with him was already more or less on display. It was just a picture. I lifted my hand again and brought it down with a resounding slap. Amir yelled and jerked in my lap, breathing quickly. "Thank you, Daddy," Amir rasped. You're such a good boy." I patted his rump gently. He had his eyes closed and his cheeks were bright, and he smiled blissfully at the praise. Kuch. Chapter 22. A Dirty Little Ditty. I was standing on the other side of the barriers, between two broad-shouldered bouncers, the stage at my back, when Redeluxe came to his throbbing conclusion. Amir played more or less the same set list for every show, and this was the point where Traffic Intransigent usually came in with its odd, echoing backbeat intro. This time, however, the music died, and to my surprise, Amir's voice rang out over the crush of bodies before me. I took a few photos of the three guys standing directly in front of me, their eyes raised to the figure on the stage, faces rapt. "How's everyone doing tonight?" Amir called out. "Having fun?" The crowd howled and clapped, stamping their feet and jumping up and down, and a pair of muscular 20-somethings wearing matching gladiator harnesses caught my eye. I snapped a picture of them, smiling appreciatively. I'd noticed an interesting shift in the types of things people wore to Amir's concert over the tour. Since it had become common knowledge that Amir was involved with a man and proudly supported LGBT or quilt bag rights, I counted more and more humorous and out and proud type t-shirts, men unabashedly wearing eggplant emoticons, or male mermaids or unicorns, or, more brazenly, "I love cock" across their chests. Being in the presence of so many flaunting their varied sexualities really made me ponder the relationship I had with my own sexual identity. I'd always maintained a relatively low profile, never one for gay bars or parades. I'd purposely dressed and talked straight, and I'd worked hard at not being that kind of gay. And now, standing surrounded by so much pride, I felt weird and a bit ashamed of myself. Where was my pride? Why had I been so concerned about keeping myself out of my art, photos that were unquestionably homoerotic? Was it my construction worker father? Toxic masculinity? Had I failed myself? Was I embarrassed? There was nothing wrong with being gay, but had I ever truly allowed myself to embrace it? My thoughts whirling, it took me a second or two to realize that Amir had said my name. Startled, I turned around and looked up. Amir gave me a wicked smile and took a few steps forward in his black stilettos, dropping to his haunches to stare down at me. He lifted the mic to his lips. "Hello, Greg." He looked at the audience. "Do all of you know who this man is?" He purred low, his voice making the big space grow quiet. "This is Gregory No Middle Name Faraday. He's the man I love with all of my heart. He's my friend, my photographer, my lover, my partner, my rock, my muse, and my soulmate. And he's something else too." Amir rose to his feet, scanning the crowd with his black ringed eyes. He had decided to recreate the messy makeup and outfit from our earlier photo session, and his face was ghostly pale, the shadows shifting when the cool white spot followed him as he backed up a couple of steps. "How many of you saw the photo I posted online earlier?" he asked, then pointed the mic at the crowd. The wall of sound behind me was deafening, and I took an involuntary step forward, wincing. What the hell was Amir up to? "Did you like the photo?" Amir continued, stoking the crowd's enthusiasm and smirking at the howls of encouragement. "Want to know a secret?" "Oh, you do?" He held up a hand, asking for quiet, and when he had the crowd nearly silent, he finally said, "I just love it when my daddy gives me a really, really good spanking." The audience went wild again, hooting and clapping and stomping their feet, and I just stared up at Amir, incredulous. "Are you crazy?" I mouthed at him. In return, Amir blew me a kiss. Then, his expression went serious again, and he waited until he had a little quiet. The crowd hushed quickly. "It's my daddy's birthday tomorrow, but I have an early birthday present for him." I've been writing a song and it's finally ready." Amir's voice dropped lower, and he sounded almost shy when he looked down at me and asked, "Do you want to hear it, Daddy?" I shook my head, but I was laughing. Fuck, I would have been furious months ago. But he was just so gorgeous and confident up there in the limelight that my heart literally ached. Behind me, the audience was screaming again, but they were chanting, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." And I heard someone shout, "Come on, Greg, say yes," nearby. With an exaggerated sigh, I shrugged, and then I nodded, causing the crowd to lose its collective mind again, just as the first staccato beats hit the speakers and the front stage wash went a bright violet. Next came a really dirty bass line, and Amir started popping his hips in time to the music, as Owen and Cal built up layer upon layer, laying the foundation and framework of the song. And then Amir let out a throaty chuckle that went straight to my groin before launching into the lyrics. Staring straight at me, he sang, "Shutter click, suck your dick, lick your cock, make me talk. Wanna come on my face? I love the way my daddy tastes." He could have knocked me over with a feather. The song was pure porn, filthier even than the distorted, throbbing, raunchy bass, and it had me laughing from the first line, partly because I was outrageously embarrassed, but mostly because it really was our song. I saw Barry offstage to the left, his face buried in his hands, and that made me laugh even harder. "You're insane," I shouted up at Amir, cupping my hands around my mouth. I don't know that he heard me, but he responded to my shout by sliding his hand down the front of his tight leather pants, and biting his bottom lip, he gave me this drugged-out sex-pot look, before chuckling again and continuing with the next verse. I groaned, the noise lost to the roar of the crowd, and began snapping pictures. I tried to get my breathing under control, but it was like the song was a hand clutching my heart, squeezing it and forcing it to follow the same punishing beat of the music. And all the while, Amir strutted and moaned and thrust his pelvis in time to the smut he was singing, always fixing me with a sultry or defiant look, as if daring me to climb the stage to strip and fuck him right then and there in front of his audience. The song ended abruptly, one last long pulsing note fading as the lights dimmed almost imperceptibly. Amir's hand thrust high above his head. "Thank you, Toronto," he yelled into the mic, and with a loud boom from the speakers, the stage was plunged into darkness. Immediately, the crowd applauded and stamped their feet, falling quickly into the rhythmic clapping of an encore call. "Amir, Amir, Amir." I pushed past the bouncers and ducked under the barrier leading to the stairs. Pulling my camera strap over my head, I shouted at Rose. "Where is he?" "Upstairs dressing room," she replied, taking my camera. She looked a touch nervous, like she was worried about my reaction to Amir's little stunt, so I leaned in and gave her a quick peck on the cheek before jogging down the skinny hallway to the metal stairs that led to the upstairs dressing room. The door was open, and I burst into the room, grabbing Amir off the couch to wrap my arms around him, bending him back, my tongue slipping between his rouged lips to ravage him in a frantic, hungry kiss. I broke away, breathless. I felt completely wild. Beneath us, I could still hear the crowd chanting, "Amir, Amir, Amir." "Just fuck me," rasped Amir, pushing my arms out of the way so he could undo his fly and turn around. "You're going to disappoint your fans." "No, I need you," Amir said, breathing heavy. "I need you now." I was panting as hard, struggling with my own zipper. I spat into my hand and bent him over the couch, pushing my cock into him with a gasp, and he groaned, holding his ground as I began fucking him quickly. "Yes, yes," he said hoarsely. "Fuck me hard, Daddy." I was beside myself, running into him mindlessly, grunting with my thrusts. "Amir, Amir, Amir." "Fuck," I growled, clenching my teeth. I was so keyed up that it took next to no time before I was skirting the edge. "Come inside me. I want it. Give it to me." With a cry, I shot my load, pounding it into him, my breath rasping with each exquisite pulse of pure pleasure. "Emir, Emir, Emir." "What is keeping that boy?" Barry froze in the doorway, his expression of shock comical. He looked away, shaking his head. "Oh, for Christ's sake, not again." "Sorry, Barry," Emir replied, pulling away from me. His cheeks were pink and his eyes bright, and he laughed as he pulled up his pants. I'm going. Emir kissed me quickly and took off at a run, amazingly nimble in his towering heels. Emir, Emir, Emir. I stared after Emir for a moment, then realized I was still standing there with my cock hanging out when Barry glanced over at me and hastily turned away again. "I'll meet you downstairs in a minute. I just want to clean up," I said. "You two will be the death of me," Barry announced and promptly left. The crowd was now cheering, and the intro bass line of Breathe You In started, Emir talking over it and apologizing for taking so long. I smiled, cleaning myself up in the tiny bathroom. After that last song, I was a little surprised that he didn't explain that the lateness was due to his sudden, pressing need to do an encore full of cum. Laughing to myself, I made my way down the metal staircase, buttoning my jeans as I went. Rose gave me the side-eye when I stood next to her, and Barry looked like he'd been chewing lemons, but I crossed my arms, grinning, and watched Emir belt out the lyrics and strut back and forth on stage. When the song was over, Emir threw kisses to the audience, his signal to Ladislav that he didn't want to do another encore, and ran off stage and into my arms. "Good show, kiddo," I said, cupping his sweaty nape. "Yeah?" "Yeah." The crowd had started chanting for an encore, but Ladislav slowly raised the house lights and the shouting faded. "One of your best yet." Emir grinned and I leaned in for a kiss, but then stopped short and drew my head back, wrinkling my brow. "Does it have a name?" "Your dirty ditty about us." "Yeah, it's called Daddy Issues." "Of course it is," I said, laughing. "I hope you're not planning on pulling that stunt again," Barry interjected. "Which, the backstage barebacking or the song?" Emir asked, his grin cheeky. Barry rolled his eyes. "Both, but primarily that song. Why did you think it was all right to sing such filth without consulting me first? Have you forgotten that I'm your agent?" Emir pulled away from me and patted Barry on the shoulder. "It's just a song, Uncle Barry," he said. "It's just a silly song." "That's not the point." "Here, there's a bloke to see Greg." Maisie broke in, thumbing over her shoulder as she walked up. "See me?" I replied, surprised. Then I saw the man. For a few seconds, I was confused and simultaneously strangely repulsed. It was as if my body had registered exactly who I was staring at before my brain did. Then it gelled in my head, and I took a big step back. He had gained a bit of weight, lost a little hair, but it was him. It was Travis. He stared at me, his gray eyes wary and his jaw set, and I felt disoriented, like I was trapped in a nightmare. Travis walked slowly forwards, turning his gaze to Emir, and when I saw a flash of silver in his hand, I knew exactly why he was there. "He's got a gun," I screamed, throwing myself at Emir to shield him with my body. Rose let out a cry, and Maisie jumped towards Travis as the small crowd scrambled around in a panic. Thankfully, it was over in a few seconds, and Travis lay pinned to the ground by the big woman. My heart was racing, and I felt like I was going to be sick, but Emir struggled in my arms. Greg, what's going on?" Emir said. "You're hurting me." He pushed me away, rubbing his arm where I'd squeezed it too hard. Cal frowned and bent over to retrieve something. He held it up and looked at me. It was a silver iPhone. In a daze, I watched Maisie pat Travis down before hauling him to his feet. She glanced over at me, concern and puzzlement plain on her freckled face. There's no gun, Greg. Why would I have a gun? Travis asked, straightening his jacket. He had a smudge of stage dust on his chin. I stared at it because I couldn't look in his eyes. I thought you wanted to kill Amir, to get back at me, or... I swallowed, the ground shifting beneath my feet. I grabbed onto Rose's arm just as my knees buckled and the world went black. I woke up lying on my back amidst the cables and old duct tape, Amir holding my hand. I could hear Barry telling everyone to give me some space. "Hey there," Amir murmured. "You all right?" "I think so," I said. "Cal caught you on the way down so you didn't hit your head. You okay to sit?" "Yeah." I slowly sat up. I saw Travis standing a few feet away, an odd look on his face. So, he was still there. This wasn't a dream. Before the panic had a chance to build up, I focused on Amir's big blue eyes, so full of concern and love for me. "Greg, I need to talk to you," Travis called out. "I don't mean any harm." "No," I yelled. "I have nothing to say to you." "Please, Greg, I need to do this. Can we speak somewhere private? I just need to tell." "No." This time it came out like a groan. Maisie shot a glance at me before squaring her shoulders and taking a step towards Travis. "Do you want me to throw him out?" "I'm in therapy," Travis blurted out. "I came in to apologize. It's part of the process." Incredulous, I finally met Travis's eyes. "Process? Why do you think I would fucking care about your process or whatever the fuck garbage you're here to tell me? You stalked me. You stalked all of us. You're a liar who stole years of my life away. I don't want to hear anything from you," I growled. Amir frowned at me in sympathy, and I used his shoulder to help me stand, then helped him to his feet. I kept Amir partially behind me just in case, like it was easier to face my demon when I felt I had Amir to protect. Amir squeezed my fingers reassuringly. "What I did to you was wrong, Greg," Travis said, putting his hands up when Maisie took another step closer. Please hear me out. I don't owe you anything." "I lied to you. I manipulated you. I'm sick, Greg. I'm sick, but I'm getting better. I'm on medication. I see a therapist once a week," Travis continued. "I should have never put you through what I did. I should have sought out help. I am sorry. I'm so very, very sorry." I ground my teeth together, breathing slowly through my nose. "Why now? Why here?" I finally asked. "I just didn't know what else to do. I saw the band was playing here, so I thought maybe in person." Travis rubbed a hand over his balding head. "I didn't know how else to see you. Amir sent emails to everyone about me being Leanne. Then he sent one to me saying he'd blocked me from contacting you, and that if I tried, he would report me for welfare fraud." "What? You did?" I asked Amir, and he nodded. "I did some digging and saw he was working under the table and receiving social assistance at the same time," Amir said quietly. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you." "I wish I knew how you figured it out," Travis said, and Amir gave him a withering look. "But I actually wanted to say thank you, really, from the bottom of my heart. You sending me all those emails. I was honestly afraid for my life, afraid everyone would come after me for what I did. I hid." Travis wiped a shaky hand across his mouth. "And it was a nightmare." "A nightmare?" I barked out a laugh. "I'm glad it was so scary for you." The blood roared in my ears, and my hands were locked into fists at my side. "I tried to kill myself, for real this time, but I screwed up and I lived. I don't know how. It was my wake-up call. I sought out help as soon as I was able to," Travis said in a weak voice. "Fuck you," I rasped. "Fuck you. I can never get those years back. You made me think I was a rapist, an abuser. You made me hate myself." I wiped angrily at the tears that had started flowing down my cheeks, and my breath hitched. "And I loved you. I loved you, you fucking asshole, you piece of shit. I loved you, and you almost fucking ruined my fucking life." I was sobbing hard, and Amir put his arms around me from behind, holding me tight, his hands on my chest and chin on my shoulder. Why would you do that to me? I loved you. I'm sorry. Believe me, I am sorry. Like I said, I saw that you were coming to town and decided to take a chance and apologize in person, and to thank Amir for saving me, Travis said. That's all. I'm not here to hurt anyone. Travis stood there, twisting his hands together nervously. A middle-aged loser who preyed on the emotions of others. Yeah, I'd loved him, but he hadn't deserved it. He was nothing to me. Is everything all right here? 2 police officers came up the side stairs to the stage, hands on their belts. The manager called about a possible shooter, but the man at the door said it was a mistake. Yes, everything's all right, officer, Rose said. The cop looked between Travis and me. What's going on? Is this man threatening anyone? She pointed at Travis, seeing as I was still in tears. No, he was just leaving, I said. I was, Travis replied, nodding. And you won't see me again, Greg, I promise. Good. I watched him walk away and let out a shuddering breath. The other cop wrinkled his brow at me. Sir, are you sure you're all right? I will be, thank you. I sniffed and wiped my face with my sleeve. Amir kissed the back of my neck and hugged me. The cops turned to leave, but the guy paused at the top of the stairs, his expression sheepish. It took a second before he said, in an awkward voice, Mr. Hughes, my son is a huge fan of yours. Would you mind if, He made a signing motion and Amir chuckled. Of course. Amir walked out onto the stage and grabbed the set list, signing it with the police officer's pen. We all watched the cops leave. Then Maisie looked around, taking her cap off to run a hand through her short hair. Well, that was something. He needs a fucking drink. I started laughing through my tears. Amir moved quietly above me, rising up on his knees to sink back down on my dick, slow as molasses and just as sweet. I ran my hands over his sweat-slicked chest and pinched his nipples as my cock slid into him deep. Throwing his head back, Amir let out a moan and sent a spurt of cum flying to land on my belly. Then a second, and third, his muscles clenching my cock tight as he rode me, unhurried even through his orgasm. I breathed in deep, taking in the clean, musky scent of him, and breathed out just as slowly, trying to keep myself away from the brink of climax. I stroked down his belly and wrapped a hand around his cock, squeezing him gently. The other hand I placed on his hip to slow him further. With a barely audible whimper, Amir shook his head, eyes closed, forehead creased like he was in pain. But I knew it just meant that he would be able to come a second time without much coaxing. God, I envied him the ability. Jaw clenched, I did everything to distract myself as he used my cock to drive himself towards climax again, and I cried out at the same time as he did, my orgasm an exquisite, toe-curling release after the agonizingly slow build-up of his tender attentions. I held him by the waist, keeping him in place as I twitched beneath him and gave a shuddering sigh. Blearily, I gazed up at him, backlit by the dawn leaking through the curtains, and I thought my heart would burst with how much I was in love with him. Amir wiped a drip of sweat from the tip of his nose and smirked at me. Happy birthday, old man. I laughed, shaking my head. Here I was thinking these beautiful thoughts about you, and that's what you have to say? I should give you another spanking, because you're beginning to enjoy those way too much. I think it's time to find an actual punishment for you, you brat. Chuckling, Amir lifted himself off me and lay down in the crook of my arm. With one finger, he traced swirls in the cooling mess on my stomach. Kind of beautiful thoughts? He asked after a moment. Oh, about love? Nebulous thoughts, really, I replied, closing my eyes with a smile. You're not angry at me for the song tonight? No, of course not. Maybe a bit embarrassed. But I'm learning that it's par for the course with you, and I need to relax. I don't want to wind up like Barry. Amir laughed, and I felt him nod. After a minute, I sighed. taking Amir's wrist to stop him from playing around with his cum. "Can you quit that? Do you want to take a bath?" I glanced over at the clock. It was just past 6 a.m. Sure, why the hell not? Amir hopped off the bed and went into the bathroom. The water started running, and I sat up with a groan. I was sore everywhere, and I wondered if it was because of what had happened at the concert. But I hadn't had a full panic attack. And, in fact, I felt pretty good mood-wise. I carefully washed off the semen drying in my belly hair, while Amir sat on the corner of the tub, testing the water. When the bathtub was full, I stepped in and Amir followed, leaning back against my chest. I wrapped my legs around him and put my head back, eyes closed. The warm water was making me drowsy, but after a few minutes, Amir started to say something, but stopped himself. Frowning, I opened my eyes and asked, "What is it? Do you want to talk about what happened tonight?" "Not really." I kissed the top of his head, his hair sweat damp against my lips. "But I will if you want to." "Okay. Are you all right? How do you feel?" Well, I can't believe I fainted. I was so bloody worried about you. I'm sorry I hurt your arm." I lifted his arm out of the water, staring at the bruises I'd left just above his elbow. He shifted so that he was holding my forearm against his chest, running his fingers along it. "You were just trying to protect me." I was. I smiled. "I truly hope he does get better. For the sake of all those he would have fucked up." Amir murmured. "I just hope he sticks to his word. I never want to see that piece of shit again." "Me neither." "Thank you." Amir's fingers stopped moving. "For what?" "For trying to protect me from him. The welfare thing. I appreciate it. I couldn't let him get you. You're mine. I'll not have you harassed by some bastard lunatic." I chuckled, squeezing him with my thighs. "My valiant savior." "I am that." He resumed stroking my arm. "You seem all right. I'm a bit surprised." I closed my eyes, pondering. I think seeing him again was cathartic. He was so pathetic. After a minute, I added, "But I'm still working through things in my head. I think I'm going to start seeing a therapist. I should have a long time ago." "Good," Amir replied. "Good. Shagging therapy only goes so far," he said, sounding amused. "But honestly," he continued in a serious tone, "I think it'll help. Or at least it can't do any harm." I was quiet for a long time, just thinking over what had happened that long, strange night. "I love you, Amir Morgan Hughes," I said softly, sliding my arms around him for a full body hug. I took a deep breath. "Would you do me the honor of—" "Whoa, hold on a minute," Amir said, struggling to sit up. He turned to me, wide-eyed. "That's a tad hasty, isn't it? I love you too, more than anything. But it's not been long, and I want you to be 100% sure, because I actually take that very bloody serious." Frowning, I stared at him. "We're pretty much already doing it right now." "What?" "Wait." He scanned my face in confusion. "What were you about to ask me?" "If you wanted to get a place together when the tour is over." "Why? What did you think I was asking?" I grinned, teasing him. Truth was, I was testing the waters of something that I'd never considered before, and I was honestly relieved he wasn't waiting impatiently for me to pop the proverbial question. Amir clapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes half moons of mirth, and he splashed me. Laughing, I grabbed him to pull him in for a kiss, and he melted against me. My gorgeous, pig-headed, smutty, perfect boy. Chapter 23. Can't Let the Bastards Win. There was a knock at our door, and I walked over to open it. We were in Montreal, and Tam was supposed to be arriving shortly, so I was surprised to find Rose in the hallway, a dark look on her face. "What's up?" I asked, and Rose pushed past me, her arms crossed. "Is everything okay?" Amir asked, handing her a glass of the Merlot we'd opened. I'll tell you when Barry arrives, love, she said and took a sip, lifting her brows in appreciation. A few seconds later, there was another knock, and instead of Barry, I found Tam. She cut her mohawk short, and it was a pale lavender. I thought it looked interesting paired with her sparkly green eyeshadow. Without a word, I wrapped her up in a hug and lifted her off the ground. "Get off me, you big loser," she said, laughing. I set her down and smiled. "I missed you." "Oh, honey bunny," she replied, her expression softening. "I've missed you too. I've been hanging out with Mary Lou at lunch, and it is not the same thing. Please tell me you're going to come back to work for me." "I think that ship has sailed." "I'll give you a big raise," she joked, but she knew I was planning on getting a place in Cardiff with Amir as soon as the tour ended. "And your own office?" "You don't even have an office," I said. Tam let out a dramatic sigh. "Well, I tried." Then her eyes widened. Wow. Hello." "Hello, Tamara," Amir said, curling an arm around my waist. He leaned his head against my shoulder. "Pleased to finally meet you." Hey, you too," she said, then let out a very uncharacteristic giggle. "Relax, Tam," I said. "He's not going to bite." "No, Greg usually does the biting," Amir replied. "Come in. We've a bit of news, it seems. I hope you don't mind us discussing business during your visit." No, of course not," Tam said, and sort of shuffled into the room, following us. I put a glass of wine in her hand, just as there was another knock at the door. "And that'll be Barry," Amir said, walking over to let him in. Barry mopped at his forehead with a flowered pocket square as he entered. He looked curiously at Tam, then fixed Rose with a look that spoke volumes. Something was amiss, and it was making Barry nervous. "So, it looks like 3 more shows have been cancelled in the US, Rose said. Amir let out a sigh of exasperation and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Bloody hell." "You're bringing this on yourself, you know," Barry said. Eyebrows rising slowly, Amir stared at Barry in disbelief. "What?" "But that song the other night, flaunting your relationship with Gregory, the Hills, do I need to go on?" Barry wiped at his brow again. He seemed more agitated than usual. "That's shite, Barry. This is who I am. I'll not censor myself. I can't." Amir shook his head angrily and paced back and forth a few times. Tam leaned towards me and murmured, "What's going on?" "Well, things have gotten to the point in the States where venues are backing out of the tour because of concerns over the welfare of Amir and his fans and, probably most importantly, their property. Hate groups are running wild. You've got conservatives trying to push through all these public decency laws. Hell, I don't even know if we'll be let across the border. I've been staying off Facebook because it's fucking depressing. I didn't know it was that bad. Scary." "I know. Barry's trying to get Amir to tone it down, but that boy is stubborn like you wouldn't believe." "But do you agree with Barry?" I looked over at Amir and saw that he was staring at me, his eyes narrowed and the lines of his face tense. He'd overheard Tam and me talking. I smiled at him and held out my hand. "No," I said as Amir took my hand. "No, I don't agree with Barry. Amir is proud of who he is and what he does." "I know it's silly," Amir said, but he looked relieved. "It's not silly. Not at all. You're so fucking talented, kiddo. You're outrageous, yes, but that's great. I'd never dream of telling you to be anything else than you." I kissed his knuckles and glanced over at Barry. The older man was looking at me with his lips pressed in a tight line, his eyes pleading with me. I turned back to Amir. "However, and don't pull away, Barry's got some valid concerns. I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want anyone getting hurt." "I know," Amir said. "How committed are you to playing the US?" asked Rose quietly. "What do you mean?" Amir frowned at her. "I mean, we can cancel. We'll finish up here in Canada and head straight for Mexico to do the 2 shows there, and then we go home," Rose said, looking from Barry to me. "Boycott the States," Amir said in a small voice. "The idea has merit," Barry replied. "We'll lose money, but I think it's worth it for peace of mind, no?" What kind of message does that send? What about all those out there being force-fed homophobic garbage and trying hard not to believe it about themselves? What about the kids who are afraid of who they are? The queer kids, the trans kids, the kids who are beautifully different. Who's going to show them that it's all right to be who they are? You're a performer with an entourage to protect him, and a comparatively safe country to go home to when it's all over, I said. Amir shot me an accusatory glare, and I shrugged. I'm just stating the facts. Just by being at your shows, they could be putting themselves in danger. They're my fans. I have to do something. I can't abandon them, he insisted. What if me being on stage showing them I'm not afraid of being who I am? What if that gives them a little bit of hope? What if I can help just the tiniest bit? He shook his head. No, I won't abandon them. Amir looked like he was on the verge of tears, and I stood there, thinking about Reese and the beating he'd received but never spoken about. And I thought about my own fear of displaying affection in public. And I thought about Amir's rainbow-clad fans. We can't let the bigots win, I said, nodding. You're right. Barry threw up his hands in frustration, but Rose smiled and patted the older man on the shoulder. Oh, don't be so bloody blinkered, love, she said. You were willing to lose money 2 minutes ago. What if we spent money on beefing up security instead? Amir's trying to do something good, and I'll stand with him. We'll focus on cities where there have been more recent attacks and double security at the door, and maybe hire a security detail for the full-timer in the States, I said. I have a cousin who's an ex-cop living in Raleigh. Tam spoke up, sounding eager. He runs a small security company, and they specialize in personal security. Plus, he's American, so you don't have to worry about visas or passports or whatever. And I'm sure I could talk him into giving you a good rate. When I came out to my family, he was super supportive. That would be lovely, Amir replied with a wide smile, and Tam beamed back at him. And maybe it's time to look into crowdfunding, Rose added. Greg, maybe you can offer special access to extra photos of Amir, like a VIP fan club. Oh, Rose, that'd be cracking, Amir said. Greg? Of course, I replied with a smile. I'm sure we can come up with some great pictures for special fans. You can sign autographs, too. We should get Gail involved, Amir suggested. I'm sure she would love to help us. I think she would. Definitely. I smiled, thinking of the novelette she was writing as a surprise for Amir's birthday next month. Something called Bruised Muse. I'm sure she wouldn't mind donating something for this VIP fan club we'd create. The atmosphere of the room had gone from gloomy to one of excitement quickly, and even Barry had begun nodding. Fine, Barry said with a sigh. You win, and I'll not complain again, but I have one caveat. What is it? Amir asked, a wrinkle between his brows. That you drop that ridiculous daddy song from your set list. There's being outrageous, and then there's that. Amir rolled his eyes, but he laughed, holding out his hand to shake. Deal. Grabbing Amir's hand, Barry pulled him into a tight hug, and I had to clear my throat and blink a few times before grabbing the bottle of wine. I think this calls for a toast, I said. I refilled everyone's glasses, then held up my glass. To the future, Amir said, beating me to the punch, and I knew from the way he locked eyes with me as I repeated after him that he didn't necessarily mean the future of the tour. I grinned. Chapter 24. Fun. Something cold landed on my chest, and I woke up with a gasp, struggling in the twisted sheets. For a second, I wasn't sure where I was or what had touched me, and I tried to make out the dim shapes in the dark. Greg, you all right? Asked Amir. It was his hand, cool on my chest, that had awoken me. Yes, I replied groggily. What's wrong? You were thrashing around saying no, no, no. I was. I frowned. Yeah, I thought maybe you were having a bad dream. Yes. Was it a nightmare about us? About the tour? I barked out a laugh, pulling him against me so he lay on my chest. No, nothing like that. Tam was, I thought about the dream, already fading fast. I think she was putting batteries in my mouse that were the wrong kind, like They had 2 plus sides or something. Oh, Amir replied. His laugh sounded relieved. Are you okay? I asked. Just, he replied quietly. Are we making the right choice? To continue on to the States? Oh, sure. It can't be that bad. We'll have to assign extra security to Ladislav and Owain because they're sure to get into trouble. I mean, about us. Uh-oh. What are you saying? I couldn't swallow. My mouth was so dry. I saw just how much you missed Tamara, and I'm dragging you into something you never asked for, maybe risking your safety. I know how private you are, and I've been a real ass about it, and I covered his mouth with my hand. Shh. When I let go, he said, Sorry, in a small voice. I'm very sure. I'm extremely sure. I'm so sure that I faltered, then smirked. So sure that, Amir prompted. So sure that I was thinking, after the show in Quebec City, we can come back and stay a day in Montreal, and, we can go over to my folks for supper. What? He sat up, and I could see his smile, even in the dark. We don't have to, I joked, if you don't want to. Meet your parents, Amir said, sounding excited. Yes, of course. Okay, just, you should know that they're the type who think being gay is a choice. But they're nice. There's almost 100% chance that they're going to say something to offend you. I've never brought anyone home to them before, but they're old. It's all right, Greg, Amir said, laughing. It'll be fine. I'm certain of it. Stop with the buts. Just, I grimaced. It's complicated. It's fine, Amir said sternly. He lay back down on my chest and stroked my chest hair. And don't worry, I won't wear heels. I closed my eyes, frowning. After everything you said earlier, not censoring yourself, I would never ask you. It's supper, not a show. Okay, I replied and smiled. My dad's actually got a model train set in the basement. Tidy. I'm sure we'll get along. Amir tweaked my nipple and I flinched. And then they can come visit us in Cardiff. Actually, Amir said, moving his hand further down so he was scratching my belly lightly. It felt great. If you're set on Cardiff, I think it might be a good idea to change one of my safe words. Huh? I thought you said people barely speak Welsh there. They don't, but Kutch is an exception, and he kept stroking lower down my body until he walked his fingers over my half-limp cock. The way you've been conditioned to react to it, can't have you going around in public with a stiffy, can I? I chuckled and pressed his hand harder against my growing erection. Makes sense. What did you have in mind? I think just calling you Daddy will do, he replied with a nod against my shoulder. You do you? I said, sighing as he began stroking me slowly. Yes, Daddy. Yes. I licked my lips and shuddered when he raked his fingernails softly along the underside of my shaft. Yes, that definitely works for me. I love you, Daddy. I love you too, kiddo. You've been listening to Exposed, written by Bey Deckard and read by Dan Kelly. Copyright 2020. Production copyright 2020. For more by Bey Deckard, go to www.beydeckard.com.